Unified welcomes you to the following presentation of the Midwest Esports Conference. Here at the MEC, we partner with schools all over the Midwest to create premier gaming experiences.
The most common angles that the operator plays. This is like second to only B long. Fight is likely having a leg shot, but they're too slow. Hariri lands a perfect headshot.
Laying in the damage zone and them on out. Going into A4, look at Sake. Laying in the middle.
Sake?
Laying in the damage. Going in revenge for their honey.
No way!
Sake Wabe gets the quadra kill.
That was
Kind
great.
of sounds fun, so I'll give it a chance. And then we ended up playing in high school the next 2 years together. We've been playing ever since. So he kind of taught me the game. We've been playing on a team since then, and then now we're in college, so we can't play together anymore.
We do love all the players, even the ones we shit talk. We love you all. We love you all.
Body Pluto looking for the plank. Trickster waiting, maybe looking for the steal. Pluto has his engage. The scatter of the weak comes through. Watch Levi though. Levi hasn't been touched just yet, but the damage is coming through. The melt line gets melted. Jinkwall on a killing spree, and all of Ottawa goes down.
Why those don't go in? It goes off the sidebar.
Starting to come out. The flash is popped. The rolling thunder is utilized to perfection. And now it's all on Thiessen, but Thiessen just keeps on going.
Welcome to the MEC. Enjoy the show.
Hello everyone and welcome back. It is day number 2 of the MEC Clash LAN event. We're continuing on our coverage of the League of Legends part of it. My name's Mac Dewey. Still with me, clearing out our throats, me and Chibi Casts in the booth for day 2's action. Chibi, how are you feeling today, my guy?
Much better. Day 1 kind of felt crazy, right? Because we had like 30-minute games pretty much every single, at least the ones we casted. I don't really know. I know I caught a couple stuff with Travesty and MEC later on in the day. I saw some interesting rosters and some interesting positions. So maybe we'll get to see more of that today. But yeah, I feel really good about today. We get to end off the MEC Spring Clash, which is always interesting. We're going to move into best of 3s pretty soon, or a best of 3 final. As we see the standings right now. Anything that's a little surprising here, Mac?
I don't know what you're talking about. Chibi, everything looks pretty standard. No, all jokes aside, GVU 2 losses, I feel like is maybe the big one you're trying to egg on with me. Oh
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
it's a lot of losses. Okay, 4 and 2. That makes sense. I was like, wait, that's not 6.
Yeah. ONU 5-1. Purdue Northwest 6-0. I can only assume that ONU's only loss is obviously to Purdue Northwest.
It is. It's true.
It's kind of wild considering Purdue Northwest is competing with a sub in the jungle, and they're also like, I don't know if they're still doing the doubtful Klexo in the bot lane or if they're still putting Wind King mid. Drury at 2 and 4 is also very surprising, right? That's a team that we kind of had on our calendar as like a top team, someone that can really show out, and they just unfortunately just haven't been able to do anything this LAN.
Yeah, there's been a lot of close games for the Panthers, but unfortunately not going their way. But hey, we've still got, we're going to be covering the final round of the round robin. So teams are going to be finishing up round number 7. And then, Chibi, we get to hop straight into the single elimination tournament bracket that's going to round out the League of Legends competition. So all the teams do move into the single elimination bracket. They're just seeded according to the final standings from the round robin. So make things interesting. I bet Purdue, if they were thinking, hey, we're going to finish off at 6, who are we going to face? Who's the 3 seed? They probably weren't expecting that to be GVU.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel bad for anybody that's got to like face off against GVU. Like, wait, aren't they supposed to be at the top? But I think all top three teams, even I would want to throw Briarcliff in there as well because they've been looking pretty good. Like I said, Briarcliff, when they're on, they're probably one of the better teams here, right? It's just they're super hot and cold, right? Like Oxy has some crazy carry games. We saw that Darius game that he had, right, against was it Udyr? He has like 100+ CS up. He also had that Cassante game against Veras where he was like almost 100 CS down. You know, it's a here and there kind of thing. Also, Briarcliff's mid laner, very strong player, right? Plays the Diana mid into the Vlad, absolutely dominated that matchup. Was pretty good on the Kennen when he could get those TPs off. Yeah, I think Briarcliff is one of those teams that if you count out early or you don't respect them, they will actually punish you.
Yeah, absolutely. And for our first matchup of the day, we do get something pretty exciting. Purdue Northwest taking on Cornell College. So really looking forward to this one, Shibby. As you mentioned, Purdue has been sort of all over the place at the LAN event. We got some interesting role swaps going on. I think most notably from what we saw last night, as we head straight into the draft for game number 1, we can see on the left side Purdue's roster, Prank still holding it down in the top lane. Coach Keeter has been helping out the squad in the jungle pretty consistently. And Klexo Doubtful were running Ivern Rengar bot lane against ONU. It's out here. I mean, I wonder if they've got any fun junglers for Doubtful to play in the bot lane. We'll see as the Rengars actually banned away.
Yeah, Cornell's like, I don't want to deal with that. Nope. They ran Xin Braum in one of our games that we casted. It was really cool, right? Hail of Blades Braum and Hail of Blades Xin Zhao. Right. Wild. If you get hit by any of Braum's Q or the passive, you're dead to rights. So that was kind of rough. Orianna being taken away here. Pretty standard bans. On Cornell's side, Eliza, Cuddy, Felwyn, Ikutsu, Peaches. I think we've put a lot of onus on Felwyn specifically, right? Because they feel like the best player to carry this Cornell squad. A lot of games where this guy was put in positions where he was like the sole carry, not on purpose, but just because he did so well in his lane, or he had like a lot of damage. He was on something like the Orianna that Purdue Northwest has banned. And I think that's still kind of the strategy for me, at least, is, hey, get Felwyn on something that he's comfortable on, get something that he can really carry on, and the other team kind of supports that play style. Purdue Northwest banning out the Ashe flex here, Yone being taken away from Cornell. I believe we saw a Yasuo Yone bot lane, not in our matches, but I heard through the grapevine that there was a Yasuo Yone bot lane earlier yesterday. So that's interesting. The Xin Zhao respect ban. I don't know if that's for Keeter or if that's for Klexo and Doubtful.
We heard a little bit. Prank I haven't seen a Prank Gwen game in a hot minute. Usually it's permabanned. Here it's available. It's his champ. He takes it personally. If you play it against him, you best be ready. So we'll see what they lock in here. The Nico is going to be very interesting, Shibby. I haven't seen too much because I feel like the Nico changes came in at kind of the back half of last season. And so Nico now can change into plants, can change into minions, can change into jungle camps, right?
Yeah. You pretty much got it. Can change into anything they want to, pretty much. And Cornell has to take this Nocturne pick here. Whether Cuddy wants it or not, they have to
add
take
to
it.
the tally.
Because, Karma being left open is wild. I mean, that's just a crazy composition. But Cornell has to take this Nocturne. The denial of Nico Nocturne is so important because that composition is so disgusting. You turn the lights off, and then Nico disguises into something. And when she disguises and ults, part of her ult is unseen until she pops back up and gets the knock up on you. So it's a very, very disgusting composition. Very easily executable. I say easily because it's happened all across the tier 2 and tier 3 leagues. But still, Nico's still a very good champion. You've got Karma, you've got Viego. Like, even if she can't get the cover of darkness from Nocturne, she can still slither on in and get that ultimate off.
Yeah, we gotta keep a close watch on. We're thinking Nico probably going to the mid lane for Wind King. not going to get his hands on an ADC in the mid lane this time around. He's going to have to show us what else he's got in the Wind King mid lane package, as Eliza's going to be targeted a little bit by PNW. On the top side of the map, they're going to take away New York, Bard band away as well. Cornell College going to try to limit some of the more standard ADCs that they hope to not see paired up with the Karma support. Cornell, they do have the counter pick available, and at this point they have a little bit of flexibility. Our best guess, Nocturne's probably headed into the jungle, Talia probably going mid, Maokai's pretty flexible, Varus getting locked in. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, and then we have Maokai Varus. I think that's gonna be a bot lane pick, right? Darius being locked in for Prank here, just slamming that down. Played it yesterday.
Choosing violence.
Yeah, I know. You played it yesterday. Was pretty good on it. Did get solo killed by the Gwen, but gave it right back, and then just started dunking the rest of the team afterwards. As this is most likely going to be a Karma bot lane, which I like, right? Double ranged into Maokai support is very good. He doesn't really have like too crazy of a sustain tool, or obviously has that passive auto, but that's about it, right? That's not too much there. He does well when teams are engaging onto him, because he can get the aftershock proc off with the W, blah, 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 negates the damage, so on and so forth, right? Karma and Aphelios don't allow that because they will never get in range of you. They will poke and prod you down, Karma specifically with the Mantra Q. So either they flex this Maokai in the top lane, which is also not a good matchup because Darius is there, or they kind of just take it on the chin and say, you know what, we're going to throw Illaoi in the top lane here, who got some buffs because of the map changes.
Yep. Very interesting. Eliza's has one of my favorite top lane champion pools that I've seen out of the MEC. The Urgot, now the Illaoi. Kind of struggled in the side lanes, getting caught out a little bit. Yeah. Illaoi's one of those champs. They welcome the fight, you know? And they're going to be ready. JB, I know what we're thinking. We've been deceived before. It's difficult to trust what I see on the screen. But at the moment, it potentially appears to be a Karma top. It's correct. We're getting word from the heavens. This is how... This is crazy. I have no idea. I mean, Chibi, you talked about how the Maokai does not go well into the Darius. I suppose if I was a tree, I'd also hate a giant guy with an axe. So trying to get that matchup there. I mean, you do have the pull with the Darius, you know, and he can probably go a rather tanky build. And so just kind of be a bodyguard, honestly. Klexo's got a posse in the bot lane.
Pretty much. I mean, like we said, right, the beauty of Maokai support is that it can negate a lot of damage and is really good into champions that want to engage onto you because you can get the aftershock proc off. The thing is, most support champions don't actually have a way of yoinking you back in, right? Unless you're like Blitzcrank, Thresh, these kinds of champions who are most likely always going for the AD carry, they aren't going to yoink you back in. But if Maokai decides to engage or decides to stop the Darius and tries to walk away after the Twisted Advance, Darius can pull you back in, and they can do a ton of damage, right? Because the bleed stacks are still there. It does a lot of damage. We'll see if he ends up going lethal tempo here that we saw earlier Prank did with the Darius, or if they're just going to go to the standard Conqueror. Obviously, you're going into... It's double melee into single ranged, right? The Aphelios Varus versus the Darius and Maokai. So it's up to Ikuzo to return a lot of that damage once Klexo and Doubtful start kind of hammering away at Peaches here. But Mac, we're getting on to... Where are we going again?
I believe we're headed on to Summoner's Rift for the start of day number 2 at the MEC Clash LAN in Deerfield, Illinois. I hope everyone in attendance is having a grand old time. Wish everyone participating and competing the best of luck in day 2 action. I know I'm super excited to be here, Shibby. Cornell College, Purdue Northwest on the Rift to start our lovely Sunday. Purdue Northwest looking to finish off the round robin with a perfect 7-0. And I know this is a program in the past. It's competed at a very high level within the MEC. Last season, they were outside of the top 2. In this year, they took advantage a little bit of the transfer portal, but also some huge signings for them. Win King joining the roster as well. This is a team I think a lot of squads are extremely scared of for good reason.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are seeing this team as like someone that could do pretty good in CLOL just in general, right? Not just the MEC, but overall. Like, you know, there is a pretty big belief that there are 2 to 3 teams within the MEC that could like do some damage in CLOL, right? And I've heard that from other teams, right? When they've competed across other tournaments like 66 or Hugh Fest, that kind of stuff. So I'm very excited to see how they kind of stack up within each other. But also how they stack up against the rest of the competition, right? I'm a big believer in Klexo, Doubtful, Win King. These guys are very good. Oh, my Lord. Doubtful is going to pull him in. And yeah, that's kind of rough, right? You just kind of have to take that. Luckily, Ophidios not the strongest champion in the early game. Varus, pretty solid, right? We'll see if he ends up going the lethality build or the more, you know, what we've seen on hit. The Hail of Blades indicates that it is just the lethality, right? So you can get the quick 3 stacks of Blight into the charged WQ. You saw how much damage that did. But look at what Prank is doing to this Illaoi. The lane swap or the role swap, whatever you want to call it, the flex works. And now Illaoi is just not having a good time, which you would have into the Darius.
Yeah, it makes it tricky. The range advantage is really huge in that Illaoi matchup. Prank just bobbing and weaving around, doing a really good job avoiding the Test of Spirit, the Illaoi E. As long as Prank kind of avoids that ability, he's in a comfortable spot, able to deal with the tentacles. Melee champions have a lot harder time getting rid of those, but he's on the ranged Karma, just a quick 2 autos, and Eliza is just going to have to try and farm up and get to, I think, a mid-game point where it's a lot harder for the Karma to duel the Illaoi, but this early game is going to be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, it's going to be rough because once Karma starts stacking and getting the Lost Chapter, the Malignance, then it becomes a real big problem as they might fancy a dive here. We do see Cheese Ravioli ready just in case, but yeah, Cambodia, if she takes, or Eliza, sorry, takes another Q, a Mantra Q, something like that, it could just be she could just have to back or potentially be under dive threat here. They do know that Keter is in the bot side, but he is pathing towards his Raptors. We'll see if he actually skips his Krugs and goes for the top dive, or just lets Prank do his thing here in the top lane.
And it is classic, I feel like, Prank top lane shenanigans. So getting hit by those 2 turret shots, less than ideal, but regardless, a mid gank is going on. Failwind forced to flash away after Keter paths upwards, maybe looking for that second scuttle. Cheese Ravioli wanting to get to that level 6 point on the Nocturne. Going to be recalling, resetting, and going for another clear. Get that ultimate ready. With Nocturne popping up, being quite a major part of the meta. Chip, you were talking about the first 2 ultimates for the Nocturne really set the tone. And for Cornell, it's going to be critical to not fall super far behind in the early game against Purdue Northwest, a team really on point with their macro. And usually when they get a strong early game lead, it's quite challenging to try and claw your way back in here. So we'll see if Cheese Ravioli is going to be able to find those opportunities on the map once he gets level 6 to start impacting the map, trying to get his team a little bit more comfortable. I know Eliza on the top side struggling through the early game a little bit. Going to try to get some breathing space there. Failwind with the Weaver's Wall. I wonder if we'll see some mid-jungle synergy. Failwind we've talked about as a star for Cornell. With a playmaking champ like this, I feel like we usually see him on more controlling mages that don't get out on the map as often. Failwind has a really big opportunity here in this game to roam around and try to make plays on the side lanes.
Yeah, and to kind of piggyback off your Nocturne point, Nocturne Ultimate Rank 1 is 2 minutes and 20 seconds, right? It's a big cooldown. And typically, Nocturnes will get anywhere from 2 to 3 ultimates off prior to laning phase ending, right? Because they'll hit level 6, then they'll get their first ultimate off. And then if they have things like Ultimate Hunter, if they succeed on the gank, that reduces the cooldown of their ultimate. If they get CDR items, so on and so forth, right? That can kind of cheese out maybe another ultimate. But yeah, that's why I'm so big on like the first two ultimates being really, really important, because those will, when I say set the tone of the game, it's more along the lines of getting certain lanes ahead, getting your teammates ahead, right? You have to get objectives off of it, right? Nocturne ultimates don't necessarily always have to result in kills, but they do have to result in something big, right? Either a dragon off of it, summoners blown, you get the grub, something, right? It cannot just be a Nocturne ultimate for summoners blown, because that's a decently good trade for the enemy laner, right? They just have to play a little bit safer. They know they're not under threat from the Nocturne as long as you're counting 2 minutes in your head. And then that really reduces a lot of the pressure that Nocturne puts onto the map. If you know his ultimate's down, laners can play way more aggressively, knowing they won't get punished.
Yeah, and we see on the map here, the junglers are going to be trading objectives across the map. They're not interested in fighting Shibby. They're just going to shake hands and get Dragon on the bot side for Cornell. Meanwhile, Keeter on the top side is going to be getting all 3 Void Grubs. So, early game, you know, those objectives not going to be too crazy. Something Cornell needs to keep in mind, though, that if Purdue Northwest are able to secure the second set of grubs as well, that's going to be all 6, so you got to be careful. Meanwhile, Windking in the mid lane gets his ultimate right on point. That's going to be a solo kill there onto Failwind for first blood.
And this is really tough for Nocturne trying to force this gank, because look what's happening in the top side here. Keeter, with Frank's pressure, with the knowledge of knowing that Nocturne's camps or Cheese Ravioli's camps are coming up, he took the dragon. So Viego is just going to end up taking that red buff and then diving Eliza here.
Trying to get the Test of Spirit out, but the stun flash from Keeter is going to work out beautifully. Frank, not a whole lot of assistance needed there. Eliza rather low under turret, and
no TP.
yeah, it's all Keeter on the top side of the map, and that's going to be a big loss for Eliza. We'll see Cheese Ravioli working his way to level 6. Should be able to get it off of this Gromp. Nope, a little bit behind, needs one more camp or 2, and then we'll be watching for the Paranoia. But Purdue Northwest, their solo laners feeling good as Keeter looking for another gank. It's going to be a Weaver's Wall just to escape the gank. Failwind used a big cooldown to get out of trouble.
Yeah, and the big thing with this Nocturne Talia comp that you have, with this mid 2v2, is you're not playing to kill Nico, right? You're trying to shove the lane in as fast as possible with Talia, and you're looking to force dives in the bot lane, or you're looking to force something top, right? You run the Nocturne Talia, as we see Nocturne ulting here in the bottom lane.
Got level 6, immediately using the ultimate with the root there from Peaches, and Doubtful goes down Cornell, making a big impact in the bot lane, trying to turn the beat around. The solo lane's a little behind, bot lane more even. They choose to go there with their pressure.
Keeter needs to punish this Nocturne, because he took the red buff after diving Illaoi, but then now didn't know whether Nocturne is pathing top or not, but because he saw the ultimate, he should be beelining it towards the Raptors, beelining it towards the Krugs, and taking that away. Him backing here, I think, is a mistake. You can get so much more, but it might just be his inexperience as a jungler, right? That could be one of those things. Other junglers would just punish this Nocturne completely, make sure he has nothing to go back to on this top side here.
Yeah, and I think to that point, I mean, you know, after getting those kills, Cheese Ravioli needs to recall, is going to head towards that top side now, so maybe you have enough time to sneak in there. Meanwhile, Eliza finally getting one of those Tests of Spirits. Prank has been slippery at avoiding those, but look at the damage that comes through once one of those E's connect. Eliza needs to look for that. A little bit more, it goes wide there, got to be careful. Prank. So the Karma's such a nuisance. With the point and click route. I know Eliza's just like, man, how do I have any breathing room? Cheese Ravioli gonna try and help out the situation here. Prank does have flash available. Flash from Cheese Ravioli. The healing route comes out. Eliza gonna try and get on there. The Test of Spirit does connect. Is it gonna be enough damage? Prank.
Sure. Tentacles.
Sometimes it gets you. Sometimes one can catch you off guard. Oh my gosh, Wind King turned into a minion and once again takes down Failwind. Oh my goodness, Shibby, I was not ready for that.
Little known trick, or maybe it is known because Nico's been out for a bit now. If you don't see Nico and you press tab and she does not have the question marks in, but let me hold that point here as we see a bot dive.
Oh goodness, Purdue Northwest getting aggressive. Akutsu goes down. Peaches, the only one left standing. Let's see, the rest of the dive goes south as it's a double kill for
Lexo?
the Cornell support. Weaver's Wall coming in, blocking off the
beautiful.
escape route, and Failwin teleports down, gets a kill as well. The Purdue Northwest bot lane dive goes horribly wrong.
Good play from Cornell to counter that, right? To get all those kills scrounged up. Oh, Nocturne
More
Ultimate coming into the
action,
mid lane.
Chibi. It's classic MEC Clash Chaos as Wind King gets targeted in the mid lane and goes down. Wow, Cornell, talking about that level 6 point, they are starting to not hold back. And when we say we like a lot of what we see from Cornell, this is what we're talking about. But Prank catching Cheese Ravioli off guard with a whole lot of damage. The root not stopped by the spell
Knockback.
shield. But Failwin in the mid lane, quite literally their rock, is helping things out, dissuades further engage.
Look at Cornell trying to deny the 6 grub mark, right? Because Keeter took the original first 3 grubs, they're just trying to deny the 5-6. They brought everybody here other than the Varus on Cornell's side, recognizing they need to take this away, so there's no split push pressure threat here. Very well played from Cornell. They just have been nonstop, but Doubtful's just gonna dive Ikutsu?
Chain of Corruption comes out with the root. He may be able to escape, but Wind King going for the one-shot combo onto Failwin. The damage comes up a little short, but he's going to flash for the shutdown and pull it off, Shibby. It's yet another solo kill for Wind King in the mid lane. He's been having himself a weekend.
Yeah, just massive mid lane champion pool. Another dive in the bot lane, dunked! It's gotten dunked!
Oh my, so many turret shots. Peaches is practically supporting the turret at this point.
And just a correction here, I may have lied, but Cornell I thought were moving everybody up to deny the grubs. They only took 1. Purdue Northwest, I believe, has 5 stacks of the grubs here, so that they're still going to spawn those voidlings or those void mites, whatever you want to call them, and when they attack these turrets. So I'm kind of a little confused. I don't know why they're denying the 6. You should be denying 6-5, really. 4-2 is the split that you should be going for, so that it can't really hard push onto you with a team fight. But Purdue Northwest and Cornell are trading blows back and forth here. Just 2 minutes of constant fighting. The Nocturne Ultimate is back up. The one that we saw in the mid lane is now back up again. That's how much fighting has happened. A 2 minute and 20-second cooldown, by the way. Or sorry,
Crazy.
2 minutes 20 seconds. Yeah.
The team's gearing up and getting ready to go for the next set of fights. The game evening out. I think the only major item advantage is in the top lane for Pranked. He's got that Malignance completed. Eliza opting for some early magic resist, but we get a Nocturne ultimate in the bot lane. Shibby, it is targeting Klexo on the Aphelios. They're trying to knock down the ADC. They finally succeed, but the ultimate came out, dealing some damage. Keeter's the only one left standing. Cornell playing around this bottom lane beautifully. Failwin and Cheese Ravioli. This is what we were talking about, right? Failwin, a big opportunity to roam around the map and make plays happen, and he's doing so really well.
Yep, with the Nocturne as well here. Nico, no clue. Oh, she's in the mid lane. Yeah, I was going to say the point I was bringing up, so you don't get tricked by the Nico clone earlier on, is that if you tab and Nico's not missing on your portraits, but you see that she's highlighted, she's probably hiding as one of the minions. So that's how you guys can tell. Quick tip, if you ever are facing a Nico, just press tab. If you see her highlighted as your portrait, highlighted as the portrait, but you don't see her on the map, she's hiding in the minions, guys. But obviously nobody's going to be doing that all the time. Everybody falls for it. Even at the highest level, people will fall for that kind of stuff. They disguise themselves as minions. They disguise themselves as plants, gromps, whatever. You'll get caught by Nico, even if you're trying to play around it all the time. As the Mountain Soul, or Mountain Dragon, sorry, gets taken down here. But a good engage potentially from Cornell.
Doubtful gets deleted off of the map as Wind King goes down as well. And here comes Cornell College Shibby picking up 2 kills despite losing the objective. Rift Herald might be next target for the Cornell squad as they make their way up to the top side of the map.
Yeah, and the Aphelios Darius just not working out. Typically, Aphelioses like to be supported by an enchanter. Think Lulu, Soraka, Karma even, right? These champions that can really empower them with the Ardent Sensor, that kind of stuff. Maybe we'll see that build from Prank still with the Malignants into Ardent, just help out Klexo. But I'm going to say these dives weren't that helpful. As now we see a TP from Prank here.
Talking about the support, Karma, he's coming down to try and help return to the bot lane. Teleports from the mid laners now joining the fray.
Oh, wow.
Failwind immediately weaves his way out of that whole combat experience, and Cheese Ravioli is going to be left alone on the top side of the map. Heater might have a response to his attempt on Rift Herald, but Eliza's also up there. She's going to be able to help support the jungler here, try to secure the objective. Meanwhile, Doubtful with his Yomu's Ghost Blades just running all over the place. Purdue Northwest bouncing around the map with these enhanced explosive cones, just moving around so much farther than I'm used to seeing, but it's a Chemtech Rift, and they're going to be bouncing around all over the place.
Another Chemtech Rift for us. I think that's our 4th one.
We're on a roll.
Since yeah, I know. It's kind of crazy.
Oh my gosh! It's Wind King! Surprise! Shut down in the bot lane.
Ooh, and like I said, everybody falls for it as now we're seeing some drifting into the top lane. Turret might go down here. Oh.
Eliza bringing out the ultimate, trying to take down Peter. The turret does eventually fall, and
Peter?
Eliza, a solo kill in the top lane. Cheese Ravioli, I think, was just recalling. He was like, she's got this.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's Alawi in a 1v1, right? That's exactly what she wants. That's always what she's going to go for. And look at the components she was sitting on. A Caulfield Hammer and a Spectre's Cal. Like, she wasn't even, you didn't really have that many items. Like, Sundered Sky was on Keter. It's just, that's how good Ilawi excels in the 1v1 in the side lane. I'll be interested to see if Eliza actually ends up going Hullbreaker that we used to see a lot of Ilawis go last season. If she just wants to be the side lane threat. I'm more than happy to see that because realistically, a majority of Purdue Northwest's team is not going to be in your tentacle range, right? It's realistically Darius and Viego, and that's it. Nico's going to be hidden somewhere else. Karma's going to be throwing Mantra Qs. Aphelios will be most likely outside of your range. So if you can drag the Karma, drag the Darius to your side lane and force somebody to match you, you are much more valuable that way. And letting Cornell win the 4v4 with the Nocturne, with the Talia, splitting the team of Purdue Northwest apart is a much more viable strategy in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. As Cornell, they have a little bit of momentum. Purdue Northwest, not a lot of vision beyond the river. It's actually Cornell College, who I feel are in a bit of a good spot with their control of the map. A lot of solid vision being put down, and we'll see if they can keep the momentum going. Eliza's got a little death brush going. She's just going to run it. Prank misses the test of spirit. Doesn't have... it looks like the ultimate's back up. Peach is going to join up here, help things out. Frank not on his usual top lane carry. Test of Spirit connects.
Oh my.
Cheese Ravioli flies in for some assistance. Chain of Corruption plus the Maokai ultimate. Everyone's going to be rooted up here. So much damage from Klexo, but the ADC goes down. Now it's a lethality. Doubtful Darius Assassin getting taken down. So much damage, but not quite enough. Cornell College wipe Purdue off of the map here on the top side of the map. And Shibby, they might be playing spoiler today as they hope to take attack off of Purdue's perfect record here through the round robin.
Yeah, they could just do it here. Although Wind King hasn't really participated in a lot of these team fights. It hasn't been because he doesn't want to. It's just because he hasn't been there, right? Cornell has been using the high mobility of Nocturne, of Talia, to get to fights before anybody can even answer. Also, a little bit misplay from Klexo using the Blast Plant to Blast Plant into 3 people as Aphelios. You never want to do that. You typically want to keep yourself out of melee range. But really well played from Cornell, just collapsing on Prank, punishing him, and then taking the ensuing fight, knowing that Wind King just cannot be there. Because what does Nocturne do, Mac? He prevents TPs from coming in because you cannot TP when you're blinded.
Busted, as I've learned. Very solid. And throws off some of the enemies. They're like, guys, I can TP totally to this. And then it's like, oh, the lights go out. Cheese Ravioli goes in for another engage. Wind King gonna try and knock everybody up, but Sweet Peaches is on a wonderful rampage. Chain of Corruption comes through. Cornell College are taking these fights very cleanly. Cheese Ravioli, despite going down in a lot of these, it is the carries that are feasting. Failwind 2 items on the Thalia, 2 items on Akutso's Varus. They're doing pretty good here. They're going to get a second dragon of the game. And Chibi, they're going toe-to-toe with Purdue Northwest.
Yeah, and the Edge of Night is so nice for these team fights on Varus, specifically because it kind of disables the burst from Nico, right? She typically likes to hit you with like the ultimate, then the EQ follow-up, or maybe she'll EU, then ultimate, then Q follow-up. It negates one of those spells, which is so crucial to her damage rotation, right? So very, very well played. Very good itemization from Ikutso, but also realistically, you should never be in range. It's just kind of a safeguard measure. Like, hey, if she sneaks up on me, we don't see her, she disguises as a minion, I still have Edge of Night ready. So it's on Prank to really remove some of these spell shields with the mantra Qs, right? So that you can set up Wind King and set up Keter to start popping off in some of these fights. We haven't seen a true 5v5 from Purdue Northwest, which is where they excel, because Mantra E is just absolutely insane for champions like the Viego, like the Darius, who can kind of get in and stay in the pocket very, very well.
Meanwhile, Eliza's going to meet Pranked on the bottom side of the map, while the rest of Cornell College look to group around the top side objective. Baron Nashor has spawned in Cornell College, looking for... They've been doing a really solid job, as you mentioned, taking some of these fights without full numbers. Eliza somewhat struggled in the side lanes in previous matches, but this is an advantageous matchup as Cheese Ravioli looks for a pick onto Doubtful. They're going exploding into the mid lane. Doubtful getting low, but the red and white of Felios in the back line is not going to be able to have the pop-off opportunity he was hoping for. Cornell College turn and run after taking down the support Darius. They're maybe looking for more. As Failwind uses the Weaver's Wall, they're going to try to catch out Klexo. Failwind has to flash away. It's two people knocked up by Wind King. Klexo still in the backline, Chibi. He's firing away with the Calibrum turret. Cheese Ravioli able to answer, taking down Keter. Klexo still above 50% HP, looking for more shots to connect. Failwind backs away, rides the wave, and Prank joining the rest of the squad. They're going to be pushing up mid lane, Chibi.
You saw Ikutso, right? Not getting caught out by Wind King's ultimate simply because of Spell Shield. So they only knock up 2. Cheese Ravioli was able to walk it out here. He's a little bit tankier because he has the experimental Hex Plate plus the Black Cleaver. That's a little bit of health, a little bit of beefiness on the Nocturne. Allows him to kind of not get bursted out by Wind King, not get completely destroyed by red and white from Klexo. I thought that was Klexo's moment to pop off, right? 2 item Aphelios, red and white guns. He can fight this. He can kind of win it, but unfortunately just did not have that oomph ready. He's at 3 items now with the LDR, so he might just be able to start turning these fights around. He's had some very good Moonlight Vigils here, right? Really big ones in some of these fights that have kind of kept Cornell in check.
Absolutely, and big for Cornell, I think, to take that fight, get some advantages. They're now going to go back to Baron, start up the objective. Eliza has teleport coming up. Frank has it already available, though, so he might be able to move up to the top side of the map a whole lot quicker. Cornell College, they can see clearly a bit of an advantage for them. Baron Nashor affects the map in different ways here. They've got a solid position to back off here with this new updated path. Doubtful looking to get the double pull. Coming in a lot of damage from the Moonlight Vigil. Wind King finds 3, but it's not enough. Akutso's still safe in the backline, barely hanging on, but firing one arrow after another. 2 kills going over for the price of 1. Failwind goes down. Klexo barely survives. The top laners staying in the split push as Cornell, they continue to win these close fights.
Yeah, and just going into a corridor against Varus is everything he wants. He's able to hit that piercing arrow through multiple opponents, right? Kills the Nico, kills the Darius. I don't know how Keter and Klexo are supposed to go into that. They are just going to get chewed up by the meat grinder that is Cornell College. You need Prank's Mantra's Ease to take these fights, to close the gap on Ikutso, but to also negate some of the damage that's coming back, right? Like, Prank needs to be in these fights. You don't pick Karma to side lane. You pick Karma to team fight.
Oh, goodness. Cornell, how are they going to be able to close this one out, though? They've
That's
been
the grand
dancing
question.
around Baron, haven't been able to secure it. These fights keep going their way, though. Hopefully they'll be able to find something there. Wind King baiting the rest of the team. A lot of damage from Failwind's to Leah. Peach is able to really play around these objectives quite well. You have a lot of setup with the saplings that make it difficult for Purdue Northwest to walk into these objectives.
Things on Baron.
PNW, they don't have to fight around this dragon, right? They're not on Soul Point. Cornell College, yes, they get onto Soul Point here, but PNW, I think, choosing wisely not to fight around this one. Instead, they're going to position around the bigger menu item, I'll say, the Baron Dasher, potentially a bit bigger of an impact here. We'll see if Wind King is able to set up a bit of a bait here with the Nico. He's been making a lot of surprise plays so far throughout this match. See if he can come through again for Purdue Northwest, as the recall actually does not go through. I don't know if they... Wind King, no, we see. I'm trying to keep... I've been losing track of him consistently, so I'm trying to do my best to keep track of where the heck Wind King is, so we can be ready for a surprise. We've been getting surprised. I know Cornell College has been getting surprised as well.
They have been getting duped a little bit here and there, but I feel like Wind King's Nico madness is slowly winding down here, unless he can kind of disguise himself as a ward, as we do get a flash of the gold here. Yeah, you can see who's in the lead, right? Mid lane, Cornell College. Talia's doing a very good job. Top lane is even, despite the beating that Eliza took early on. Nocturne is far ahead of the Viego. The only real big lead for Purdue Northwest is Klexel on that Aphelios, which is probably the champion you want the big lead on, right? If you're Purdue Northwest. You want Aphelios to have that lead. You want Aphelios to really be ahead. And that's saying something, considering Varus' item breakpoints are a little lower because he's going lethality. The fact that he's still 2,000 gold ahead keeps him above the damage curve for Varus.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see as the team's position around Baron. Doubtful has a hook. The meat grinder of Cornell is coming out. The twisted advance. The branch is coming through. Prank not having the impact he really wanted. And it's not really pranked at all. It's Wind King trying to look for an area of opportunity. Eliza's keeping Pranked occupied. Wind King there finally reveals himself. It's a big pick. It is only Doubtful. It's that lethality Darius that is trying to do some devious dunking, but is falling up a little short. He's getting quickly blended up by the Talia rocks, the Maokai roots. It's tough to engage and just run at this Cornell team. They have a lot of options to sort of break that engage up.
It's even tougher when you've gone full lethality Darius and not Darius and not tank, like you mentioned, right? If this was Deadman's, if this was like a run at you tank Darius that can just get the pull in and let the rest of the team do the work, completely fine. But the fact that it's almost always Doubtful dying in these picks, I'm not surprised. The guy's 1-9. He's the squishiest member pretty much on the team. Why not just burn cooldowns to kill him? Get control of Vision Baron, right? Vision on Baron and stuff like that. Leave Eliza in the side lane. She's doing work. She's going to be banging on Purdue's Tier 3 very, very soon right now. And she still has TP for this fight.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Engage comes through. Keeter gets a pick there onto Failwind. The star mid lane for Cornell goes down. This might open up the opportunity for Baron Natcher to get started. The objective begins. Purdue Northwest have their sights set on the objective. It's up to Peaches. Ravioli looking for the steal. Can he do it? He's stunned up and taken down. Purdue Northwest, they've secured the objective. Well, Cornell try to respond. They get an inhibitor on the bottom side of the map, trading across the rift. It's about even at this point, Shibby.
Yeah, I mean, they get the bottom lane Tier 3 inhibitor for Cornell, but Purdue Northwest make a really crucial pick onto Felwyn, right? And that just starts the Baron for them. They're like, okay, AP magic damage down. We don't have to worry about getting bursted out. We don't have to worry about the Baron shredding our MR and them getting a really massive pick. Cheese Ravioli with the flash, unfortunately, just went through the side instead of trying to ward over. They didn't really have any control wards, so they had to kind of face check what the Baron HP was at. Really good lockdown from Purdue Northwest to stop the DPS on the Baron, to turn on the Nocturne, and then redo the Baron. Very, very well played. Purdue Northwest were just looking for that one pick, that one fight, and they finally got it, but they had to give up so much for it, right? Tier 3 inhibitor is no joke.
Eliza's switching sides of the map. She's going to get down to business on the top side now. Finish what she started in minute 1 of the game. Starting on the top side of the map. Going to try and dish out some damage. Failwind, meanwhile, getting pranked on in the bot lane. Prank so much damage from the AP Karma. Level 17 is now going to try and rotate up.
The top.
Keep in mind, Cornell on Soul Point. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. They get a big advantage with the Chemtech Soul as Eliza with teleport available, keeping the split push going.
And this has kind of been Cornell's biggest weakness, right? Is just kind of dying before objectives, not really prepping them correctly, not understanding the timing, and Eliza might just go down here. You can take 1. I don't think you can take 2.
The Collector execute, I think, ruins that game plan as Purdue Northwest going to be able to secure the objective. Dragon preventing Cornell from getting that Dragon Soul. Critically, these past few minutes have been going completely the way of Purdue Northwest. They're getting down to business, Shibby. They want that perfect record. Can Cornell hold them back and prevent the 7-0 from coming to fruition? We'll see, Shibby. It's a close game. Cornell still with the lead, but feels like Purdue are starting to siphon away some of that momentum.
Yeah, Purdue Northwest are finally finding their footing, but also you gotta look at it. Aphelios is gonna be hitting 4 items very, very soon, and oh my god, a Night's Flash pull!
Doubtful looking for the engage Failwind, trying to buy time, but he's just gonna get dunked on. Doubtful popping off, but Akutsu away from the fight, firing arrows after the engage started. Unreal.
Look at bottom lane! Look at bottom lane!
Oh my gosh, what the heck is going on bot lane?
Eliza could TP.
Recalls coming through. Purdue Northwest are going to respond to the minions. Cornell College worried about the fight on the top side of the map. Still no hole breaker. Surprisingly, I think for Eliza, with so much split pushing, I think we'd kind of expect to see that item.
Yeah, I was expecting to see it as well, but maybe it's just not as good as it was before. It did get some changes, some reworks. I would call it nerfs potentially, depending on who you talk to here. Not the greatest, not Hullbreaker of old, right? That's the issue, really. And so probably values, I would argue Eliza probably values the tankiness, the survivalness with a different item potentially versus just building Hullbreaker and praying that you can split push your way to a victory.
Yep. So we'll see objectives. We have a little bit, I feel like as our classic mid-game pause with after the first Baron, between the second one, Dragon goes down relatively quietly. Purdue Northwest, they were kind of down, and I think that Baron was to try and help them stop the bleeding. Some big item completions coming through. The ADCs are on their 4th items. Klexo, this Infinity Edge for the Aphelios. The lethality Varus, yes, you have the poke damage, but this is where Klexo is going to pop off as we get word from our producer. Briarcliff has taken a game from Ohio Northern. Our Dark Horse Mustangs picking up a sneaky win to finish off the last round of the round robin.
Yeah.
Candy Corruption goes wide.
Yeah, and with that, right, with ONU actually losing, Purdue Northwest, this game is inconsequential to their rankings because they have locked in first place. Because they can only go 6-1 at worst, and ONU is already 5-2. That also puts Briarcliff at 4-3.
No way. Oh my gosh, Klexo! There's that late game Aphelios.
I mean, just from downtown, right, able to pick up a kill. Onto Peaches, not the worst person to lose if you are Cornell, though that's part of your engage. That kind of helps you wrap up with the Nocturne here. Is you might see a very big ultimate.
Oh, wow, the supports are traded. The late game carries have arrived. Cheese takes down Keeter. Cornell College pick up 2 kills in response. We got Baron in 30 seconds. Purdue have lost their jungler.
Purdue have lost their jungler. 45-second death timer, although Baron's up in 30 seconds. So if they want to do this, they have to be really quick onto the trigger here. They could be afraid of Wind King potentially coming in with a flank right onto the Baron pit. Just absolutely shredding through everybody. There's a lot of poke from Prank as well. So they have to be decisive. Either go for this Baron or look to shove an advantage in the bot lane. Get your waves and lane shoving as bot lane is shoving towards Cornell. Top lane is shoving towards Cornell right now. So they maybe either value their wave states or they just rip the Baron and fix it afterwards.
Big macro decisions, Cornell. This is what it comes down to. Eliza's now grouping with the team. They realize what's at stake. They're not taking any chances. TP not available for the Cornell top laner. They're going to group up. Everyone's got their elixirs going. I see Eliza with Elixir of Iron. This is what we talk about, these fun late game fights. Shibby starting off the day. 36-minute match. It may go to 40 minutes. This is what the LAN events are all about. Klexo, full item for the Aphelios. Guardian Angel going to be a difference maker.
Yeah, will allow him to kind of re-enter the fight if it goes a little too long here. Felwyn has to be on point with the Legos, right? The moment that Guardian Angel goes down, you throw down the rocks and you put it over him. And now Purdue Northwest, they have to make the trade. Cornell can just do Baron. They're on soul point. They don't have to worry about the extra Chemtech Dragon. And so Purdue Northwest are booking it towards the Baron right now. But with the pit changes, they'll just take this and be completely fine.
Oh my gosh, they say sayonara, we'll catch you at the next one. Cornell, exactly right, Shibby. They force, it's kind of like a chess game, right? They're like, well, check here, yep, check, you gotta go to Baron, because we don't need it. We mostly want Baron. It's gonna be huge for Eliza in the side lane, now pushing Baron empowered minions, gonna go for that top side inhibitor turret, while the rest of the team groups up mid.
Yeah, and we'll see what Cornell can actually do. The siege is okay, right? They've got the Varus poke, they've got the Talia. It's just they have to be able to hit these turrets here against Karma, against Nico flanks. They have to be really wary and tracking this Nico right now.
Oh my gosh. One Mantra Q, 50% of Failwind's HP, looking around for some healing. Not going to really be able to get it. Eliza pushing in that huge top wave. Failwind getting dunked on. Doubtful found his target, is going to keep the fight going. Full stacks plus the dunk, huge stair rack shield. Don't want to be testing Eliza on the top side of the map, but Doubtful and Klexo pass with flying colors. Another inhibitor turret goes down, but Cornell losing 2 members. They're going to have to back off. Teleport coming in. Wind King is pushing. It is long death timer. Shibby, we are deep in this League of Legends map. Eliza's down for 40 seconds. Failwind for 30. 3v5. Purdue Northwest, they see their opportunity.
Fix your wave state, guys. Make sure that you have minions pushing in your favor, because this is what happens if you don't correct your waves. Cornell are able to TP. They get to tier 3. They might be able to get a little bit more, even against Baron empowered minions. Mid lane is pushing as well. Cornell College do have a top wave pushing into them, so maybe Eliza with the TP up can go up top, as we do see a potential engage.
Cornell's going to try to keep Purdue here. Doubtful runs away, going to try to get some healing from the plants. And Purdue pretty much played that as best they could. They navigate the fight beautifully. Failwind gets caught out, unable to use Zanya's, can't flash away. And Cornell, despite getting the Baron, they're the ones losing parts of their base.
They just are not respecting flash engage distances, right? They understand that, hey, Darius, I'm out of Darius pull range. They don't understand that Darius flash pull doubles that range, right? So what happened is Failwind stepped a little too far forward, ate the Mantra Q, and then eventually just Doubtful saw the opportunity, got the flash pull dunk, and was able to take him down almost immediately here. Failwind has to be a little bit more cautious of their positioning and also respectful of the flash engage ranges, because Wind King right now has the ability to flash pop Blossom onto Cornell College.
Close game here. Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. Eliza might get caught out here by the bot lane duo, but the apprehend goes a little bit wide. And it can't connect. Doubtful misses out on that opportunity. Big engage here in the mid lane. They're trying to catch out Peter. He has so much health. Cheese Ravioli getting low, but the pick comes through. The percentage health damage coming in clutch. Doubtful now running in. Ghost popping up almost. Doubtful getting quite low though. One arrow, one more rock coming through. Wind King has been just constantly, I feel like, throwing copies of different people, but the
Yeah.
flash Q, oh gosh, it goes wide. Pranked getting rooted up. Peaches maybe going up a little too far. It's a lot of damage coming through as the Weaver's wall comes in. Failwind going to try and help his teammates. Wind King dodges the seismic shove.
Failwind's in a really
Failwind,
bad
no
position.
flash. Could get caught in Klex, so burns him down with the flamethrower. Shibby. Purdue Northwest take down the mid laner. That's going to be huge.
Talking about Felwyn, watching their positioning, the flash Q missed from Ikutso onto Doubtful here, was almost able to secure that kill. Keter's coming up. There's a potential for a 5v4 here in this base, although by the time Keter gets in, Felwyn should have
Oh
spawned.
my
You see the pop
gosh,
blossom?
Wind King finds 3 members of Cornell College. So much damage as Klexo, the GA, is popped.
Eliza?
Akutso still alive here, and Eliza trying to be a big
No
difference
mana!
maker, but there's the Karma Shield you've been worried about all game long. Akutso, the kiting is challenged, and Doubtful dunks on the hopes of Cornell College as they're
10
now
seconds.
pushing in 4 members down. The mid laner coming back, Failwind 8, 7. Time is running out as Eliza tries to go in, but another member falls. The ace comes through, and Purdue Northwest are going to be finishing off the round robin in perfect fashion. Failwind, the double kill at the end of the game, not enough to save the base.
And it was positioning. Cornell had the right ideas. The moment they saw Doubtful and Klexo in that bot lane trying to go for Eliza, they pull the trigger onto
Yep.
Keter. They kill him, but then they take a little too long. They muddy around. They don't know what to do, and they almost kill Doubtful. Felwyn flies in on the opposite side, is on the wrong side of the wall, the wrong side of their team, goes down to the Aphelios. And I think that's kind of been the story of that game, right? The solo laners getting caught out, not being on the proper timings, not being with their team, or you could argue that their team just not able to support the solo laners, right? They're backing off while Felwyn's going in. There's some miscommunication there. Cornell have the right steps. They have the right thought processes. They just need to be on the same page. They almost beat Purdue Northwest here. That is a good sign for good things to come.
Absolutely, and I think for what a lot of what we saw in that game, we were like, can Cheese Ravioli step up on the Nocturne? Can Failwind make some plays on the Talia? They were quite proactive with a lot of their ultimate usage, not afraid to really contest Purdue Northwest. So a really, really close effort. And again, we like a lot of what we see from Cornell. Really good management, I think, especially even around some of those late game objectives, right, Chibi?
Yeah, I was very impressed with them, their ability to trade objectives, with their ability to just really kind of understand that, hey, they put Purdue in a checkmate situation that you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Check here. If you go over index onto Dragon Vision, we're going to start the Baron. We have a way out because of the new Baron kind of rift changes. They can kind of slide on out, but they just weren't able to use their Baron effectively. They got kind of hungry for that game-winning end, and they kind of over-aggressed. They didn't let the lanes come in. They weren't fixing their waves, which is very important. That's something they need to work on, right? Making sure all their waves are pushing in, making sure that even if they take a bad fight, Purdue Northwest can't get a lot off of it. Because if that bot lane is pushing into Purdue Northwest instead of pushing into Cornell, even if they lose that team fight in the mid lane, that would happen with Felwyn dying and they were able to push 3v5, Purdue Northwest wouldn't have been able to get so much off of it. So just remember, guys, fix your wave states. Make sure they're pushing when you have Baron.
Yep. And we're going to hop into a quick break as we get ready for our post-game interview, talking with the perfect Purdue squad, finishing off the round robin in 7-0 fashion. Don't click out of that browser. We'll be back in just a sec. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the MEC Clash LAN. We are joined by, once again, the new PNW top laner, Prank himself. Is that a different Pikachu plushie, or am I seeing the same one?
No, it's the OG. It's the OG. Don't worry.
Frank, I'm gonna ask you, do you feel dirty playing Karma Top? Do you feel slimy, disgusting, gross? Do you feel... Come on. There's no way you feel good playing that champion top lane.
I want you to know, Shibby, I loved Klepto Karma. I love Klepto Karma Top.
Oh my god, you deserve to be
I'm
jailed.
a rat.
You deserve to be jailed. You are the worst. Oh my god. Okay. In all seriousness,
Oh, goodness.
Your closest match, I would say, of the round robin, were you sweating bullets a little bit?
Yeah. Okay. I said that draft was so bad because we were having fun with it. It's 10 a.m. League of Legends match. And
warming up.
We're like, yeah, we're warming up, and we're like, all right, we're a little behind. What are we gonna do? And Doubtful's like, bro, just go in. I was like, how? What do you want us to do?
Did you not want to play the Darius and the Alawi matchup, or was that always going to be a Darius support?
It was always Darius support. I was saying Karma. I told you, I'm a rat, Chippy.
Oh, my lord. Oh, man. Mac?
Oh, gosh. What can we even ask about Prank? I'm gonna go for the route of the winner's bracket coming up. You make it through the round robin perfectly. Going in, I think the 4th seed might be Briarcliff coming in. Any thoughts on the potential matchup between the Mustangs?
They've gotten a lot better since last year. Some improvement. Unfortunately, they have to play us the first round, and we played them day one. We played them last weekend for CLOL, so like, I'm sorry guys, this is just like really unlucky.
I mean, Briarcliff said that when they're on, they're the best team. They're the #1 team in the league. I guess they just haven't been on against you guys. I'm gonna be real. Final question from me, Frank. What has the experience been like for the single round robin, right? Did it go the way you guys expected, even though you guys were playing with a substitute jungler? Were you expecting to drop a game here and there or anything like that? How has that kind of, I guess, expectation been?
I mean, we did come in with like the for fun mindset, hence, our superstar duo playing bot lane together.
Oh yeah.
But we talked with like Grandview, and we were like, y'all, this ain't like, we're not trying to reveal anything here. So, we're gonna do a little for funning, and whatever happens. Although like we do still want to win because
of course
we gotta stay at top dogs.
Yeah, it's like that thing. It's like yeah, we'll play, but I'm not gonna go easy. Like I still want to win, so I can clown on you later, right? That's how it is.
Take one back.
Oh, goodness.
That's a Briarcliff support.
Oh yeah.
Uh-oh, he's pissed. He's coming. Ah!
Watch out.
Oh, he's grabbing
That's
the
what I love
headset.
about.
Oh
No, I don't know if they can hear us.
How you gonna
Raymond.
How you gonna flame me on stream?
I didn't flame you.
Come on, bro. It's messed up. Oh, the Raymond. Nice.
Oh, look at that.
Hey, man.
Yeah,
so,
he's quick at that.
how's the land? Do you like the land?
Well, that's pretty fun. I need tickets. There's a big plushie I want over there. I gotta add it to the collection.
Yep.
Get you one, you big.
No, not the. There's a big like white cat one over there. It's on like the other side.
I always knew you were a furry, bro.
What?
I always knew you were a furry.
No, I'm a plushie guy. You take that back.
It's different. It's
flamed-
different.
Hey, he flamed me out.
Fair enough.
Okay, Mac, final question before this interview gets even more out of hand.
Oh, goodness. Well, it's all love, I feel like, at the MEC LAN vibes. Prank, before we let you go, do you have any new shout-outs for us for the post-game interview, or even a fun fact or your favorite sub event of the MEC Clash event?
You know, I suck at fighting games, but like so does everyone else, like on the team and like all the GVU guys. So we sit there, like we played like Guilty Gear, we played Smash, and we played like Mortal Kombat. And we just sit there like spamming all the buttons with each other, and just like whoever wins wins. So that's been pretty fun.
Yeah, you're lucky me and Mac ain't there to clean house on Smash, bro. You're lucky.
You run me. You run me.
Probably. Hey,
Just you
run
wait
me in
for
league, it's
doubles.
cool. That way. All right, well, that's perfect. Mac, get us out of here.
All right, Craig, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you,
We hope
guys.
to see you later. Wish you the best through the championship bracket as PNW look to keep that perfect MEC Clash record running. We hope to catch you later, man.
See you guys.
Alrighty, that's going to do it for our coverage of the first match, but the MEC Clash LAN event day number 2 is just getting cooking. And if our first match was any sign of what's to come, I sure hope you'll stick around for some more CLOL action. We're going to hop into a quick break as we get geared up and ready to go for our continuing coverage, but don't click out of that browser. We'll be back after the break.
Hi, everybody. Kendo Slice here at the MEC Fall Championship. We are live in Westville, Indiana, and I'm here with Miami University's Adumti. Good to see you, my friend.
Yep.
Want to start off with a question. What does esports mean to you?
Esports means a lot to me.
Yeah.
I mean, since I was like 12, I went to my first LAN, played competitively. I think esports has been around me pretty much my whole life. It's a part of my life for sure. In general, it just means a lot. Like, just the way it's impacted my life and the things I've done and the experiences I've gotten to have because of esports.
Nice. Something perhaps maybe you've learned over the last 3 months of league play.
I've learned that it's good to compromise. It's good to always be able to be that team player that's willing to do things for other people. And honestly, sometimes you don't want to do something, but you end up finding that it's actually an enjoyable experience. Like going to this LAN, I wasn't personally. I had to put things aside to come to this LAN.
Exactly.
Yeah,
There's a lot of
and I'm
sacrifice.
very excited to be here, and I'm glad I came here and had this experience. So I've learned like it's good to have compromises.
Yeah, that is amazing. And then, of course, there's a little bit of team aspect that goes into that. You're constantly working, and that was what one of your teammates said.
Yeah.
Team building is such a huge part going in and out of league play, both in and out of the game and life. How does playing on a LAN feel a little bit different here? Of course, we have the environment, and you get to feel everything.
Yeah. It's great, honestly. I mean, since I was young, I've been playing in LANs, and I think that a LAN is always going to be different than playing at home or like a facility, like you said.
Yeah.
I just feel like playing at a LAN is so electric, energetic. Everything matters.
Yes.
Every round win, every small mistake, everything matters, right? And it's like that feeling you get after winning just a round, a map, a series is nothing beats that. Even at like if you're at home, it's just casual, but when you're at a LAN, that feeling, that energy, is great.
On top of the occasional roar of the crowd, perhaps you have a favorite moment from this last semester, esports moment?
Semester, this is an at-home tournament. It's called Red Bull Campus Clutch.
Yeah, okay, I'm very familiar.
There was a weekend where we played for like 10 hours. It was a tournament. And it was just great vibes all around. We had so much fun. And I think that was one of our great memories that like we just had so much fun in those 10 hours just playing.
I love that. Here we go. One last question. What are you looking forward to as far as the next 3 months go in esports?
I'm just looking forward to building experiences with my teammates, more connections. Having experiences like this is great, honestly, just for team building and having fun. And I just hope to continue to build these experiences in esports, which I'm extremely grateful for.
That is absolutely fantastic. Well, I want to thank you again, Doomsy, everybody from Miami University.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the MEC Clash LAN event. My name's Mac Dewey. Still hanging with me in the casting booth is my main man, Shibby. And boy, oh boy, did we get an explosive start to day 2 action, finishing off the last round of the round robin. PNW able to secure a perfect 7-0 record. They're going to be cruising into the championship bracket. We get a live look at the standings. For our next match, we've got two teams looking to shake things up on the bottom side. It's the Drury Panthers taking on Cleveland State.
Yeah, and they're going to be going through their final round robin match here, right? 2-4 Drury Panthers versus the 0-6 Cleveland State University here. I think it'll be really interesting, right? If Campbellsville ends up losing and Drury ends up winning, because then you get a tie for, I believe, what would be 5th place here, right? And you also would get a tie for what would be technically 6th place, because Cornell just lost their match, right? So I'm not sure how tiebreakers actually end up working. I don't know if it's like common opponents or depending on who beat who, right? Like, say, for example, Cleveland State lost to Cornell. So even if they're tied, Cornell would have the winning record technically because they beat CSU in the head-to-head. That's how I'm assuming it's going to go. So not too many crazy shenanigans here. The undefeated record for Purdue Northwest. And I think the big surprise that we kind of mentioned earlier, Briar Cliff University beating on ONU. Very surprising there. We saw how strong ONU looked yesterday. They beat GVU. We saw them have like one of our only sub 30-minute games. I think it was 25 minutes. But Briar Cliff, like, again, one of those teams that when they're on, they look like a damn good team, and looks like they can beat anybody in the Midwest.
Yeah, they talked a little bit during the interviews yesterday, Shibby, that they felt a lot of their early struggles to start the season, it was on them. And so, cool thing about MEC Clash, we're just going to brute force a bunch of games on you. So they've played more games, I think, over the past few days, potentially than all of, well, it's probably pretty close. We've fit like 2 weeks of MEC action into the span of just about one day. So we take a quick look at the rosters. Jason Simon up in the top lane. Rocco Kaizix Sladicki in the jungle. Adam Shoes Schuler in the mid lane. Matthew Scrub McLord and Sean Aqualad Brown in support.
I love how you didn't even attempt.
I didn't. I couldn't
name.
even try. I'm so sorry, Matthew. Much love, my guy.
I think it's Nia Scoozer. Let me know if I'm right, Matthew. I don't know. I've got a weird name too, so I understand. But yeah, we did just see that roster for Cleveland State. I'm very excited for this matchup. Drury slumping a little bit, right? Quick Slice looking like the man. I wouldn't be surprised if he's been one of those hard carry players, even in their losses, but you can't have all your eggs in one basket. We've got to see Drury's mid laner, Orion, really step it up. Looked very good in the actual MEC regular season so far, right? Had that Hui pick that was like dominating, right? Very, very good.
Yeah.
Now we've got to see him kind of flex his champion pool a little bit. Let me see what else you can carry on, because I know Orion is the player that can put the carry pants on, that can be there with Quick Slice in this duo solo lane carry mentality. You let Fat Cat do the engaging. You let bot lane worry about getting everybody lined up. You guys just need to knock them down here. And I think a big thing for me is, like I said, Orion stepping up to the plate here as we do get into the draft. Drury on the blue side, Cleveland State University on red here. Typical bans we should be seeing. I saw Travesty's tweet yesterday. Everybody loves Zinzao in the MEC, apparently.
We did see quite a bit of it. I feel like Nocturne's one of those other picks that's been really popular throughout the weekend. I feel like we've had a lot of people turning off of the lights consistently. Drury, they are just flying through the first phase of bans, Shibby. You blink and you might have missed it. It's already done. 3 ADCs taking away from Mr. Scrub McLord himself. Add it to the counter. Karma not banned away. But Shibby, dare I say, these might be some of the two teams that might not pick it, but Fat Cat knows I'm adding it, knows that they need to be punished for for not banning away that karma on red side. Shout out Fat Cat for picking that up. But it's a tally. It's 3 games, Shibby. 3 games it's happened. And if you're able to get Emerald on it, you know, then if they must be bannable. I'm sorry.
Ouch! Ouch! I play 1 game of Karma support when you see me. I'm a jungle main through and through, but I had auto-filled support. Ow! Ow! All right. Anyways.
That's the first episode.
That was bad. I hurt my heart. I didn't think you'd turn on me. Cleveland State University taking the Nyla or the Neela Tarek, a pretty solid lane in its own right, but I don't like having the Tarek this early because Tarek ultimate, one of those ultimates that can get baited out so famously, and Drury just said, you know what? We're not even going to play into your game. Lock in the Zarya, lock in the Janna, denies the Nyla engage, right? Or I would say engage, right? The dash in into the apotheosis. The Janna just able to completely monsoon that away. And if CSU try to go for something cheeky, like a full engage Tarek composition, where they just run at you with like Hecarim, these kind of champions, these high mobility champions, oh, well, you know what? Janna's there to monsoon that as well. Drury University, kind of a crazy composition here. I would like them to round it out with some tanks, with some beef in the front line, to allow Zeri to kind of play with the space given.
Yeah, absolutely. First phase of picks goes through. Annie locked in probably for shoes in the mid lane. And Malignance plus Tibbers is pretty brutal. I'll be honest. I played up against it like once. I was like, oh, I'm not having fun in League of Legends right now. I'm getting demolished. But we'll see if CSU, for our lore junkies, MEC fans, they'll know CSU and Drury met, I believe, to start the year. At the end of week 1, they were our Monday night match, and it went to 3 games between these 2 squads, Shibby. So Drury ended up coming out on top with the victory. CSU hoping for I think some revenge against Drury for taking the regular season matchup, and I think they're also hoping try to get a dub before the end of the round robin here.
Yeah, and Cleveland State locking in that Nocturne that we've seen so popular in the MEC here. And when I talked about Drury's team, right, and I said who needs to step up, right? Quick Slice obviously has been a mainstay in that top lane, very, very good, has single-handedly dragged Drury to victories by himself on champions like the Gragas and other carry-orientated top laners. But Orion as well, a player that really needs to kind of lock in the mid lane and really kind of put the pedal to the metal and put those carry pants on, because with this bot lane here, you're playing more supportive. We might see the Orion Karma mid with Quick Slice taking that Cassante here, a very powerful champion, tanky as can be. Have to respect it, whether it's 5-0 or 0-5. I like that pick for Drury to kind of round out this composition. On Cleveland State side, for me, the 2 highlight players have been Scrub McLord and Kha'Zix. I know Shoes has been very good in the mid lane, but I think the engages, the damage kind of runs through both Kha'Zix and Scrub McLord, right? That's why we see 3 80 carry bans being thrown out from Drury. They respect CSU's 80 carry immensely, and rightfully so. On the right champions, on the right picks, this guy can win you a game single-handedly here. Neela, the perfect champion that can do that. The setup is there. We see the Gwen locked in as well. I love the fact that Kha'Zix is taking the Nocturne and allowing his team to just go to work, right? You got the Annie engage covered by the Nocturne Darkness. You can get flanks off with Gwen covered by the Nocturne Darkness. There's a lot of things that people don't really account for when they're playing against Nocturne when the ultimate goes down. They don't understand that, hey, we could be getting flanked, or there could be somebody engaging from a different angle, and that's how you use Nocturne to its full effect, which I think all the MEC teams have been doing a very good job of doing.
Yeah, starting to figure things out a little bit, going in on the right people. We'll see. It's probably going to be a bot lane focus for CSU. Jason, I feel kind of like a lot of times left on an island in the top side of the map. It's going to be a bit of a challenge against Quick Slice. I'd honestly say newer champions for back in the day, this is not what top lane looked like. Cassante versus Gwen. This is kind of a I'll say Zoomer top lane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Gwen loves kind of picking into tanks, although Cassante breaks the tank mold a little
Yeah,
bit.
right?
Does damage, can still kill you if he takes you through a wall.
Not my
has a lot
top
of-
laner. Back in the
Yeah,
day, we
yeah,
had
he's
tanks
not-
that tanked.
Yeah, he's not just like a Scion or an Ornn, right? He can punish you. The really interesting part for Drury is where this Wukong kind of fits in. I just a really good champion, got a lot of buffs, but I don't know if it fits into the style that Drury wants to do here, as we see both teams loaded onto League of Legends here.
Summoners, welcome on to the Rift for the finale of our round robin here at the 2024 MEC Spring Clash at Deerfield, Illinois. Again, want to give a warm welcome to everyone participating at the event, competing. Wishing you guys all the positive energy from us here on the casting booth makes it down to y'all there at the LAN. Wishing y'all the best. Cleveland State versus Drury. And Cleveland State, I think, hoping for some revenge for Drury taking it over them in the regular season matchup that we saw in week number 1. Standard picks pretty much across the board. We were talking about the fresh blood for Drury Panthers. Quick Slice obviously has been huge in the top lane. And Orion, a young mid laner who's been really, really fun to watch, has kind of struggled in the LAN event overall. But on this Karma pick against Shoes' Annie, hoping he finds his footing for the team as they look to finish off with a win.
Yeah, not too crazy rune variation here from anybody, although Kha'Zix has the Conqueror on the Nocturne. I prefer Lethal Tempo, but, you know, it's a stylistic choice. Allows you to kind of stay in these fights a little bit longer. We've also got Aqua Chad on the Glacial Augment instead of the actual, like, typically what we'll see is potentially, like, the Green Tree. We'll see Aftershock potentially. We could see some other rune choices here. Guardian, also a very popular rune choice typically for Teryx here. But this guy wants to go and he wants to reduce the damage if he stuns anybody. So very, very reliant on him hitting those E's, hitting those abilities here. But Scrub McLord on a big carry-orientated champion, right? We've been asking for this for a while. I think we saw him on some Jhin earlier yesterday. He's going to be getting a lot of his champions kind of picked away and banned out. So I want to see what he can do on this Neela and see if he can actually just kind of take the game over.
Yeah, exactly. I know in my experience, I've had that happen to me on my solo queue games where Nyla can absolutely do that and just start, you know, even late game once the Collector Infinity Edge starts rolling. But Kha'Zix actually maybe opting for an early top lane gank, something we haven't seen a whole lot from CSU, but it could work out here. Shibby, as Quick Slice is going to pop Ghost, does not have the flash, going to try to slow down Kha'Zix, goes unstoppable, but the fear catches him. A knockback
nice
is going to try and weave out of this gank. He's trying to get moving. Jason looking to catch up, dashing in. First blood goes over to CSU, catching Quick Slice off guard there. Kudos to CSU. Kaiser going to try to respond.
Yeah, I really like that from Kha'Zix, taking advantage of Quick Slice's poor wave management, we'll say here. Is going to have to burn that TP in the top lane, and Jason getting that kill, very good for the Gwen, right? Can start exerting more and more pressure onto the Cassante here. And 2-3 item Gwen is absolutely disgusting. With the new Riftmaker changes, obviously they go, I believe, Riftmaker into Nashers, and then they round that off with the Death Cap. She just rips through your team with the needlework here, especially if you've got champions like both the Wukong and the Cassante in your face. This Gwen is going to do so much work, right? It's going to be, how does Orion, how does Yuno play around this? As Scrub McLord and Aqua Chad are bringing it to Yuno and Fat Cat right now.
That could be a really fun bot lane to watch as this game keeps on going. Fat Cat and Yuno going to try to survive the aggressive onslaught that comes with Nyla and Tarek. A lot of dashing around, potential stuns, and then it's even hard to take them out. You get some defenses from Nyla's W, as well as the Tarek ultimate healing and shielding. Gonna be fun to watch. Kha'Zix looks to maybe get another gank off in the mid lane. Orion does have flash. Gonna be a bit of a challenge. Kha'Zix on the Nocturne with his summoner spell as well. Here we go. Should be Shoes getting low, but the Nocturne is here. Orion dodges the Nocturne Q. It's gonna make it a whole lot harder to follow up. And he's able to escape the gank.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kha'Zix can't even go for the flash for flash trade because Shoes is just so low on mana and HP that if he tries to follow up, Orion might just be liable to kill him here. Does relieve a little bit of pressure. Shoes is going to TP into the mid lane here. Orion just doing a really good job showing you why this Karma should be completely banned on red side every single time. It is so broken in the top lane, in the mid lane, in the bot lane. Jason?
Taking a turret shot, and Quick Slice responds with a kill of his own, down but not out. Quick Slice gets a solo kill.
Yeah, really nice knockback from Quick Slice here to put Jason in turret range and just get him that little extra bit of damage needed, because if he doesn't take that turret shot, Jason probably kills, right? Because of just how much damage and lifesteal that she has and all that kind of crazy stuff here. Quick Slice, really well played, evens out the lane here, and Cleveland State, once again, it's they giveth and they taketh, right? They have a really good play, and then they just have like a misstep. They get a little too cocky, they get a little too arrogant, and they just misplay. And I feel like if Cleveland State can obviously do more, right, on the proactive plays, on the plays that can help set your team up without getting too cocky, they can fix their game. Their record does not really indicate how good of a team they are.
Absolutely, and Kaisek's going to try to get a dragon with the bot lane pressure in his advantage, but Kaiser's moving immediately down after getting the first 3 Void Grubs. We may have a fight in the river. Shoes is level 6. Orion is as well. Kaisek's a little down in the jungle role. He's down a level compared to Kaiser, as here we go, Shibby. Wukong starts off the objective. Kaisek's going to try to get some vision, get some healing going. Stun misses. Aqualad getting low. Going to try to heal up some of the Taric healing as well. Dragon might be the one dealing the most damage out of everyone, as a huge little tornado there catches a whole lot of people. In Cleveland State, actually, despite initially having the bot lane pressure, they have to back away from the Dragon, and it's Kaiser who gets the first 2 objectives of the game, while also being about 20 CS ahead.
Yeah, typically what we see is the jungler that goes for the grubs will have the dragon traded, but in this case, Kaisek's a little slow to the wheel, bot lane as well, not really being able to get there in time. Mid lane prio for Orion just absolutely through the roof with this Annie, or with this Karma. So just shoving Annie in, not allowing the rest of the team to kind of congregate around the dragon. Jury's able to go from grubs to dragon and get both objectives. Very, very well played. They don't have to make that trade, as now Orion's just all-inning Jason.
Quick Slice.
Tank.
Oh my gosh. 2 solo kills. Yeah, that's a tank.
That's a
That's
tank,
a tank,
guys.
Shibby. Yep.
Unfortunate for Jason.
Looks
just
legit
taking
to me.
a crazy amount of damage. They're not respecting Quick Slice's Cassante, and Jury just having an insane draft advantage here. Just champions that are just omega into what Cleveland wants to do, right? Karma, so good with Cassante and Wukong, allows them to get in with the Mantra E-Shields, allows them to just kind of stay in that back line, stay as the frontliners as well, potentially, if they decide to just give space. Janna and Zeri, very, very safe bot lane, right? Get them out of lane, they'll start wreaking havoc. Zeri got a little bit of buffs here and there, right? A little bit of AD base added, and also 20 seconds shaved off the ultimate. But the big thing is that Zeri is in a spot where bot lanes, if it's like this, where there's a lot of these aggressive Kalista Dravens banned out, and you can pick Zeri and you can make it work in the bot lane, getting out is amazing. As now Jason, once again, just going to get ganked.
Can't flash over the wall. Cyclone dishing out so much damage. Quick Slice trying to run over, dashes over the wall. They're going underneath the turret. Shibby. Kaiser taking a whole lot of damage, but manages to escape, and Quick Slice goes on a killing spree. 2 levels ahead of Jason up in the top lane. He's having himself a game, despite getting ganked early, like literally within the first few minutes. Quick Slice, that won't slow him down, as Kaisek's level 6 in the bot lane, trying to make a play happen. On the other side of the map, there's the Cosmic Radiance, there's the Paranoia. Everybody's immune from damage. But so far, they're not dishing a whole lot of it out. You know, at 50% HP, Fat Cat pretty much full health. They're going to be able to try and look for this, you know, maybe getting too cocky, trying to step up with their high health bars. But here comes Kaiser, no ultimate, but a whole lot of damage. Takes Kha'Zix down. Scrub McLord ghosting, has to escape. Aqualad getting low, but he's going to get followed. And Kaiser and Fat Cat with enough damage, CSU, they can't pull off the dive on the bot side.
A beautiful monsoon from Fat Cat. The moment Kha'Zix went in, that monsoon came out, blew everybody back, and yeah, Kha'Zix became invincible with the Taric ultimate, but the gap was already widened. They could not get through. They had to burn multiple flashes, and by that time, they wasted enough time for Kaiser to rejoin them in the bot lane. Mind you, Wukong ganked top, dove, recalled, was able to go down, walk himself to bot lane. That's at least 30 to 40 seconds of stall time that happened with Drury based off of that Janna pick. And also, obviously, you know, on that Zeri skating around here. Cleveland State were forced to do something. They felt like they were kind of backs against the wall. And so they tried this dive bottom lane. You saw the idea, right? With the Taric ultimate, dive the bot lane with the invulnerability, and then look to put the Zeri lane back. But this Janna pick just super mega in this bot lane. I know Fat Cat has been playing it in solo queue. I have him added. I didn't think he'd be able to bust it out just this early.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, Kaiser going to head back to the top side of the map and pick up a potential another trio of Void Grubs, which would put the Panthers at that wonderful 6 grub mark, which makes it so that the Panthers will be spawning 2 Void Mites as they attack the turrets. Very nice advantage there. Gonna help Quick Slice in the side lanes with his pushing power, as well as the rest of the team get turret plates. Because Shippy, we still got a little under 3 minutes of turret plate action left, and with Orion pushing in underneath the turret, he's hoping to cash in on some of that advantage.
Yeah, and we haven't really panned too much of this mid lane matchup. You see that Shoes is ahead in CS. But the turret plates that have gone down, the pressure that Orion has put on Shoes, despite being a CS lead, it feels like Shoes is just constantly backed into the corner. As now another bot lane dive.
This is Quick Slice teleporting in. Jason's going to try to join as well. Quick Slice is the first to join, though, and Kha'Zix is getting low. It's a triple stun there as Cleveland State backing off. Jason's on the ADC. How has nobody died yet? Chibi as the Taric ultimate comes back up. Scrub McLord finally falls as the Cyclone Storm comes through, and it's a complete wipe for the Panthers as they get 4 kills without losing a single member on the bottom side of the map. Panthers popping off. They're going to get yet another objective.
Huge monsoon value there. Just massive from them. I mean, just look at what happens. How do you kill this Drury composition? You go in, you get Monsoon. Mantra E comes in. Wukong ultimate comes in. You cannot close the gap here. It feels so impossible to play against. 9-1 kill scoreline, a 4,000 gold lead for Drury here. They are in complete control, and they have the late game composition. They have Zeri Janna in the bot lane. It should be Cleveland that should be dominating the early game, looking for these skirmishes with the Nocturne, with the Annie, with the Neela, and they are just losing out on every single fight.
As you've said all weekend long, Shibby, the first few Nocturne ults set the tone, and those 2 bot dives set a troublesome tone for CSU's future in this match. Quick Slice 2 levels, just about 1 at least complete full level advantage for the top laner. Cassante 4, 1 and 2 item already complete. He's got that Hollow Radiance. And Drury Panthers, this is about as good of a note as they could hope to end the round robin on, as they look in, I hope are feeling pretty darn good about how this early game has gone so far. Now they're going to be looking at closing it out. Quick Slice has to be careful. Here comes Kha'Zix on the Nocturne. Ultimate is available. Might get spotted out, though. Kaiser's on the top side of the map as well.
Drury just have complete control of the map right now. They're taking that dragon, like you mentioned, Ocean Dragon. We should see them fighting. I mean, not fighting. They should just have complete control of this Rift Herald that's up right now at the 14-minute mark. Push for Orion and also Quick Slice in the top lane. Kha'Zix can't do anything. He's not allowed to walk to this side of the quadrant. He has no control here.
Yep, rooted down. Kaiser on a killing spree at this point. Drury popping off, man. This is crazy to watch. Stun's gonna go wide. Look how fast Fat Cat and are moving around. This Zeri comp. We'll see Scrub McLord using the ultimate. They're gonna try to pull something off. Here comes Tipper. Shoes in the bot lane has arrived. Stun there onto and they finally are able to lock down those pesky Panthers in the bot lane. Fat Cat underneath the turret flashes and kills Shoes. Oh my goodness, with the Zephyr. Able to finish off the CSU mid laner, and that might open the door for Orion picking up a turret of his own. The Rift Herald goes down on the top side.
Yeah, Rift Herald goes down. Quick Slice is banging on that tier 2 turret. I don't know if Jason and Kha'Zix can kill Quick Slice here. The guy is super tanky. He still has All Out available. Like, Kasante's not a champion you want to mess with if you're not prepared to bring the heat.
You best come correct. And Quick Slice might actually be the one to start the fight first. Takes up all that gold from the new Krugs there. Quick Slice going to knock back, trying to use his W there to push back Kha'Zix even further. Didn't want to use the ultimate though. Shibby backing off, playing it safe. These solo laners both level 11. Jason on the Gwen, only level 9. Kha'Zix 8 on the Nocturne compared to Kaiser's level 10 on the Wukong. Panthers are ahead here, 4.5k gold.
Yeah, at the 16-minute mark as well. The bell has tolled, right? You're behind, right? You look at the kill score. Okay, we're down on objectives. You're really losing when the objective bounties have rung here. Look at the flash of gold here. Top lane's up roughly 2,000 here. Jungle's up about 2,000. Mid lane is actually relatively even. Karma's only up 600 here. Bottom lane actually in the favor of Scrub McLord here, surprisingly 65 to 5,800. But yeah, I mean, a lot of that gold onto Quick Slice, onto Kaiser, who have just been doing a fantastic job being in and around these skirmishes, and Quick Slice just massively outplaying his lane opponent here in Jason.
Oh wow, Kaiser didn't want to get stunned up there, uses the flash. Meanwhile, we've got action all across the rift as Jason going to try to pick up a kill with the needlework, trying to pin Orion a new suit. See if something fits. He just has so much move speed, so much... the root helps out with escaping as well. He's able, despite Jason using Ghost, Flash is enough to get on out of there.
And Quick Slice taking out another turret for himself here. Has the Demolish proc plus the Void Mites, the 6 stack of grubs. Just kind of a menace in this bottom side here. Both mid laners of each team have been relegated to match the top laners. I don't think either of them are well equipped. I don't think Orion's gonna be able to handle Jason too well, and I don't think Annie can kill this K'Sante here. They got to bring everybody in for Quick Slice here, 1v4.
Shibby, you said they best come correct if they come down into the bot lane to handle Quick Slice, but here comes the response from the rest of the Drury Panthers. Quick Slice locking up Aqualad, making it very difficult for this Taric support to get down to business. The rest of CSU realize that this is not their fight for the taking. They just back off after they were the ones that kind of started the fight there. They weren't ready for the Panthers responding just like that, and they are on a crazy Dragon Soul pace here. This is Soul Point at the 18-minute mark.
Yeah. 5 more minutes after this, 23 minutes, and they'll be on Ocean Soul. And if you thought K'Sante was unkillable now, oh man, Ocean Soul is going to make it a whole new problem here. It's going to amp that to 1,000, and I don't think anybody's equipped on Cleveland State side to really deal with this. You have Neela building Collector. You've got no pen really on anybody. Malignance is not going to really do too much damage here. Nobody's actually slotting into any armor or magic pen, and K'Sante's already built the Spectre's Cowl. He's already got some MR on top of the Merc Treads. Quick Slice is liable to just 1v5 Cleveland State, I'm sure.
Let's see. Baron going to be spawning up here shortly. I know the Panthers mostly just going to be getting their lanes set up correctly. Pushing in bot, pushing in top. Their foot is on the gas pedal completely. They're trying to take over. Solid vision control as well. A lot of blue scrying orbs getting put down. So much defensive warding. When you're putting a control ward in your own red side jungle, you're wanting to just try and make sure you're safe. Not getting a lot of info on where the Panthers are lurking in the jungle. It's going to be a bit of a challenge as the Void Might push begins. Everybody gets to with those 6 grubs. Kaiser's clone getting low. It's going to be Quick Slice tanking up so much damage. The teleport coming in. It's Jason trying to join the fight, but it might be too little too late. Scrub McLaurin trying to make it happen. The Monsoon going to heal everybody up. The health bars are full, and the onslaught continues. Panthers wiping CSU off the rift in the mid lane. Shoes left standing. It's going into a room that's already on fire. What is going on? Nothing to help out with there. Mid inhibitor, Rift Herald getting summoned. Shibby, this could be the end of the game.
Oh, it's not could be. It is the end of the game. 20 minutes in, and this might be our quickest game of the day here.
So many Void Mites, oh my gosh, they are flooding the base as it's only the Nexus that still stands, and the Drury Panthers come through. Shibby, this is crazy. They're usually used to being on the other side of these 20-minute games, but hey, it's a new season. They're doing different things, and to finish off the round robin, they might just have gotten our quickest game time against CSU. They closed that one off super cleanly. Just grouping up, just group mid. Just send it down mid.
6 grubs, Herald, fed top laner, check. All right, let's just end mid. We got it. 20-minute victory. Really well played from Jury. They wanted to get out of here. They wanted to experience the land just as much as I would like to or you would like to. So they were like, you know what? We've got plushies to win. We've got pasta to eat, hot dogs to munch on, chicken tenders to consume. So Drury, really well played from them. Complete control. Omega draft, right? Karma, Zeri, Jana, that kind of stuff. Just amazing into what Cleveland State wanted to do. Completely countered it. Well played from the Drury Panthers here. And I mean, that was just a masterclass in ending the game.
Yeah. And I think I heard word on the street was that some Drury fans were in attendance. So hopefully they got to see that pop-off performance. And Shibby, if you've ever wondered what goes into running an esports event like the MEC Clash, between your team helping you run the event and the audience that is attending the event, the people are the first thing that you have to consider when setting up an event. So if you want to learn more about how people power an esports event and more, for everyone in chat, type !top 5 and check out our article, What It Takes, Top 5 Things Powering Esports Events. We're going to hop into a quick break as we get geared up for the post-game interview. We'll be talking to one of the Drury Panthers about their victory here to finish off the last round of the round robin. Don't click out of that browser. We'll be back right after the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the MEC Clash event. We've got another post-game interview for you, and joining us is the Drury University jungler, Kaiser. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, fellas, how you doing? I'm happy to be here.
Hey, we're hanging in there. It's Sunday. Happy Sunday, man.
Thank you.
First question, Kaiser. I feel like we hyped Drury up a little bit coming into this event. Obviously, you're probably not at the record you want to be. Is it the expectation that you guys had for yourselves? What was your guys' mentality going into this tournament? Have fun, just whatever, or were you guys trying to kind of like obviously win everything, go undefeated, that kind of stuff?
Well, obviously, if best case scenario, we'd love to win everything. But realistically, one of the things that we have to think about is we're a very new team. We have, a formerly platform mid laner who is stepping up to the plate, doing his best. He's ranking up. He's working on how he's playing. New player though, right? So a lot of pressure going up against some really experienced players in the mid lane who've been in competitive league for quite a while. And I'm new to this version of the team. I'm trying to kind of reinvent myself as a player because last season and semester I wasn't really happy with my performances. And we're just kind of learning how to communicate and mesh as a team. And so honestly, our attitude from this is, we didn't win as much as we'd like to, but we're learning. And I think some of the recent games have shown that we have room for improvement, but we are improving. I think this last game was a pretty good example of kind of cleaning some of the cracks up.
Yeah, absolutely. And for you going from last year to this year, what's been big for you to make that adjustment? Who's been helping you out most on the team, would you say? Is
Honestly,
I know Quick Slice I've heard is a big in-game leader for you guys, but walk me through some of that growth process.
So for me, the dynamic really comes down to, Gabe is in a lot of ways our shot caller. He's very definitive in things. He's very decisive in what he says a lot of the time. But I want to give a lot of credit to Seth, Fat Cat. He is kind of our out-of-game leader in a lot of ways. He's the guy who tries to keep everyone's mental up. He's the guy who tries, connect with everyone and make sure we're all happy. He's been a really good example of how to be an esports player for me. Not overreacting to things, letting things kind of slide off your back when people are being BM or whatever it is. I really have a lot of appreciation for him. And also, I want to give credit to everyone on the team. Matt's become one of my great friends. I love the guy. He doesn't talk a lot, but he's fantastic. David, really in terms of his mental and in terms of how he behaves as a person, is a phenomenal team player. He's a real step up, from my previous experiences. I love him as a player. Obviously we have some cracks in terms of, play on all of our parts, but as a team, we get along well. We're all friends. I like the dynamic we've gotten. And I think honestly, that's why I like it so much.
Yeah. I would argue probably having a good mental is probably the best foundation, right? You can work on everything else afterwards. You kind of mentioned some of the issues. What was the biggest thing for Drury coming into this tournament to work on? If you could name one thing, right? Like, hey, we want to come into this tournament working on this, and we want to come out of it better than we were 2 weeks ago.
I think it's communication. I think that would be the number one thing. I think we're a little indecisive in some of our conversations around objectives and target calling and all that. Sometimes we just go dead silent during the middle of a team fight and we're all just hitting random people and then suddenly we're losing. And it's like, wait a minute, you didn't call any targets. And that kind of thing, is our biggest, I think, point of weakness, or at least it was coming into this. And I think the last 2 games we've played, we've done a much better job of it, even though I believe we did lose one of those. I think our target calling was better. Our setup was a little more communicated. We still do need to work on that, but I am happy with the improvement we've made to communication.
Yeah, for sure. Before we let you go off of the post-game interview, Kaiser, I do want to give you a moment. I know we've been talking a lot about the team and y'all's process and stuff, so you've already given up a fair share of shout-outs, but want to give you another moment if there's anyone you want to thank or shout out before we let you go.
Yeah, I want to thank both my parents. They both showed up this weekend to support me on
Nice.
this. I want to thank my dad for buying me my mouse. It's cool to have parental support and to have more people involved in the scene. Coming into the rooms and seeing everyone's family supporting them. It's a great environment, and it makes it feel a lot more meaningful. It makes me glad I'm doing what I'm doing, and kind of gives some credibility and seriousness to esports that I think people should have. I'm just grateful for that.
Well, Kaiser, we appreciate you coming to join us, talk us through what's going on over at the Drury Panthers squad. So we appreciate your time, wishing you the best for the rest of the weekend, and we hope to see you again soon.
I appreciate it, and we like you guys, so thank you very much. Take care.
That's going to do it for our coverage of the round robin, Chibi, but we've got more MEC Clash action to cover. The round robin was just the beginning. We've got our here at the final standings. The top 4 teams are going to be participating in the final bracket: PNW, ONU, Grandview, and BCU Briarcliff. We've got some really hype teams. We've been watching them all weekend long. Can't wait to see how they do against each other. I believe it's the 1-4 team versus the 2-3 team. So our first round matchups are going to be Purdue Northwest versus Briarcliff and Ohio Northern versus Grandview. So very exciting matches coming your way soon. We hope to see you there. We're going to hop into a quick break as we get geared up. Actually, not a quick break, an extended break. I believe 30 minutes. So stick around. We'll be back in a bit. Championship bracket action is starting soon.
Howdy, everybody. We are here at the MEC Fall Championship, Westville, Indiana. It is Kendo Slice alongside Ferb, Smash representative for Miami University of Ohio. Now, Ferb, the question of the day throughout has been, what does esports mean to you?
What does esports mean to me? To me, it's a social outlet. It's a way to meet people that have the same interests as me. It's a way to represent my school.
Yeah.
It's a way to, kind of like get to be myself. So I'm very thankful that I'm able to do things like this.
Yeah. Great opportunity to do so. Opportunity also for learning, which I segue into my next question. Through the esports program, has there been anything that you have learned, indoctrinated over the last 3 months?
Yeah, so I go to Miami University, but I'm actually, so I like to say that I'm a student before an athlete, and over these last 3 months, really being able to, find a key balance and, learning more about myself and, how to, live more balanced lifestyle, keeping the grades up and also, keeping, me being good at games. Trying to find a nice, healthy balance. I think that's been a lot that I've learned about myself.
So being able to maintain that balance also helps the self-mental
exactly,
and keeping everything forward-facing. You're the best version of yourself when you are the best version of yourself. But in order to do that, you have to make sure that you keep yourself in the condition to do so. If there's nothing else, Tom Brady taught me that one. I just don't eat avocado ice cream.
That's real.
That's real talk. Anyway, let's get to actual real talk.
Okay.
LAN. Like, we're in a live environment. Do you enjoy LAN as a process? Is it good, different for you, or maybe there's a little bit that goes into it?
So LANs for me, it's kind of like a rare opportunity, something of this size. Yeah. But I think it's really cool to, so we've been playing mostly online with all the teams in the league, finally be able to, put faces to names. It's been such a really cool experience, and I really like the atmosphere as well. So, to me, this is just another big esports event. So, because we go to a lot of local stuff at Miami. So, but actually traveling out, it's actually such a cool experience. But I could talk about the actual gameplay differences of LAN to Wi-Fi, but LAN's always going to be better.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know the actual differences, there's the thing called ping.
Yep.
You know how your Zoom calls are fuzzy? That's ping.
It's something else.
Just imagine an input. Press a button. 5 seconds later.
And then you wait.
Ping. Yeah. Those of us who just spam buttons, we don't know what ping means. We're just spamming buttons. Anyway, what is your favorite esports moment from Fall 23?
Fall 23, okay. I'm sure a lot of my fellow teammates talked about this, but it was Riptide 2023. Yep. It was a big major event held here in Ohio. There's around, I think, 700-ish entrants, maybe. Around 700. But yeah. I did really good there. I placed 17th. I beat a lot of really good players. Specifically, my favorite esports moment would be. So I was in the losers bracket making a really good losers run, and I beat 3 really good players from Philadelphia specifically. And so for a while there, I was number 1 or prime target, enemy number 1 in Philadelphia. It was really interesting.
I love it. There is also not only collegiate camaraderie, there is city camaraderie.
Oh, 100%.
And it's always Ferb in Philadelphia is what I've understood from that. Last question.
All right.
We're looking forward to esports over the next 3 months, going into next semester. Is there anything specific that you're looking forward to?
Specific-wise, so I actually have this hand brace. I've been having some hand issues, so I'm going to be switching controllers. If you've seen more traditional fighting games, some of them have giant boxes.
Yes.
So I'm going to be switching to that, so I'm really excited to see how I do in the future with that.
That is going to be very interesting. And, of course, we'll get to see more of Ferb here with MEC Play. The switch over to the arcade box, I believe they're called, essentially?
It's something like that. Yeah. There's a lot of different names.
Yeah. But it's going to be switching controllers going into really good play on top of it. It's going to be interesting to see how
I'm excited.
Information for the commentators. You better be paying attention on this one. There's a controller switch coming. And hi there, everybody. We are back at the MEC Fall Championship. I am here, Kendo Slice, with Lombardi, a member, a Falco of the Miami University Smash Squad. And the question, of course, has been, what does esports mean to you?
Oh, esports is, I love competition. That's what it means to me. I like competing. I think it's really fun, but I think also it's a lot about watching my teammates succeed. I think that's also like, equally as good. I think that's amazing.
I love that, especially when you're able to relate it to seeing others lift it up, too. Of course, with what you're doing in an esports program, it's an opportunity to learn at your school. Has there been anything that you've learned that you want to highlight over the last 3 months?
Well, I recently became captain or a co-captain of my team, so I've definitely had to learn how to manage everybody and everything. So that's one of them for sure. I've learned a lot of patience just in game. You can't run at everything head on. Sometimes you just gotta wait it out. Yeah, I don't know.
I like that.
Lots
I
of
like
stuff.
that. It's a lot of real life application there as well.
Yeah.
Gotta ask, the LAN environment. I know it's probably not your first rodeo, but how awesome is a LAN?
Oh, it's so much better than online. It's amazing. Like you can, and even when you're not playing Smash, which there's a lot of Smash to be played, you can. I went over there and played some Minecraft. I went over there and played some Overwatch. Like it was very fun. Yeah.
There is quite a bit to do. My personal favorite will always be the retro consoles. I'm not dating myself.
I saw some people playing Crash Bandicoot right here. Yeah.
Crash Bandicoot.
Man, that game's 25 years old.
Mercy. I love that game. I am not dating myself, honestly. I am at least negative 36 years old. Anyway, back on track because, as I mentioned before, they closed the snack shack and all of a sudden my brain's out the door. Favorite esports moment of this last semester?
Ooh. This last semester, it's been a lot of Wi-Fi we've been doing. I think one of my favorites I just love playing with the team. We always like get together in our esports lounge and we just like crowd around one monitor and cheer each other on.
Yeah.
But for today, watching Ferb 14 stock in his first crew battle, I think that was amazing. He took
14.
He almost just completely sweeped by himself. It was crazy.
Almost a solo ace on 5 people.
One hit away from taking 15
that is
stocks.
Absolutely mental.
It's
so
insane.
Awesome that you can relate that not just to yourself but to a
Oh,
team member. So that's brilliant. You consider Ferb. I'm not sure if Ferb even covered that himself on that one. So looking out for the friends right there.
Yeah, gotta watch them. Looking
forward to the future though.
Oh, for sure.
Last question here. What does the future look like? What's something that has you excited for the next 3 months?
Well, I'm excited to play tomorrow. We're in Grands tomorrow, so that's gonna be amazing. Yeah, but for the next 3 months, I don't know, just more league games, more crews.
Yeah,
looking to be better. I don't know.
Okay, here comes the most important question.
Yeah,
because I feel like it's time to ask it. Who wins the MEC championship tomorrow?
We got it. I think we got it.
Got it.
We got it.
They got it.
It'll be fun, but I think we got it.
Well, Lombardi, I do appreciate the time. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Hanging out for the interview.
Unified welcomes you to the following presentation of the Midwest Esports Conference. Here at the MEC, we partner with schools all over the Midwest to create premier gaming experiences.
The most common angles that the operator plays. This is like second to only B long. Fight is likely having a leg shot, but they're too slow. Hariri lands a perfect headshot.
Laying in the damage zone and them on out. Going into A4, look at Sage. Laying in the middle.
Sage?
Laying in the damage. Going in revenge for their honey.
No way!
Sage Wabe gets the quadra kill.
That was
So it kind of sounds fun, so I'll give it a chance. And then we end up playing in high school the next 2 years together. We've been playing ever since. So you kind of taught me the game. We've been playing on a team since then, and then now we're in college, so we can't play together anymore.
We do love all the players, even the ones we shit talk. We love you all. We love you all.
Body Pluto looking for the plank. Trickster waiting, maybe looking for the steal. Pluto has his engaged. The scatter of the week comes through. Watch Levi though. Levi hasn't been touched just yet, but the damage is coming through. The melt line gets melted. Jinkwall on a killing spree, and all of Ottawa goes down.
Why? Those don't go in. It goes off the sidebar.
Starting to come out. The flash is popped. The Rolling Thunder is utilized to perfection. And now it's all on Thiessen. But Thiessen just keeps on going.
Welcome to the MEC. Enjoy the show.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the MEC Clash LAN event. My name's Mac Dewey. Still with me in the casting booth is the myth, the man, and absolutely lives up to the legend, Mr. Shibby. How are you doing? We're headed into the championship bracket. Gone are the days of the round robin. 4 teams stand at the top, ready to claim the title as Clash victor. How are you feeling?
Championship bracket. I'm ready to go. Top table teams going at it once again. Some looking for revenge. Other looking to put them in the dirt once and for all. It's like the older brother, little brother, when they hold you back with the hand. That's what I believe Purdue, Northwest, and ONU are trying to do here.
Yeah.
So crazy bracket. I don't think that's how we would have expected the top 4 though. Purdue, ONU, then GVU, then Briarcliff. Yeah, I don't think anybody had those 4 making it in the championship bracket in that order.
Yeah, absolutely. So very interesting. Yeah, the results of the round robin, Purdue Northwest finishes out undefeated, taking down every single team who crossed their path. ONU finished 5-2. We have a little bit of a standings of the lookout of the championship bracket. The 1 seed versus the 4 seed. Purdue Northwest versus Briarcliff is going to be our first match, followed by Ohio Northern taking on Grandview. So starting with Purdue Northwest versus Briarcliff, we've been talking, and Shibby, I know you were talking yesterday about the grapevine, about the whispers in the woods, about this Mustangs squad. Briarcliff has really shown out here at the LAN event, finishing 4-3, taking a game off of the 2 seed Ohio Northern to work their way into this championship bracket.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? ONU is taking on a team they've previously beaten already this tournament, and Purdue obviously taking on a team they've previously beat this tournament. A lot of different upsets, right? It would be interesting to see Purdue, Briarcliff and Ohio Northern match up once again, but this is just kind of how the brackets work out. Briarcliff, upset potential, right? Purdue Northwest, if you don't take them seriously, you already heard earlier our interview with Frank, right? Briarcliff was already like, Raymond was already like, you're already talking smack. You're already messing around. They get to face off in the bracket here, though. They'll probably still go with Wind King in the mid lane, who, by the way, has been very impressive, right? Like, just can play Nico. Can play the Akali. This is the actual original starting 5 rosters for both of these guys, although Toponer is out, and we have Marquez or Keeter in for jungle. Frank stays in the top lane. Doubtful and Klexo, the mid-jungle duo, actually go bot lane, and Winking, the AD carry, ends up going mid lane for Purdue Northwest. As well on the side of the Briarcliff University, everybody is in their rightful places. Oxy, Mike, Hammer, Zero, and Raymond here, all in their respective roles. And by the way, Oxy has just been a flash in the pan kind of crazy top laner that I've gets 5 banned. Like some games he's getting 5 banned, some games he's getting 3 banned. Like what is the issue, man? Stop the Oxy hate.
I think it's really interesting to see how some games we've got, like CSU's Scrub McLord gets banned out like crazy. Some players get the treatment. Some players, pop up on the scouting report. You got to shut some of these guys down, or at least try to. So that's a lot of teams' game plan headed in. And honestly, after talking to some of the BCU players, they might be fine with that strategy against them, Shibby. It opens things up potentially for stud in the mid lane. Hammer has been showing out quite well as well. So very interested to see how he kind of stacks up. Purdue Northwest, likely based on Toponer being kind of out. They'll be rocking with a bit of a different lineup. And so I think it'll be interesting to see if Briarcliff are actually able to abuse that. Camera in the mid lane, Mike in the jungle, really fun to watch as well. So should be really fun. We get a few of those matchups in the MEC where all eyes potentially have to be on the top lane. As you mentioned, Oxy versus Prank. Certainly going to be really fun.
Yeah, two carry-orientated players, right? People that love to play these, the Gwen, the Darius, Cassante, right? I call Cassante carry-orientated, even though he's a tank, because that guy has just so much impact in the game. We saw what happened last game, right? Drury, Quick Slice just absolutely took over the game. He's liable to just win you the game, right? Tanks, usually when they get super far ahead, they just become really tanky. They kind of become unkillable. No, when he gets really far ahead, Cassante becomes unkillable. He can kill you. He can take your whole team. And he can get out scot-free. Yeah, he's everything. It's a wild, wild world we live in when Cassante's in the game here. So might be a highly contested pick for about both of these guys. Could just be banned out completely. I hope we get into the down and dirty, the pockets of both of these guys for their top laners. Like 6, 7, hell, give me 10 top lane bans. Let me see what you guys are working with.
It is important to note the championship bracket is single elimination, so one loss and you're out. The first round matchups between the 1 and 4 seed, 2 and 3 seed. So this game, best of 1 is still the format. No best of 3 until the final series. The 2 teams left standing after these next 2 matches will go toe-to-toe in our standard best of 3 format. Get some adjustments and adaptations potentially. And so it'll be interesting to see. It all comes down to this very match, though, for the teams if they want to move into that final of the MEC Clash event. I mean, all these teams coming in, traveling long distances. This is what they came here for.
Yeah. Best of 3 will be interesting, right? Gives you second chance, right? You lose game 1, it's okay, it's chill. You have 2 more games to prepare. Also, the best of 3 meta that kind of happens where, you ban this out, I'm going to take this, you take this. It always gets super, super interesting here. But you first got to get there, and Briarcliff University have a tough road ahead of them. How would it be if they end up winning the whole thing, right? I mean,
pretty
technically
sweet.
Now, in the championship bracket, doesn't matter what you went in the regular round robin. Everybody's 0-0, one loss, you're out. I mean, Briarcliff could easily flip everything on their head. They said if they're on, they're the best team in MEC. I want to see the 2 of the best teams potentially in MEC go at it. I want to see Purdue Northwest and the on version of Briarcliff go toe-to-toe here. Will be really interesting to see. I'm so excited. I want to see Mike pop off. I want to see Oxy. I want to see Pranked. I want to see a back and forth slugfest haymakers.
Yeah.
We've been getting a lot of them today, actually, and yesterday, right? 30, 40 minutes. We've only had 2 games that have ended in 20 minutes or 30 minutes or less.
Yeah, within that 20 to 30 minute window, Shibby and I have gotten used to some, I'll say, for a lot of these coordinated teams, if they're able to get an early lead, it's, I feel like, only natural for them to potentially get that snowball rolling and some games a little early. but the LAN environment has just been totally different. These teams competing, I think, really stepping up, competing at a high level. Some interesting comps for sure have crossed our screen today. I didn't have Darius support on our bingo card, so I think it will be interesting to see if the teams are going to get kind of down to business. I know there's a lot of pride on the line for these squads vying for that title, the best team in the MEC. In Shippy, this season, it might be the closest race we've seen before for that hunt for the title for the best team. There's a lot of good squads. I think anyone in this top 4 could potentially work their way into that conversation with some good performances here to finish off the event.
It'll definitely sway some of the power rankings potentially, right? I mean, it depends on how much onus you put into the tournament, right? Frank said it best, right? We're not trying to give too much away, but we're still trying to win. Like, that's the thing. Nobody likes losing, right? If you compete at any sort of level against other people, yeah, you can say, I'm going to take the day easy. I'm going to be a little bit chill, but you don't want to lose, right? You don't want to be that guy that has the excuse of, oh, we didn't really take you that seriously, blah, 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 blah. Well, you still lost, and that's still going to hang over your head. So I expect every team to try to win despite the compositions that we see, the interesting picks. I don't think Lexo and Doubtful are going to go into the Darius support again. Did not look like he had a fun time. Half of the game was spent on the death screen, right? I think he had like 11 deaths at the end of it, even though they still won, wildly enough. But we are going to get into draft very shortly here, and any picks, Mac, that you think are going to crop up, right? We've seen the Nocturne, the Xin Zhao.
Yeah.
Anything that you wanted to see that you haven't seen yet?
Well, you know me, I wanted to see the AD Twisted Fate. I did get a little bit of a taste for that. We saw a performance of it yesterday. Some of the other, I know Smolder's disabled. I'm excited to see Smolder potentially creep up in next week's matches. As we get ready to hop into the draft, Shippy, I'll say I really hope we get another Rakan game or a Rel. I've really been liking some of the engaged supports. Raymond had a crazy game on the Rel. I dubbed him Righteous Raymond. Came through in the clutch for Briarcliff, so I'd like to see some more of that.
Heater also had a crazy Rel game, right? I mean, well, a crazy Rel engage at the end, right, to win them the game. Both of these guys might have some Rel prio here. The Olaf immediately banned away. That's an Oxy ban. That's not a Mike ban. And we might
don't get it twisted.
Yeah, don't get it twisted. That Oxy's got a lot of champions in his repertoire. The Scrim Demons Briarcliff University may have finally come to play here against Purdue Northwest.
We'll see. We've been getting, I think, overall some faster drafts, but people are taking their time on this one. Wind King not going to be able to get his hands on the slippery Nico that we saw in just our previous match, or I guess 2 matches ago. They're starting to blend together once we get so deep in the League of Legends sauce. It's easy to get a little lost, but hey, we're still here. We're walking with you. Championship bracket action. Mike gonna lose his Lee Sin. Not an Oxy ban, I believe.
No, I don't think so. Mike, human highlight reel. The
Yep.
Called it himself. I'm the human highlight reel. Asked him about the insect kicks. He said, which one? Which one were you talking about?
I need timestamps.
Yeah, oozing with confidence, and that's what you want to go into, right? That might be the matchup here. Obviously, we talk about top ranked versus Oxy, but I want to see what Mike can do against Keeter, right? It's a mismatch for sure, any way you slice it. Keeter, coach of Purdue Northwest, Marquez, doesn't really play with the roster that much, right? He's just kind of filling in because of some circumstances for Purdue Northwest. So I want to see them flex that jungle power. I want to see them flex that mismatch that BCU has here, and they're going to end up banning the brand away. That is a jungle ban as well. A lot of junglers being banned away here. Are we actually just unironically going to get like Rel into Maokai with these two guys?
What's going on here? Is this going to be a Xin Zhao ban coming in to finish us off? Nope. The Tree Man is finally sent away. That has also been a hugely popular pick. Shibby, you know what it's time for. I've got a tally tracker on my whiteboard. It's first picked. You're on red side, Briarcliff. Ban away the Karma. PNW gonna look to punish him with that pick.
Another tally added, right? 4? Is it?
That's so 4. Yep. Yeah. Brutal.
I think
what
it's
are people
4.
doing?
I think it's 3, and it's 3 wins. It's 3-0 right now, I believe, unfortunately. And Briarcliff are going to go back to that misfortune. They played that yesterday. I can only assume they were playing that earlier today in some of their wins. Like we said, they beat ONU earlier today. They upset them to push them into the championship bracket
No way,
here.
not again.
Gwen? Nah,
You're
you don't.
joking.
Didn't they just run this matchup yesterday? Oxy? Oh, okay.
Was it
well,
Oxy versus? Who was it? Could have been Oxy. Was it It wasn't aggression, right?
No, it was not
because we didn't cast PNW versus ONU.
yeah.
It
Frank-
might have been
Frank took
Oxy.
Darius.
Oxy's running it back. He's
Yeah.
like, okay, fool me once.
It was quick slice,
Oh,
actually.
Okay, yeah.
It was quick slice.
Okay.
It was quick slice.
We have another
Gwen.
challenger approaching.
Oxy could be another one of those individuals that is just so much better on Gwen, maybe, but taking it into Prank. Prank's going to drop the Udyr here. He's going to take that tank into the top lane. Should be completely fine. Karma, Varus potentially in the bot lane. We could also see Wind King piloting the Karma here. Could also see Prank piloting the Karma and Keter taking Udyr in the jungle. I would be excited if he did that. I love Udyr. I kind of love him in the jungle more than I do like him in top lane here. The Rel being picked up for potentially either Mike or Raymond. Raymond, like you said, really did a really good job last match or a couple of matches ago yesterday and was performing on it today. Won't see why you won't go back on that as we get into the second round of bans here. And I'm looking for some mid lane bans from Purdue Northwest, right? Pinch Camera's champion pool just a little bit. While on the side of Briarcliff, don't really know where this Karma's going. So I think banning support picks might be the move here, taking away potentially the Nautilus, or you could opt in to ban more top laners or a jungler, into Keter. I feel like Purdue Northwest composition is very, very flexible because Wind King also took Varus mid yesterday.
Yep,
so
that's exactly what I was
no
thinking.
clue
Shivy.
where a lot of these champions are going on Purdue Northwest side.
So Briarcliff, their approach, first ban, Alistar trying to get rid of one of the big counter matchups into Rel. Makes it really difficult to engage when you're getting headbutted immediately back the opposite direction. And we're going to wait a second for the bit. Okay, the Orianna was banned. Don't let your eyes deceive you. Purdue Northwest did in fact ban Cameron's Orianna away. So we'll see what Briarcliff follows up with. Shibby, as you mentioned, a very interesting draft. Purdue Northwest. This was a game of poker. It's a very hard time telling what else they've got in their hand. Briarcliff, probably Gwen going top, Misfortune Rel going into the bot lane. So they got to figure out their mid-jungle duo. And that Twisted Fate I was talking about earlier is going to be the fourth ban.
Yeah, the AD Twisted Fate, potentially. Yeah, fifth ban. Orianna was banned out from Purdue Northwest. They pitched that mid lane pool of Camera, like I said. AD Twisted Fate, even if Camera didn't necessarily perform on it or it didn't really look that good, it can still be a menace, can still do very good, has that roaming potential. And they are actually going to take the Rise here. Camera just absolutely killed it yesterday with the Rise, right? Was completely fine. Massive late game team fight potential here. Gwen in the top lane, 2 scaling solo laners for Briarcliff University. Almost expecting the game to go late. Wind King might take the Hui here into the mid lane. Also see Hui dumped into the support role with Varus here. Like I said, I don't know where Purdue Northwest's composition is going, simply because these champions have all gone different places so far today.
And this might be... Oh my goodness. Okay, so we've got Karma potentially going down into the bot lane. Hui probably going mid. Wukong gets locked in for the jungle. Wow. Let's see where everyone's going. Shibby Prank in the top with Udyr. Keter going Vi. Wind King gets his hands on Hui. Klexo doubtful. This might be the first time all LAN they're running a pretty standard normal bot lane. We'll have to see if they know the ropes. Certainly have been seeing it. Those champions paired together quite a bit. They'll be going up against the regular Briarcliff matchup. And yeah, for me, the biggest thing that stands out should be Oxy going Gwen, picking Prank's signature champion. I feel like it's the classic Michael Jordan Last Dance. I feel like Prank takes these personally.
Yeah, I mean, we talked to him yesterday, right? He always feels a little bit disrespected when people go Gwen against him, and they're trying to try him every time.
How you do it?
Yeah, Mac, like you said, if you come after Prank, you best come correct. So, Oxy, I hope you got the heat with you, man, because Prank knows everything about that champion, knows how to beat it, knows how to use it, knows how to carry on it, everything like that. I like the vibe pick as well from Keeter. A lot of lockdown onto champions like the MF, like the Rise. You got a good set of champions to blow up whoever gets assault and batteried by the Vi here. Quay can output a lot of damage, potentially if he goes Dark Harvest that we've seen, or just ends up going Comet. Obviously, Klexo on this Varus, if he opts in for lethality, there's a lot of burst damage coming out here. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes lethality. I mean, not really anybody on Briarcliff's side can really reach him. Doesn't really need to go on hit, right? Because there's not too many tank threats. Rel's not going to get super tanky until later on. And even then, most likely you're firing your piecing arrows at Rise, at MF, at Gwen, right? If she's in range there. I like this double poke bot lane that Klexo Doubtful have going. And even if Karma's in the support role, she still builds Malignance. Like, she still actually goes Malignant still. So she can have a lot of damage that I don't think Briarcliff is actually ready for.
It's going to be an interesting one. Our first matchup of the championship bracket, we get a look at our little composition view here. So it's definitely not a Darius down there, but we'll don't worry about that. Semi-final matchup as we get into a bit of a pause before hopping in onto the Rift. Shibby, thoughts on? I know Purdue Northwest. I would not want to play into that bot lane composition. Varus Karma seems absolutely brutal, especially with the likes of Rel Misfortune, rather short range. Rel kind of on the slower side, especially if she looks for an engage, so it might be hard to get out of some of those fights. Briarcliff, though, we've seen Camer on the Rise absolutely pop off, so I'm really excited to see if he can follow up that performance that we saw yesterday with another big Rise game. Keeping my fingers crossed we're in tune for a very exciting semifinal matchup. The Mustangs coming in to the LAN event as somewhat underdogs. I'd say that people would maybe make the argument that Briarcliff wouldn't end up in this position. Campbellsville coming in was also in that conversation of being a potential team to sneak into that top 4, and it was Briarcliff who showed up, had some really good games, has been playing really well, and we'll see if they got what it takes to compete with some of the top squads in the MEC with this match here.
Yeah, that bot lane's really rough, because even if you engage onto the Karma, she can just kind of mantra W and heal away. So it's really rough. Rel can primarily only look for engages onto the Varus. Unless you've got jungle help coming from Wukong, then you can look to burst out and kill the Karma here, but it's tough, right? Locking this bot lane down and getting enough damage down to kill both of them. It's not until level 6 where Rel and Misfortune will really shine, right? And Raymond has to look for those flank engages, right? Over the wall or flash W, Magnet Storm, and then you've got to make sure that Misfortune is ready on the bullet time here. A lot of individual lockdown for Purdue Northwest, right? They can look to kill Rise very early when they hit level 6. Quay Vi, very, very strong here. Udyr should be fine into the Gwen lane. I wouldn't be surprised if Keeter kinds of comes top just to help Prank out a little bit here, just so he's not, constantly getting shoved in. He's not getting like picked and prodded by this Gwen here. But I expect a lot of the attention to go to mid lane and bot lane for Purdue Northwest here. While on the side of Briarcliff, they just gotta fight for these dragons when they hit level 6. Maybe Herald, right? Second rotation of Grubs. That's when they can really start to shine with this Wukong ultimate, with the Rise, with the Rel Misfortune combo.
Let's get into it, Shibby. Summoners, welcome onto the Rift for the start of the MEC Clash Championship bracket. It's our first semifinals matchup. Purdue Northwest takes on Briarcliff Mustangs.
Briarcliff Mustangs here doing a little bit of a stack onto the red buff here, or at least the red buff bush. Maybe they're waiting for somebody like Doubtful or Prank to kind of invade here, get some wards off. A lot of these teams like to try to get wards down onto the Raptors or onto the red buff of the opposing team so they can find out where the enemy jungler is starting here. We see pings from PNW's bot lane to go onto this blue buff. We also see Mike already starting on this red side, revealing himself just a little bit.
The monkey is back up to his tricks. He's going to try to go for the bait. Here comes the rest of Briarcliff. Prank immediately walks away, and Mike better try to get a quick recall off, for this whole plan might backfire, Shibby. The rest of Purdue Northwest, they actually go to the bottom side jungle. They've got it warded out. They're doing the same thing, but look at that trinket ward, perfectly placed. They know where Doubtful and Klexo are. They're ready and waiting. They're going to try to get them off of this blue buff. Let's see. Mike is also coming down, returning to this side of the map. Cammer on the rise with the explosive cone. Gonna try to make a play as well. Blue buff is getting low. Here comes Raymond. Big engage. Keeter forced to flash away. There is madness in the jungle. It's first blood for Cammer. Welcome to the championship bracket, MEC clan style. Oh my goodness. Trade for Klexo, able to answer back. Mike is here. Klexo getting low, and it's another kill for Briarcliff.
Briarcliff University had some well-placed early wards to completely understand where the rest of Purdue Northwest are. They're able to take that flashing agent. Oxy might just kill Prank.
Prank, not again. How do you keep dying to your champion in the early game? 2 times we've seen it. I've got the receipts. I've got the record. Don't get it twisted. Briarcliff, in stunning fashion, 2 minutes, 30 seconds in, they've got a 1K gold lead.
I know, that's absolutely insane. And Prank just coming back in. Oxy
not
staying
again.
a little
This
too
is the exact same thing. Oh
Prank.
my gosh, Oxy, you can't do it. Oxy, run. Oh gosh, he's going to try to recall. He's not going to try to teleport. Prank, run it around. Oh gosh, try to dash away. Prank gets level 3 and yep, able to answer back. This is madness.
It's the same thing Prank did last time he went up against the Gwen. The Gwen stayed a little too long, overstayed, and Prank ended up getting the return kill here. 1-for-1 overall. Gwen does have to back here, or sorry, has the TP back here. Has the Cull in hand. Wow, that's a new tech. Is just looking to farm it out against Prank here. But like you said, almost a 1,000k gold lead for Briarcliff. Bottom lane, unfortunately, unable to back here, right? Varus died, was able to pick up the boots. Misfortune stayed in lane. Does not have the ability to cash out that gold just yet, so for right now, although it's not a combat stat with the boots, it allows you to dodge around, allows you to move a little bit faster. You can play a little bit more with your movement speed against champions like Rel, like Misfortune, who heavily rely on closing the gap against you.
Doubtful's the first for level 3. Raymond's going to have to try and back away, but Zero's taking so much poke damage, forced to flash away. And it has been a brutal start, despite coming out, I would say, slightly ahead for Briarcliff on the bottom side of the map. The wave, the minions are just in a horrible position. Zero and Raymond, as we saw through that 30 seconds, they can't play the lane. The double-ranged bot lane duo, Klexo and Doubtful, are just zoning them away from the wave, and they're missing gold, they're missing XP.
Yeah, Zero and Raymond have been some of the weaker points for Briarcliff, at least in the laning phase specifically, right? I feel like I've always kind of seen them on the back foot, and it's really been Oxy, Cammer, and Mike to kind of bail them out later on. They've definitely played their part and contributed later into the team fights, right? Zero has had some very good Misfortune ultimates. Obviously, Raymond, very good Rel engages previously in other games. It's just their laning phase always seems to struggle, and it's just kind of an unfortunate byproduct of getting counterpicked or leaving stuff like the Karma open, right? It feels like they have a very specific set of champions they like to play. What?
Oh my gosh. The wave just keeps getting frozen. It's in a brutal spot. It just keeps happening. I thought they were going to be able to shove it in. And now Mike is coming to hopefully help things out.
Yeah, look at what's happening to Zero and Raymond. Mike has to come here. He'll just get burned.
Waiting for the engage, Shibby. I don't think they can go on the Karma Varus. Look, they have levels. They have numbers advantage, and they're losing the fight. This is brutal. Mike, guys, we need to just shove the wave, reset this lane, get Zero some help.
It is look like it's finally shoving into Zero and Raymond here. Big crash coming in, but Klexo has a lot of gold that he can cash in right now. 34 to 10 CS. It is looking a little rough for Briarcliff's bot lane, but I can't say they haven't been there before.
Let's see if they can pull it off. Keeter is here as well, but they're trying to burst down. Doubtful they do. The supports trade deaths. fighting
Prank?
on the top side of the map. Oxy's getting low. Prank knows how to handle the matchup. He's once again coming up in a big way. Takes down, gets the solo kill. Oxy now 1 and 2 in Shibby. Purdue at 2.5 minutes, we're down 1,000 gold. They've turned this around just as quickly as it started off poorly. Almost 1,000 gold lead for the marksman, and Prank getting a gold lead as well.
Yeah, really, really well played from Purdue Northwest to kind of stabilize, right? After all the madness that has incurred on Briarcliff's side. I mean, just bot lane. Look at that, 2,700 and 1,900. That kill being given back to Zero was very nice over that, like, I'm not going to say tower dive necessarily, but the over-aggressiveness from Purdue Northwest onto this bot lane here. Doubtful stepped a little too far forward, but Dragon goes in the favor of Purdue Northwest. That's going to start the stacking here. Cloud Dragon will be up next on the menu in about 4.5 minutes here. But nobody has gone for the grubs, but Keeter is nowhere close, so they should be good for Mike. They did ward it. Does Prank have something to say about it, or are they just going to call it off completely? Because we do see Raymond roaming up for that grub dragon trade.
Yep, think this is going to work out for Briarcliff. Purdue Northwest, they don't have the numbers advantage. Doubtful's freezing the minion wave down bot. I know Briarcliff trying to get something on the top side of the map. Zero does. I mean, he's got the kills, he's got the assists. He's actually kind of even in items, right? Both ADCs with the serrated Dirk, but in the 1v2 situation, Zero is caught off guard by the damage. One more Mantra Q from Doubtful is going to finish off the Briarcliff ADC.
Yeah, Zero is just not allowed to play the game, unfortunately. With that roam from Raymond, he has to give the wave. And I know it feels bad for him because it's just like he's been giving so much already. Now, cease and desist.
It's an arrest in the top lane. Oxy, your crime is picking Gwen into Prank. And unfortunately, you have been charged and committed and sent back to base. Brutal stuff from Purdue Northwest as they extend their gold lead to 2,000.
Yeah, it was a 1,000 gold lead for Briarcliff very early on. As Mike is here, can he stop the locomotive that is Pranked? No, he can't. He's just going to clear the wave. Yeah, you have no chance catching this Udyr.
Ghost is not available. However, it's about to come Immune CC, potentially Realm Warp dodged around. And there he goes. He's not going to get knocked up by the empowered Ram. Here comes Zero. Has to flash. Still going to get rooted. Klexo is level 6. He's going to chain it. In the corruption. Oh my gosh. Zero. Another death. He just wants to see us. He just wants a wave. But Purdue Northwest, they're not letting it happen whatsoever. And this is what we were worried about during draft. We were like, holy crap, they got Varus and Karma? How do you lane against that?
You don't. Not if you're Misfortune Realm. You're not allowed to lane against that. As now Wind King just putting on a clinic in the mid lane here. I believe not a lane swap, just opportunistic. Is now Doubtful is bullying the man between the towers. Yeah, punish him. Come on.
Can't let him get away with that, but the healing goes through. The pouch comes in, and Zero, 3 times in a row, has come to lane. He's still at 18 CS. How is it happening?
He's still level 4. All the names.
Plexo's level 7. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Coast Guard.
Send
the army. The Marines. Please. Someone help this man. He's just not been allowed to play the game. He's been bullied between towers. I have seen Zero come back to lane and die. It's like a horrible Groundhog's Day for Misfortune, dude. Like, I hate that. That's horrible, man.
He wakes up again. Okay, what can I do differently? All right, I'll walk to the turret. I'll stay under the turret and wait for the... Wait, you're not letting me get to the outer turret? What's going... Stop. Please, I just want to... So we'll see how it goes. Briarcliff quickly fumbling the bag, I'll say, after a strong early game. We'll see if they can come back. Prank's got a level lead up in this top lane. Chain of Corruption comes out. Klexo, the arrows coming through. He's on a killing spree. Raymond's just trying to clear vision. Here come Cameron, Mike, the cavalry for the Mustangs, hopefully coming in. Magnet Storm comes through, trying to lock down Klexo. Cameron trying to dish out the damage. Here comes Mike with the Cyclone, and they finally take down Doubtful on the Karma, but Wind King has also roamed down. Mike maybe looking for a re-engage. Flash onto Klexo, trying to dish out the damage. The Hwei ultimate comes out, and it's a shutdown for Mike, but Wind King's answer back is a double. Kills all over the place, but overall, Shippy, I think it's Purdue Northwest coming out on top, 3 kills to 2.
Yeah, Cameron, or actually technically 0, Raymond, and Mike died, so it's, I believe, a 3 for...
3 for 2.
Yeah, very good.
Let me
very
cook.
Good. I know
Maybe.
you're cooking.
Or did Keeter die? You know, Keeter's just been up top, right?
Yeah, Keeter has been top lane here, so very well played from Briarcliff there to get some gold back. 2,000, nearly 3,000 in the favor of Purdue Northwest. Purdue Northwest is also going to deny the 5 to 6 grub stack that Briarcliff had potentially going for them. The Dragon gets traded. I feel like I say this time and time again, guys. If grubs get taken, Dragon gets taken on the other side, and vice versa. That's the trade that happens. That's the added complexity that Riot Games has given us with these new grubs here. And in 2 minutes, we're going to see a fight potentially for the Rift Herald here, which will be very influential for Purdue Northwest if they get that right. It'll allow them to start accelerating the pace of the game even faster than they already have, and just put Wind King and Klexo on a mountain of gold here.
Oh boy, it's getting to that point. I know, I just love watching Frank now on the Udyr. He's like proxying the wave in between turrets. He's got his magic shield going. It's a tough situation. And for Briarcliff, it's going to require some creativity trying to get back into this one. 0, now level 6, has the bullet time. Klexo level 9 on the Varus is just absolutely absurd. He's literally the same level as the solo laners on the side of Briarcliff. Now Keeter looking top lane. Oxy, no flash, can't get over that wall, and it's just going to be taken down in the jungle. Can't dash away. Keeter goes on a killing spree. Now Magnet Storm bullet time combo. This is what they've been waiting for. Not enough, though, to take down Klexo. The Karma shield at the very last second helps him survive the ignite, and now Raymond has to push for revenge. But again, the shield, the healing, it's too much. Raymond and the horse, they don't know which direction to go. They're going underneath the turret for Doubtful, but they can't pull it off. One arrow after another. Mike finally comes in to put a crushing blow down onto Purdue to stop the madness. Shippy, please, someone has to.
2 for 1 overall. 0 dies, but Mike ends up getting 2 kills here, which is really good for the Wukong, right? Allows him to start bursting out champions like Klexo, like Doubtful. This Prank, he's going to go for another fight onto Gwen. No mana on the Udyr, but I think he's actually fine. He's just going to walk it out. No problemo. And you know, the saving grace for Briarcliff is that they do have 2 hyper-scaling champions in their solo lanes. Is now Wind King?
Here's talking about the creativity I wanted to see. They got Camera on the rise. He's getting slowed down. Oxy and Prank are going toe-to-toe while Wind King tries to use the water to get out, but the shutdown comes through. Mike now looking for more fights. Ending. Oh, wow, a huge blast code. Keeter goes the opposite direction. It's a double cyclone coming through as Raymond looks for the engage. Can't quite connect, but stuns up. Doubtful and Briarcliff are down, but not out. Shibby, Mike and Camer, the stars for the Briarcliff Mustangs. They're looking for plays on the map, and now they're pushing for Rift Herald.
Yeah, the point I was going to make was that they still have 2 late-game hypercarry threats with Gwen and Rise here, right? They could still take this game if it goes really late, but now Hammer is just going to be fed to the wolves here, or, yeah, just crazy positioning, getting greedy for that. Because now, do they get this? Okay, they're fine.
Objective bounty claimed. They get some gold, but can they get out as well? Oxy not going to be able to get over that wall. Mike dashes over with the decoy, is going to be able to survive, walking away. The objective bounties plus the Rift Herald might present a decent opportunity for Briarcliff to try to get some gold back into this one, but here come Purdue Northwest knocking on the mid lane turret that's hanging on by a thread. Doesn't take much for the big bad wolves to blow that tower down.
Fortunately, it was not made of brick. Was not standing tall here. And you see Dragon coming up in about a minute and a half here. Purdue Northwest are going to start scattering their vision into the blue side of Briarcliff here. You already see it kind of being placed here. They're playing super aggressively with their bot lane. Zero has to vacate right now or he's going to die. Oh, never mind. He's dead.
Wow. Yep. From literally so far away, too. What was that? Shibby. Oh, my goodness.
2 screens away, and you don't even know what's happening as bot lane inner turret bot lane 1 is going to go down here. Really, really rough game for Zero. Just can't really find any footing. Look at the gold lead for Klexo here. 3,000 ahead of his lane opponent here. Very good job on Klexo and Doubtful to execute this Varus Karma lane. This is exactly how it should go. Unfortunately, like, if you take double range into Misfortune and a melee engaged champion, Raymond and Zero should never be allowed to play the game here. Mike is just waiting in the wings, by the way.
Going in with the Cyclone, the Karma Shield comes through, Mike gets deleted, Magnet Storm trying to get in there, Zero doesn't have bullet time, they're looking for the fight without a lot of their major cooldowns, and they're going to get punished here as Raymond gets caught. Rift Herald summoned. Oxy's going to try to use it on the top side of the map. Charging in, going to dish out a little bit of damage. He's going to try to pick up some extra gold, but Purdue Northwest, they continue their march in the mid lane.
Yeah, and a big chunk of damage go on to Prank here, but that's part of the turret as well as Rise. Gwen does get an objective bounty for themselves here. Dragon's going to go over to Purdue Northwest. That's going to put them on, I believe, the second dragon, Chemtech Dragon here. Another Chemtech Soul? Mac? Our sixth
four
one?
out of, four out of last 5, at least.
Yeah, 4 out of the last 5. I think we've had 6 overall in all the streamed games that we've casted. Just really popular, really good kind of individual dragons here. Increases the shielding and healing power. Very good for Udyr, very good for Vi, very good for Karma here. So a pretty solid roll as Briarcliff is down a ton of gold right now, 5,000 nearly. And these team fights that they're looking for, even if they get the Dream Engage, it doesn't feel like they can win it. There's just too much HP, too much Mantra E, too much damage mitigation on the side of Purdue Northwest for Briarcliff to find anything meaningful.
A lot of damage there onto Cameron. It's so tough because there's so much follow-up from a long range. The Hui plus Varus duo makes it really tough for a lot of short range. This is a short range comp for Briarcliff, right? They have Rise, they have Misfortune, and Hui and Varus are literally, as you mentioned, 2 screens away doing stuff as they're trying to clear the wave, as they're trying to CS and get onto the map a little bit. So it's a bit of a challenge for Briarcliff. They have to be extremely particular with what fights they're taking and how they're starting and how they're engaging.
Shoutouts to Wind King again. His 4th unique champion in the mid lane, at least the ones that we've seen. Don't know what else he's been playing off stream. He played 1 game of Varus mid, then went Akali, Nico, and now Hui. This guy could just be a mid laner for another team if he really wanted to. That's what happens when you're just a high-level solo queue player, right? You just understand that it's smarter for you to figure out what other champions do and how to play against them. And so I've been really impressed with Wind King's flexibility. Typically an AD carry player for Purdue Northwest, slotted into mid lane, and nothing has changed. Purdue Northwest very dominant right now in this game. I thought Briarcliff might play upset. I thought it might be closer, but Purdue Northwest have not given BCU a chance to breathe as Keter might die here.
Keter gets knocked up, teleport from Prank coming into this fight. Shutdown gold going over to Mike. Here we go, a big Hui ultimate's going to slow Mike down. He's trying to stay alive, but Prank goes unstoppable. It's Oxy now joining the fight, immediately retreating. The Mantra E. Purdue Northwest looks shielded up and ready to go with all that move speed. An angry Prank is running straight at you and going for the throat. They're not holding back as the mid lane now in trouble.
Oh, I'm going to shout this out, Prank. You are building the objectively correct Udyr build here. Leandries is what you need. Do not just go full tank on Udyr. Leandries is so good with your kit, synergizes so well with your Phoenix stance here, right? You do more damage. You have health with Leandries, which scales with your W, AP, which scales with your ult or your R here. I like this from Prank. Going into Leandries after the Canic Rukern for the Gwen and the Rise here. You can finally build some armor. I don't think you need the Frozen Heart. You could possibly end up going Randuin's here, because once you get onto champions like the Gwen, like the Rise, the Randuin's active slow is so good here to let the rest of your team kind of catch up and finish it off here. So we'll see what Prank actually ends up building here. Might be a Frozen Fist, which is also fine.
Yeah, Kindle Gem plus Chain Vest. Kind of a weird combo. I can only think of Ice Fist.
I think it's Frozen Fist, right? Yeah, it's only. Yeah. I think it can only be Frozen Fist here. Not opting in to pick up the Sheen, which is fine. You don't really need it. The armor and health is a lot more effective into these team fights and into these lanes. But yeah, I really like Prank's build on the Udyr. Knows what he's doing, and just Purdue Northwest, 7,000 almost gold in the lead right now. 43.7k. For them and 37.2. This is just Baron, right? They can pull this Baron, use it to bait a team fight, or just rip it normally and they'll be fine.
Absolutely, Shibby. As Purdue Northwest position around these next objectives, their long range makes it kind of tricky for Briarcliff to approach. I wonder if we'll see any crazy realm warps used to try to approach the objective, but Heater's tanky, Prank's tanky. They've got huge magic shields for the Rise and the Gwen. Someone might just die there. Mike can't even get close to the objective. Raymond trying to look for the engage zero. Has to be careful. He wants to use the bullet time but can't find a way into the fight. Raymond falls already. Mike getting pierced by those arrows. And again, Purdue Northwest complete control, and Briarcliff just don't have a window of opportunity.
Yeah, and Purdue Northwest, they're going to take this Baron. They're going to probably recall here, cash out the checks in their pockets. They've got top lane pushing, I believe, in their favor. Mid lane is being pushed by the Gwen here. Camera taking some solo gold here. Heater, is he confident enough to fight this Gwen? I don't think you win that, but just going to back him off. No more pushing. And instead of actually recalling, they're only going to send one back to answer the Rise. And the rest of the guys are going to push into this Purdue Northwest, or sorry, Briarcliff top lane here. Just going to get the lane shoved in. They recognize that everybody is back for them. They don't want to lose the game here. Briarcliff, smart decision. They take what they can in the mid lane. They take the bot lane tier 1, mid lane tier 2, and they take Dragon. So don't make that Baron trade completely worthless.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to answer back. Only down 5,000 gold. Still winnable. We've seen bigger, crazier comebacks. They have a solid team fighting composition. Raymond's got to find the right engage. I'm surprised around the Baron they didn't try to find a Realm Warp. Maybe mix up the angles, try to switch things up. But again, they have a short range composition. It is tricky trying to approach the Varus with the Karma Poke. You've got Chain of Corruption there for potential kite back. And then Prank is just this huge meat wall in front of everyone. We'll see now as they enter the base. The siege begins with Baron buff Cammer. Look at the Karma-empowered Udyr just running straight into 3 members in his health bar, barely adjusting. There's the bullet time, but an instant stun. Prank shuts it down immediately as Purdue Northwest look to shut down this game. Mike goes down while taking down Doubtful. Let's see, Wind King falls, kills another on this Quay. 3, 2, and 7 performance. He's doing great. 2 kills down, 0 and Raymond. Try to get some health back, but Chibi, it might be too little too late. I see the writing on the wall. It's saying Purdue Northwest is going on into the finals of the MEC Clashland as they dominate their semifinal matchup. Briarcliff going down. 1 Baron buff, all they needed to take care of business. Klexo and Doubtful in the bot lane, absolutely popping off. In total control for Purdue Northwest as they move on.
The best team in the MEC has handled that game as we expected, right? Tried it through, control throughout every single phase of the game, other than the first 2 minutes, which were a little bit hectic. They easily stabilized and just had full control here. Very well played from Purdue Northwest. They move on to the finals of the championship bracket for the MEC Spring Clash year, where they will face off either against ONU or GVU in a best-of-3 finale. Briarcliff University,
Spicy.
they end up in 3rd/4th place. Very good for them. I think exceeded all of our expectations coming into the MEC Spring Clash, right? We definitely had like Purdue, GVU, ONU, and Drury coming in as the top 4.
Yeah,
Drury
exactly.
slacking a little bit. Briarcliff coming out with some very good wins against ONU and some of the other squads here. Very well played for them. Unfortunately, this is one of those days or one of those games where they just weren't on here. So they fall flat just a little bit. And yeah, that was a really clean game from Purdue Northwest. From start to finish, it didn't look like there were any moments where Briarcliff had a way to get back in.
Yeah, and I think an important note, Shibby, as we continue to see these teams develop over the course of the season, this is just the start. This is technically week number 3 for these teams, thrown into the action, thrown into some travel, and so kudos to everyone adapting, taking it in stride, and having an awesome time at the event. Shout out Briarcliff making it into top 4. It's something to be proud of. And we hope to see more from the squad. We hope to see more highlights from the human highlight reel himself, Mike and Cameron, popping off in future games. But it's going to be Purdue Northwest moving on, as you mentioned, to face the winner of ONU versus GVU. I know our League of Legends fans are having an absolute blast watching all of this CLOL action. For any Smash Bros fans, get ready for the Midwest Esports Invitational coming to you February 24th and 25th here in the Chicago area. Join us for 2 days of fun and competition featuring doubles and singles tournaments on Saturday and Swiss on Sunday. We got a bunch of different tournaments going. See Production puts up the QR code to visit, or you can also visit if you don't want to scan the QR code, start.gg/MEI to register. Your registration will get you into all 3 events with a $1,000 prize pool for each event. Your registration will also give you access to the entire venue, which includes free play area, PC workshops, ability to watch high-level Smash Collegiate crew, and much more. There's that wonderful QR code. We hope to see you all there at the Midwest Esports Invitational. That's going to do it for us here. We do have, I believe, a post-game interview to hop into. We'll be talking with one of the members once again from Purdue Northwest. We're going to hop into a quick break to get ready for the interview. Don't click out of that browser. We'll be right back after the break. Hello everyone and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the MEC Clash LAN. We are joined by usual mid laner substitute ADC doing a pretty good job here during the weekend in the new role. PNW's own Klexo joining us for the post-game interview. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you guys for having me. I'm excited for this interview.
Yeah, Klexo, you guys have been playing some weird stuff in the bot lane. Is it safe? Is it safe to say that you put a little bit of respect on Briarcliff because you guys went probably one of the most OP bot lanes currently on patch? Like you went from Bromzin, right? You're playing Bromzin, and then you're like, you know what? Actually, now is when I try. You took the training weights off. Varus Karma. Guys, come on, there was a little bit of respect for Briarcliff. Right?
Yeah, I mean, well, I wouldn't say that necessarily, but we just realized it's the bracket stage, right? Single elim, so we just kind of wanted to, just end the game fast, I guess, by playing Varus Karma. But also, our jungler actually that's subbing in for us is actually our coach. So he always takes draft. He tries to take draft like seriously, like we're playing like a real game. So yeah, I mean that's why we picked Varus Karma, I guess. So
shout out to Keeter. Shout out to Keeter. Shout out to Marquez.
Yep. Shout out to him.
Klexo, I'm curious with the cozy jacket on, is staying cozy during the game key to the Purdue Northwest success?
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, gotta stay cozy, gotta keep my hands warm, for that Varus gameplay. So, I mean, yeah.
Follow-up question with that, new member for Purdue Northwest, how's it been for you starting the Midwest Esports Conference season? Any big adjustments you felt like you had to make, or any big what kind of shocked you about the start of the season?
Nothing really, honestly. I mean, I feel like we're just kind of expecting to come out on top. I mean, we're currently undefeated.
Feels good.
I mean, I think I mean, I think our team is just really good. So kind of just on a roll. So yeah, feels good.
Yeah, and I did want to talk about kind of you and Doubtful as a mid jungle duo. Obviously, you guys played on Lotus Exiles together.
Yeah.
Was a big part of you guys joining Purdue Northwest, like both of you guys coming in here, because I've always had a lot of faith in you guys. I think you guys have been criminally underrated. I'm on the Klexo Doubtful train, the mid jungle duo. Was that a big factor in you guys? Did you guys coordinate, or how? Like, did it just happen? Like,
no. I mean, we definitely coordinated. I mean, I definitely wouldn't have came here if it wasn't for Doubtful. I mean, I've known him my whole life. We've been playing for a very long time together. So I mean, it's just it's fun playing with him. And I mean, obviously, I think we're pretty solid. So, yeah, I mean, that was definitely a big determining factor in coming here to PNW.
Are you guys the best mid jungle duo in MEC?
In MEC, yeah, probably. I could say that. I want to give my respect to Castle and Jin Call. I think they're pretty good too. So, yeah, but other than that, I don't really think there's any other mid jungle that contests us.
Oh. Wow.
We'll
Even in the bot lane too, actually. Me and Doubtful have been playing bot lane this whole tournament. So, and we've been running all these bot lanes. Like I don't know. Maybe it's rule swap time. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, Ottawa, Levi, Blonde, guys, Prada. I hope y'all are watching. They're throwing some massive shade over to you guys.
I mean, we already versed Ottawa, and let's just say, I mean, if you haven't watched those games, I mean,
I saw them.
I saw them. Let's just say we kind of ran them. So, yeah.
Fair enough. Mac, final question.
No question. I do want to give Klexo a moment for you to give out any shout outs before we let you go. And I do have a fun question. Sorry, before that, fun question. What's been your favorite side event at the Clash LAN so far?
I've just been playing random games. I mean, I played some like FIFA.
Nice.
I mean, that's basically it. But I mean, it's kind of fun just participating in these little like side tournaments, I guess, for some money. So yeah. But shout outs. I want to shout out obviously my team. But especially big shout out to Lucas, our ADC Winking. I mean, he can just play mid and ADC at such a high level. So shout out to him. He's my GOAT. Obviously Marquez, coach. Well, obviously, fill it. Yeah, I'm giving you a shout out. I'm not speaking ill will of you. But yeah, shout out to Marquez. I mean, he's subbing in jungle for us. He's been doing actually really well. So I'm surprised. I mean, he's a boomer, and he still got it in him. It's kind of crazy actually. Bro's pushing 30, and he still got it in him. So, shout out to Marquez.
Man, I'm pushing 30. Don't disrespect me like that, man. Come on, bro. I'm 27 out here. All right,
You guys
fair
can
enough.
still play. We found out for sure the old guys can still. They still got some gas left in the tank. It's esports. We just mess around. Appreciate the time, Klexo. Thank you so much for joining us for the post-game interview. Wishing you the best of luck. I think it's going to be Travi and MEC taking over the casting duo for the championship. So you won't see our faces, but Klexo, we wishing you the absolute best, my guy. That's going to do it for... Oh, there we go. Back. Bye, Klexo.
Well, that's it, right?
That's
For
it.
us?
That's it.
Yeah.
Mac and Chibi. The road ends here, man. It's been real too. If you guys have enjoyed our lovely faces, be sure you don't have to follow me on Twitter. Please follow Chibi on Twitter. He does a lot of great stuff. A lot of content and videos. You just been crushing the game, dog. Been really fun watching you do that stuff. It's been an awesome time for us here in the casting booth. I appreciate everyone tuning into the stream, checking out our coverage of the MEC Clashland. We've got more games coming your way very shortly. ONU, Ohio Northern University, takes on Grandview University in our other championship bracket semifinal matchup to determine who goes on to face Purdue Northwest in the final best of three weekend, or best of three series of the weekend, excuse me. It's been a time. We've casted a whole lot of League this weekend, and I wouldn't have wanted to spend it any other way. Wish you guys the absolute best. We'll be back with more MEC Clashland action in just a little bit. Don't click out of that browser. The action goes on in just a bit.
We are here live at the MEC Fall Championship. It's Kendo Slice alongside Klutz, one of the Smash players for Miami University of Ohio. Klutz, the question of the day throughout has been, what does esports mean to you?
I think esports means a lot to me. It's an opportunity to sort of show all the effort and love there is for video games, especially competitive ones, because the public doesn't really, like, most people aren't going to learn about esports watching sports, Yeah. Like, when you think of sports, you think of, like, football or baseball or something. And I think esports is a great way to show that there are a lot of other forms of competition to love.
I do agree with you there, and finding a way to show people exactly what that is all about. It's what events like this tend to do. We'll get to LANs here in a moment, but is there anything that over the last 3 months, being a part of the Miami University esports squad, has taught you that you've learned?
I guess something that I have learned that I never really thought about before was that it is important to take breaks even for esports. Because as someone who's, like, played sports before, like, I ran cross country, I knew that I needed to take breaks for that, but esports, I never really figured that that a break is something you would need until the past couple of months, where I've been shown that, hey, taking a break is actually very good for you.
Scientifically, we might add. Here's literal studies for
There's
it.
actual research on it.
I love that.
It is important to take breaks.
So the LAN environment, a little bit diffy, if you ask me. Have you enjoyed your time at LANs like this one?
I love LAN events so much. I have grown up with LAN events for my video game, because Smash Bros. Is usually played like LAN until around the pandemic, when more Wi-Fi stuff came up. But I have grown up with LAN events. I love these events. I love meeting the people at these events. It's so much fun. I don't know if it, aside from meeting people, it doesn't feel a whole lot different, but I love the social aspect of it compared to...
I'm interested to know if this might end up playing into the next question, but it involves favorite esport moment from the last semester.
From the last semester.
It could be a LAN for all I know. Granted, it could be a play.
There are probably two. I don't know which one I'd be able to choose. Actually, I think I could narrow it down to one. Definitely going to Riptide 2023 with the Miami Esports varsity team. Genuinely the most fun I've ever had at a LAN event, just ever. It's the first time I've ever been to that major, and I've been wanting to go for literal years because it's in Sandusky, Ohio. I live in Ohio.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to go to that major for years. Miami gave me that opportunity, and with the people who I was around at the event, it was just so much fun to be there.
I love that. So, is there anything you're looking forward to as far as esports future goes? And that'll be my last question. Maybe another Riptide on the horizon?
I hope so. I really do hope so. We have another year for that, though. It's September.
Yeah.
I think just getting better at the game I love.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of just as simple as that. Getting better along with my teammates.
Yeah. And what better way to do that than with the teammates, with that extra perspective, those extra voices, not only rooting you on, but helping you grow, and you likewise helping them grow in exchange. Well, it's been a fantastic day, and thank you so much for the time. Thank you for the interview.
Thank you so much.
Let the dancing begin. Well, I didn't see that coming. A classic, and at the same time, progressive.
Hello and welcome back to the Midwest Esports Conference. I've got winner semis on the docket. It's going to be ONU versus Grandview. And for those of you expecting Travesty, he will be here. It's just as a little charity to me, I get to call one game. I'm here live at the event in Chicago. And from the ground floor, the energy is high. The games are starting to rise in importance, and with semis on the table, I mean, it doesn't get much better. But Mecca, thanks for having me. I appreciate you, and I can't wait to get on the call.
We act like I had a choice in that. No, I'm joking. Yeah, I'm really excited to get going with the semis. And Shibby and Mac did a great job this morning getting us through to this point, but we're gonna finish this off now. So I'm really excited to see it. You said it was ONU Grandview?
Yes. Yep.
That's an exciting matchup right there.
Yeah, definitely. ONU has done a lot to get fans pretty excited. It's a cohesive team that's working pretty hard, at least doing a lot of the interviews and things on site. They're a really fun team. They've got a lot of personality, and they've been together quite a bit, going to quite a few events, doing things like that, and it's starting to pay off big time in the MEC thus far. And, I mean, everybody knows Grandview. Powerhouse team, a lot of star power. And the conference just feels so much closer than it's ever been. This top third is just unreal.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams are really good, and the stars of both these teams, at least it feels like, has always been this like mid jungle duo with Jinquil and Castle over on Grandview, and Kato and Julian over on Ohio Northern. Both the mid jungles are going to be really exciting to watch as we go through the game, and they'll be whoever wins this game will be going up to the finals, which will be best of 3 after this game.
Yeah, so give me a little intel then. You've been following the season definitely more closely than I have thus far. I want to know, for at least an outside perspective, the Grandview name has a lot of traction in the scene, in Ohio Northern, kind of starting to generate some noise as well. Give me some win conditions for these teams, some things that maybe a casual viewer who's checking in for the first time would want to know about these teams to solidify some identity.
Yeah, so if you watched some of our broadcasts yesterday, you're not going to see the same Grandview and the same Ohio Northern that happened yesterday. We actually watched these two teams play, I think, in back-to-back games, and they didn't play in their correct positions. Everyone was kind of memeing a little bit as we got further and further into yesterday. But today we should see everyone in their normal positions, everyone together. So I want to point out Castle and Julian on both sides, the junglers for both teams. Castle has been an incredible carry jungler. He really likes to play like Lee Sin, and I think he played a Lilia as well. He's been trying to play a lot more of these like carry style junglers, and it's a really big way of how this team wins. Over on the other side, Julian, he's been playing a lot of tanks. He was playing Zac mid yesterday, which not the right role, but definitely a champ for Julian to play. We'll see probably a Xin Zhao come out as well. Neither of these teams had really delved into the Xin Zhao mid tech that we saw yesterday, but we'll see as the tournament goes on if someone wants to start delving into those a little bit of off meta picks in the solo lanes.
I mean, Insanity in the LCS kicked us off with the Zac mid. So tank mid laners was a possibility no matter what.
Yes.
Into the meta, but now, I mean, given the new itemizations and everything, it makes a lot of sense that we see some kind of stone walls to limit the acceleration of some of these mages that like to get an early lead. Delving into the champion pools here, it's gonna be a much different look, like you said, than what we saw yesterday, but I'm pretty excited to see how the meta starts to shake out, at least within the tournament.
I have a question for production. Over on the sides, we see the lineups. Is this where people are planning on playing?
Wow.
Okay. This is where people are planning on
Yeah.
playing. Okay, so remember when I said that people were going to be playing in the right spot? That's absolutely wrong.
Yep. So aggression, normally the top laner, now going mid, it appears, throwing you. That could spell that we are seeing a bit more of that tank or bruiser style. You don't think so?
You're putting too much thought into this. This is
No?
both teams want to tussle a little bit more. We saw Cuz and Kato.
Oh, you're
not Cuz
right.
and Kato. We saw Kai and Kato play this like brothers bot lane yesterday, with Cuz getting the MEC kill record in jungle, playing a Kha'Zix as a support. Right. The game yesterday that we saw that had Ohio Northern in it, kind of playing these meme champions, was the record for kills in the MEC. 82 or something like that. It was a lot of kills. It was way too many kills.
I checked in. It was 63 at 20 minutes. I thought that there might have been a bug on the timer.
No.
Spectator issues have been a big issue at least recently. But yeah, that was a interesting an interesting game.
Yeah, no, that was definitely a game that we watched.
A game of League of Legends in the history of games.
And that game was Grandview against Ohio Northern. So I'm excited to see it
run it back
again, right? So quickly talking about the draft, we see very normal bans. One of the big things we saw was that Zach. We see the Zach getting banned. Now Julian played that mid. He normally plays jungle, but Zach top is busted right now. So pretty good idea to ban the Zach away, even though he's not going to be playing his normal role. It's still really good in whatever role he's going to be playing here.
Yeah, pretty much anywhere you can fit into a comp. I mean, no comp is going to dislike engage CC with an infinite front line if you're not building any anti-heal. So absolutely. And then, of course, the Varus stepping into a similar role. Every comp is going to love a Varus right now. On hit, poke, you can kind of stay flexible even within the champion itself.
Yeah, my bet is going to be lethality. We've seen a lot of lethality. I like the Senna picks to start, but
early Silas.
Yeah, we saw Pluto actually playing this Varus yesterday in their first game when they went a little bit memey as well, which was against Cleveland State University.
He took it mid, and then we had the Xin Zhao.
He was playing at bot.
Okay.
He was playing at bot, and the player, they lost that game, and the players came on the broadcast after and talking a little trash about Pluto's Varus. So we'll see, has it improved since yesterday? That's what we're looking for.
You're doubling down, double or nothing here.
Rakan and Graves locked in over on the Grandview side. That could be a Graves jungle, it could be a Graves mid, it could be a Graves top.
Yep.
They're all a little bit viable right now. The jungle is the more likely of it. We said Senna Silas over on ONU. I can't really tell you where this stuff's going to go right now. It could be a Silas
jungle. A lot
jungle.
of flexibility.
They're being a little memey. Kindred's interesting. Kindred's interesting. So it should be a jungle Kindred. I don't think that Cuz is going to take Kindred into the bot lane.
No, I've seen there were hints at there's Korean Kindred one tricks that are taking it mid, and things like that just for a little influence to get the marks because you have the mobility to get through to the enemy jungle and things like that. But access to the opposing side just lends it to. I mean, honestly, Silas is going to be much more flexible than Kindred in that regard. So until told otherwise, I think we can.
Travesty has been pretty adamant about the fact that a Senna Silas bot lane should be coming out.
Oh,
and he wanted to see it for Jinkhall. And with that Galio coming out, that tells me that it's either going to be Galio or Silas going into the support role. Or the farming AD role, right? Because I don't think either of them are really going to go top. You could play Silas top, but blind picking Silas top's a little
correct. Unless Grand Valley, unless Grand Valley just opts into a Malphite top lane and just says, "All right, you have to come up here." Or Grandview, thank you, Grandview. Then it's absolutely going to go into that supporter mid. And Trundle, we've got 3 potential junglers here. It's got to be Trundle top, Silas support, Kindred jungle. That's what I'm assuming.
I think that's right. It could be Galio support and Silas mid too.
Yep.
No, it's going to be Silas support. This is cool. This is great. So the huge benefit of having Silas in the bot lane, you have the Abscond and Abduct that you can use to get in and stun people up. You can poke around with the Q. And most importantly, once you hit 6, you get access to the Chains of Corruption and the quickness. It's the one benefit of playing Silas in a dual lane is you can alternate who you're stealing the ultimate from. You don't have to just steal it from, in this case, it would be the Corki, or you don't have to just steal it from the Graves as they gank. You have a little bit more flexibility on who you can steal your ultimate from in the early game. And then Silas on his own, good farmer, will help Senna kind of bring herself up into the team fights.
Yeah, with the front line that Grandview has, this Cassante Rakan, they in this backline, this dynamic backline of Graves, Corki, Varus, their front to back seems pretty standard. On the other side, though, Ohio Northern, I mean, it's like Kindred and Silas going in. I mean, surely Trundle can contribute, but the front line is much more amorphous.
Well, the front line, don't write out the Galio yet, right? Galio
True,
can
yeah.
build a really tanky build. I've been seeing some weird Galio tech where you don't go damage items on Galio. You go Kanik Rukern first, and you just amplify the Galio W shield. And with Corki dealing a lot of magic damage,
you're
depending
totally
how
set up for it.
Varus goes, right?
Yeah.
If you go on hit Varus, there's a little bit more magic damage there.
Yep.
So you could build a little bit more of a tanky Galio, but the main thing I want to watch here is this Trundle in the top lane, right? Julian's jungler. He knows how to play Trundle. Every jungler knows how to play Trundle. The thing about Trundle in lane is you want to max the W before you max the Q. You probably put 4 points into the W, and then you max your Q. You don't max it all the way. But because of that, you take towers so much quicker. Once you put that frost field down on the ground, you just slap at the towers, and there's nothing you can do against.
You're indexing into a good point. The split push power of this Trundle with a Galio to back it up. If there is a flex towards that Trundle, if Grandview tries to leverage any resources to stop this split push, there's going to be a response here from aggression using that Galio ultimate, and there's a very well thought out game plan here from Ohio Northern. I think your win conditions are set, and it's just about execution at this point.
I think everything we just said is right. I also think that we may be way overthinking this.
Yep.
There's like a strong overthinking component of this. There's a Silas and Galio both have gone electrocute, which is not the runes I would have chosen.
Damage focused here.
Yep.
Yeah. We could see another 80 kill game.
Yeah, I probably would have gone Aftershock on the Galio and Conqueror on the Silas. But hey, you know what? They're the ones playing the match. Let's we'll see how it goes.
You get everybody in on the Kindred ultimate. All of a sudden, Galio with the grand entrance comes through. Rakan's got the grandest entrance, but
Rakan is the grandest of the entrance.
Yeah, but the Galio on top of the Kindred ult, if timed correctly, could be pretty impactful in some of these big team fights. And if you are building damage, the 300 health heal on the end of the Kindred ultimate becomes a dead champion when timed correctly, given the burst from Kindred and Galio. So we're looking at the bottom lane now. The melee farming carry of Silas with the Senna backing them up versus a double range, quote unquote.
I think aggression just DC'd.
Yep.
Judging by the
standing
fact that
still.
Yeah. By the Corki Q. Yeah, I think that's a little bit of a DC. I mean, we haven't seen much of this game for us to like really talk about.
No, we're not gonna. Yeah.
Oh, and we're back.
Okay.
Quickest
quickly.
tech pause. Love to see it.
Gotta be. I mean, Cloud9 uses
look
pauses.
At this.
It's level 2 Trundle. You get the wave prio, instant damage. You talked about the frost field. I'm talking about the chomp coming through.
Yeah, the chomp is huge.
Okay, we have a pause bug here. Game is not broken. We've got. There we go. There we go. We're back.
The
I was gonna
bug showing itself in Chicago of all places.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, now recently it's been Cloud9. They can't win without a pause. Maybe Ohio Northern and Grandview trying to leverage that advantage themselves.
So Julian's just gonna keep pushing in here. He's got so much more sustain than the Cassante does on the Trundle. You get health when you chomp someone on the Q. He's also got a little bit of CC with the pillar. There's a lot that Trundle can do in this lane. He's going to want to continuously push Strict Proctor right into his tower.
Yeah, now we start to get to the point in the game where our first neutral objectives become a thought. Okay, thank you. We do get a little information on the pause bug. But the neutral objectives ending up on the map, that's where I'm starting to look at these mirrored clears here from Kindred and Graves. It's going to lend a strong skirmish. Ooh. And now when Engage coming through, Silas Abscondum Ducks gets the CC. The damage is true. Senna and Silas are going to be the first winners of their trade. Cuz and Kato coming out on top with first blood.
They had to push a lot of summoners out to make sure they survived that, right? They used everything that they had to make sure they get that first kill. Now, was it worth it? Absolutely, right? You're a Silas getting killed really early in a lane that you're not gonna get that much economy in, right? You're gonna farm for a while, and you'll probably be down a little bit. But Pluto still has that flash up. Use the ghost to get out of it, but that flash is going to be really important still coming in the lane. And it does look like Kai was backed at the end of that clear as Nightstar pushes up in the top river.
Does get the scuttle on that because of the prio, thanks to the fact that they got that kill in the bottom lane. I think there was no opportunity for Nightstar to contest too truly, but they are going to get the consolation prize of a 15-second delayed scuttle in the top. But now we get a little more aggression. Julian looking to get the kill, but you don't have much time. Nightstar is there, and pop. Julian goes down. The scaling trundle, the win condition in the side lane, no longer a guarantee. And aggression looking for the same, but Yours Sincerely is going to wade it off.
Yeah,
Nightstar comes out on top, though.
That's Jinkwall playing support for the second time in 2 days. His rel was really good the other day. Really good last night in that 80 some odd kill game, and I'm excited to see his Rakan, because if his Rakan is half as good as his rel, that's a pretty good Rakan.
Okay, you're gonna have to give me the name again.
Jinkwall.
Jinkwall. Okay, thank you. We only see the gamer tags whenever I'm down here on LAN, so
no. I see the same thing too. First night I had of MEC casting, Jinkwall was the mid laner. I was very confused for the first game.
Okay, well, the impact, giving up the first blood, but at least saving Castle in the mid lane for this second kill potentially on Ohio Northern, at least able to return something. But look at this farm here from Kato, able to stay up and even in an advantage. Julian coming down, the high skirmishing power with Prio. Nightstar gonna have to get out of dodge with Galio on the way, level 6 for aggression. Bottom lane is skirmishing here, and it looks like Nightstar is going to have to give up the grub prio as well. 3 grubs over to Ohio Northern and the early lead.
Not just the early lead, the Trundle gets more and more powerful as the Cassante gets powerful.
Yep.
The main thing of the Trundle, right, is that ultimate. The fact that you start to steal armor and MR away from your opponent and just start dealing passive damage to them as you put it on them. So this Cassante, while getting a Warden's Mail and will probably be going towards Frozen Heart, kind of doesn't matter. Because Trundle's just going to steal that armor away.
It's a matter of time, honestly. If Trundle can stick to its opponent, they will go down eventually. The 1v1 does not feel any more powerful than in the Troll Kings. With the exception of maybe a Fiora, honestly, in equal items, but even then it's tough. The win condition's still alive and well, honestly, but those grubs, don't be surprised for Ohio Northern to prioritize the second spawning of those grubs to empower Julian in the side lane. Towers already melt quickly. I'm talking about thermite on these things whenever we get 6 grubs.
I actually think it's a really big thing for Grandview to also contest, not just because you want the 4 grubs. You want to prevent them. You want to prevent Ohio Northern from getting the 5. That's your big power spike at this point, is making sure that you don't get the little void mites with it. Normally, top lane fights are a little bit of a wet noodle fight, but this is...
We do have a little damage coming through. The tempo is set, and we split to bottom lane. The cliffhanger of a move from the spectator. It looks like they're going to be just fine, but it was both ultimates popped. We are all out, and Trundle might be out of time as well. The pillar is very well placed, giving Julian the inside track to their turret. It's going to keep them safe. Dragon going over the way of Grandview in that time, and splitting objectives, splitting the map, and splitting a bit of the damage as well.
Well, Dragon didn't exactly go to Grandview. I mean, it says they have it, but Nightstar stole that with an ultimate across the wall.
You're you're right. I was so consumed with
You're so focused on everything else.
Yeah, the top lane fight.
We missed the steal, so it's really lucky that Nightstar just happened to be there to make sure that they could secure the Dragon. So huge. That's more and more of a loss for Ohio Northern in that fight.
Engage comes through, though. Ultimates are spent. Kato doing some damage. The damage split, however. Pluto, and you're going to have to hit me with the name again.
Jinkwall.
Jinkwall coming away with just under 300 HP. They're going to have to back and lose a wave on the bot side, but pretty good trade, even down the summoners. Pluto having to spend both of theirs just to stay alive is going to give them their first plate bottom.
Yeah, so that's the flash that we talked about before that Pluto didn't spend in the first dive. He gets spent here to make sure that he survives. So flash coming to help out a lot. Cuz and Kato, though, they have their summoners back up for the most part, and they're pushing ahead with the damage. The Silas is actually ahead of Varus in terms of CS, just kind of on his own, and he's going Rod of Ages, which I think is interesting, and I think it gives a lot of power to the Silas without paying a huge amount of cost.
I kind of like that. So the disadvantage of taking a traditional solo laner into the bottom lane is you are having to split XP. You're going to end up lower level. The Rod of Ages is going to counteract that. And I'll finish my point in a moment. No, it's just a pretty harmless trade top. But, I mean, this is going to keep Kato at least at pace with maybe a more normal Silas game in levels at least, and start to maybe round out the level curve versus, you know, what would be a 2 or 3 levels behind AD carry is now more of a more traditional keeping pace with aggression. You're at like level 14, 15.
Yeah, it's an interesting adaptation, and I know we can't really see it here, but I wonder if Kato took inspiration as a second tree. I wasn't paying enough attention to like really look at it, but inspiration second tree could mean that he took the new rune that got put in instead of the commencing stopwatch that gives you the 1 extra skill point early. No level up, but the extra skill point.
Is that the triple tonic, right?
Yeah, it's the triple tonic.
Yeah. It's that would be honestly a really awesome fold. And not to mention the stats on that item as well. It gives Kato the ability, the mana is going to give him the farm to farm from a distance, and now that prioritization, Grandview on the second set of grubs to deny the grub spawns. I mean, we're not sponsored by Grubhub, but we're letting it's free delivery honestly to every team here on the grub side.
If you get grubs, towers are delivered right to your front door.
Exactly. And both of these teams opting in with the discount code MEC. That's not real, though. Don't use that. Not yet. Not yet. If you are looking, though, I mean, we will take it.
Grubhub, contact us.
Absolutely.
We'll
have
talk
your
with you.
people. Yeah, talk to our people. Absolutely. But, I mean, we are practically dead even. It is a 500 gold lead here for the side of Grandview, but almost all of that is in the mid and top CS. Everywhere else, we're seeing a pretty similar stance. I mean, power farming Graves is looking pretty good right now. And that dragon getting stolen is definitely tipping the scales. But it should be a pretty exciting mid-game as things seem pretty even thus far.
So generally when you play Trundle top, you play it with Blade of the Ruined King into like Frostborn Gauntlet or tank items. And you get a Titanic Hydra at one point to help with your clear.
Yep.
Sometimes you get that Titanic Hydra first, and then you go into Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah.
There's a Vamp Scepter first.
Yeah.
And those 3 longswords yell to me they're going Tiamat.
Titanic.
So
yep.
I'm interested to see.
Ravenous. Yeah.
That's the question. I'm interested to see if this is a Vamp Scepter for survivability that will be built into Bork, and also a Tiamat that will be built into Titanic Hydra, or if this is a Ravenous Hydra off the rip.
Kato using the taken ultimate comes through, but Kai hiding in the brush is going to be there. The damage not quite enough to take down the Rakan, but the index towards the bottom lane, aggression and Kai coming down there and getting nothing for it. It's going to give Corki at least the push, but they still have the consolation prize of the dragon spawning in just 15 seconds.
Corki has his first item too. It's a Spear of Sojin, so it means the longer that Corki's in a fight, the more auto attacks he gets off, the more he's going to hit for. So he wants to stay back. They're really trying to itemize into this front to back build. I'm interested.
It is 100% Ravenous, by the way, though.
Yeah, no, it is. I think it will be.
We've got Caulfield's Warhammer coming through. I think it's becoming more the flavor of the month with the just accelerating the wave pushing power of the Trundle.
So I'm looking here for Castle. Where is the Malfeasance? One of those is a movie, and one of those is an item. Don't know which is which.
Maleficent, Angelina Jolie, get in here. Corky's building your items.
One of them is the movie, and one of them is the item. Whichever one it is. Julian puts the ult down on Proctor, and that's a lot of damage early and a lot of armor steal, and especially with
Proctor's looking for the fight. Yeah, they're trading pretty aggressively, and now you are all in or all out at this point. Julian going down to 10 HP, not able to get the chomp off. Cassante, 43,000 health, 8,300 armor. You know, the copy pasta is going to take down the Trundle and give 4 plates on the top side. This Trundle is going to have a tough time if Cassante continues to build this lead like this.
Frozen Heart is such a good economic
It is
item
incredible.
right now in this game, and it means that Cassante was able to have it ahead of time.
Kato again going in. The Senna just barely arriving in time. Cuz coming through, and Pluto once again having to spin both summoners. It is a trade though. Kato and Cuz spinning their flashes just to get into range of each other. That's going to mean that at least for the time being, this bottom lane might be a little more vulnerable. But at this stage of the game, I mean, Grandview is running out of time to throw it down bot lane and look for some advantages. We're getting into the mid game now.
We've also officially passed the time of like real lane phase, right? That the tower plates have fallen. People can kind of go where they please. I wouldn't be totally weirded out to see maybe Galio and Silas switch lanes.
Start to yeah. And I mean, the Senna has no problem sticking with either of those just because of the way that the interactions work. But Julian and Proctor once again. I think we're going to see this quite a bit. This time, however, Kai showing up to the party. No all out for Proctor. Just Julian and Kai stacking the lethal tempo and the Conqueror. Damage coming through. I don't know how much longer they have to live. Has to pop the ultimate as well to stay alive. Proctor going to save Q3 for the CC, but the damage is too high. Not able to return the kill. Proctor goes down. And we've got some more aggression bottom lane as well. Grandview looking to find an advantage bottom side with the Kindred top. Maybe look to pressure the turret, but I think the wave clear, honestly, from this Silas Senna is going to be too strong. Might be first turret for Ohio Northern going to go down as well.
This is the highest value Frozen Heart I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
The fact that fight took that long is because the Frozen Heart prevents either of these two champions, huge auto attack champions, from auto attacking. They couldn't do anything about it.
And no Trundle ultimate as well on that. So it was completely full armor, steel caps, Frozen Heart, everything. Is Cassante invincible for the moment? Nightstar, however, not the case. Kato and Cuz coming through once again. The dynamic duo picking up their second kill in total, third assist for Cuz thanks to the Senna ultimate. And that's going to mean they're going to have a little more advantage to get towards this top side and look for their first neutral objective beyond the grubs. Honestly, can we count getting 3 grubs as a neutral objective? I think it's only half credit. Yeah.
Well, no one got 3. We got a 4 and a 2.
4 and 2. 4 and 2.
So I think we can give Grandview the grubs as a neutral objective because they got 4.
It's just a majority. Even then, it just feels like 4 versus 5 is such a big jump, but
it is. But preventing the 5 from Ohio Northern is a huge jump. This was a less we want it and more we want you to not have it.
Yep, it's kid on the playground. If I can't play with the ball, nobody can pop.
Yep.
You know, we pop the grubs. We're it's Toddler Town, Unsummoner's Rift. Nobody's allowed to play.
There is a 200 gold bounty on the mid lane Corki.
0-0-0
for straight farm. Has 1 CS per 10 seconds right now. Like straight up 1 CS per 10 seconds.
Wait.
No, wait, that math didn't work out. Minutes
no
or
math
60
on stream.
seconds, not 100%.
No math on stream. You know the rules. And Julian and Proctor, thank you for the interruption. We need it. God knows we don't need any more calculations.
They also know the rules, and that's part of the problem. Julian's rule is go in always at all times. He's continuing with those rules.
Wait. All right, Castle TP's out because Castle was absolutely going to die. He TP'd to his package. That's not a euphemism. Instead of a tower. I didn't even know you could do that.
I didn't know you could either.
Yeah,
that's
it was like wild. He spawned on the back side of the Nexus, unless I'm like bugging and there was a ward or something. But yeah, absolutely,
it was placement.
It would be. We got to make sure nobody's backdooring the Nexus, right? Yeah, at 18 minutes.
At 18 minutes with both with all your inhib and tier 3 towers up.
Okay, well, the Varus ultimate stolen and used lands on Pluto, but the damage returned to Julian goes down before even a moment to spare. Pluto chasing now with the Ghost, does have the poke, and the damage comes through. Senna going to ward them off with the root, and Castle flashing forward, forcing the ultimate from Kai's Kindred. They're not going to survive, though. The Rockets landing. I say that right as the last one misses, and Proctor's going to have to watch Kuz go through. In total, 4-0. Grandview comes out on top. The Dragon is theirs. The tower is soon to follow. It's a massive lead in the mid-game.
That could honestly be the game-winning fight there for Grandview.
Yeah, it's tilted. I mean, whenever you have a split push win con that has a 4-1 kind of team fight mentality, if you're losing the 4 and the split push, as we've seen the Trundle do thus far in an isolated 1v1, there's not a lot of avenues to win here. Ohio Northern is going to have to pull out a really good comeback, at flip some objectives or something, because Grandview is playing at a really high level right now.
We got to look for the Baron. It's up in 22 seconds, and it's not a particularly quick take for Ohio Northern. But the Trundle, plus the Senna, plus the Kindred can do a good chunk of damage. We could see Ohio Northern go for a little bit of a aggressive Baron attempt to try and just see if they can get a fight going.
Yeah, speaking of aggressive, though, aggression has to stay in the bottom lane thanks to the only teleport available, and generate some sort of gold while the rest of the team has to keep Grandview at bay on the Baron side. Met by Castle's Corki, it does land. It's just a quick trade, similar to how you would see something like a Camille. You get half health on the first trade, you look to get a second taunt to seal it, but with Summoner's Advantage, it could be something that Castle has to watch out for and is going to have to back. So maybe an opportunity for a little gold influx. No bounty, or there are objective bounties, excuse me, for Ohio Northern, so maybe able to equalize. I mean, they're looking at Soul Point potentially here in a few minutes, and Baron on the map as well. It's going to be tough to stop them all.
They're looking at Soul.
Or at Soul, excuse me.
Yeah, no, it's Soul Point would be a little bit more easily guardable, right? You'd think about it.
Ooh, aggression! Looking for the
much.
Justice Punch. Yeah, ends up a little too far and under tower range with the rest of his team at his back, thinking maybe I'm a little stronger than actually true, because they were not tethered and in range to influence the fight. Goes down instantly, and I mean, now Ohio Northern, they're going to seed one more turret at the minimum. 8-3 the kills. It's 6K gold lead at 21 minutes. We were dead even 8 minutes ago.
We were dead even, and then Castle decided to join the rest of the game.
Yep.
On a dig on Castle, just Corki had not interacted with the rest of the map for a while, and Corki started interacting with the rest of the map.
Oh yeah, Muramana transformed and completed. The Herald's going to go down, but there, I mean, an entire ride back to the second tier, and Kai goes down without even spending the ultimate. Nightstar just obliterates.
Can Pluto defeat this before it crashes?
Yes, absolutely. She's going to get stuck on the minions. We all have been there. You don't want to miss the cannon. Well, Shelly doesn't want to miss the melees either, and goes down before the objective does. Now, I mean, Baron, who's going to be able to fight this? Nobody can get into the pit except for Silas, and then even then, Galio ultimate on top for what? I mean, you just can't compete with the smite on Nightstar.
You're gonna try. You have to try. There's no other option here.
Pluto with the ultimate, but honestly, it doesn't matter.
Try. That was the entire try right there.
Oh my goodness, that was Silas Q pops right at the moment Baron goes down. Then for a second, you think maybe, but the Baron going over the way to Grandview is going to be a huge boon to sealing the deal. They're going to have Prio in every lane now, and that's going to mean that Soul is going to be tough to contest on Ohio Northern. Grandview looking incredibly strong. Yeah.
Theoretically, if this game goes to like 50, 55 minutes, it could be an Ohio Northern game pretty easily. The Senna is so good with scaling. Same with the Kindred.
Senna, Kindred, Silas.
I'm not looking at this game going past like 30 minutes right now.
It would take a really
it would take an
big
active
play.
god.
Yeah.
Like, that's what we're looking at here.
And potentially a catch. Kindred ultimate is still available though. Jumping forward, I think Nightstar understanding cannot trade. Silas looking in. There's the engage, and the damage is there. Mecca, that's exactly what they needed. Kai follows up at nothing really expended except for the Cinder ultimate. Now aggression with potentially another catch. Proctor in the top lane, Pluto in the mid lane. They are able to take the turret, and it's traded on the bottom side, but 2 tier 2s for the tier 1 on the bottom side.
Not tier 2s. They're looking at a tier 3 in mid lane, too, with the Varus Corki.
Grandview has no problem. They're like, sure, you got the jungler. We're taking your base.
We will give up our normal AD carry's life to make sure that we can push the rest of this.
That's true. That's true. I think honestly that's why maybe Nightstar looks so comfortable on this Graves.
Yeah, it's basically an AD carry.
Yeah.
He's just playing Kai'Sa. That's all it is.
Kai'Sa, we're missing CS is practically impossible because you're PvE. It's easy.
Every Kai'Sa player's dream.
Yeah, and honestly for Grandview, Nightstar going down at that time really didn't punish them too much because the dragon spawned only 5 seconds before the respawn comes through, and with Castle's package now and the Baron buff, it really is an uphill battle. Julian's going to have to find some way to engage and does not find it. Pluto lands the ultimate, and Julian does not move any longer. Castle picks up 2 kills early, and they want more. Pluto gets rooted, roots up Castle as well. Proctor setting the front line and chasing. Cuz is cut off, and Kato joining them. There we get the Rakan engaged. Yep, Kato going through now. All out used and is not able to get Kai out of their own ultimate. The healing is there. Proctor able to find the damage. Did Pluto just walk
Yeah, he just
to
walked
mid
away.
lane?
This is what I want to talk about. Pluto just walked away and started hitting the
All right, guys. See you later.
No AD carry needed.
Yeah, lands the ultimate, gets the kill onto Julian, says bye. I'm going mid lane.
That's all
you guys take care of that. We're going to take the Nexus. Grandview in their semi-final appearance, continuing on over Ohio Northern after a few more kills. Why not? Had the stats. You get 15 kills. You get the soul. You get the win here at semis at MEC. You're headed to the finals. Grandview takes the win.
Yeah, so Grandview... With a team comp that looked a little weird on paper, with a
triple AD carry, bit of a frontline Rakan, Cassante, no big deal.
Yeah, and what we thought was going to be a really brutal top lane because the Trundle, it just exists. Turns out to be, don't worry at all, we're just going to win anyway.
Credit to Proctor. Credit to Proctor. It was a well played top lane, removing the assumed win condition, at least from Ohio Northern, and forcing a lot of uncomfortability whenever it came to the macro decisions. I mean, taking 15 seconds to kill the Cassante with Kindred and Trundle in the top lane is pretty indicative of how difficult it was going to be after that lead was wrested control of on the Grandview side. So pretty exciting match. We do have our first finalist at least solidified for
we
MEC.
actually have both.
Okay, what's
so Grandview will be taking on Purdue Northwest.
Perfect.
In the finals right after this in a best of 3. But before we go, I believe we have an interview in a minute. Perhaps
we do.
We do have an interview in a minute. That's
all
I have on the matter.
Would we like to send it to? Fortunately here at LAN, it is pretty nice. I've got my producer literally right here. Yeah. Are we ready? He sends the wave. Do we want to hit it to a commercial break first, or would we like to just jump right into the interview? We're going to go to break first. So we're going to toss it to break, get everything set up. Grandview coming off the win in semis. Our finals are set. Purdue Northwest and Grandview on the way. The MEC, what? Clash? Thank you. Oh my gosh, I was losing it. I Clash has a totally different meaning, with the client. So anyway, MEC Clash is going to continue right after the break. Don't touch that browser.
Mechatronic back here. I'm here with Strict Proctor, the top laner from Grandview University, the only player who didn't roll swap in that last game. What went on a little bit there that we started to have some roll swaps going on?
I mean, I think it's a pretty fun event, and we want to have fun in this event. So just role swapping, just playing each other's champions is always just fun, comparing how good we are to each other.
And the Cassante. Let's talk about what happened in the top lane there. We on the cast were very prepared for Cassante to lose the lane, not because of you, but just because Trundle is terrifying. What were you thinking about going into that, knowing that there could be a Trundle top lane and you having to lane against that?
So I knew before level 6 I'm never winning the lane. I shouldn't try to trade. I shouldn't try to fight him at all. So that's basically what I did mostly. And then I knew at level 6 I could kill him if I chunked him low enough. And then it was pretty easy, honestly.
The second you kind of started, it snowballed a little bit. I want to talk about the Frozen Heart purchase, because that seemed to be like the best value purchase I've seen in League of Legends game in a really long time. There was a point in which you were getting 2v1 by Kindred and Trundle in the top lane, and they couldn't do anything about it because they kept just not being able to auto attack from the Frozen Heart.
Yeah, I mean, they have Trundle, Kindred, and Senna, so it's just a bunch of auto attackers. Item's very good, and right now it's just a lot of value.
I got one more thing for you, and it's unrelated to the game that you just played. Did you at one point in your life have an extremely strict exam proctor that you had to make your name Strict Proctor after them, or is this an unrelated matter?
No, it's completely unrelated. It's from a game I play, a card game.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Strict Proctor. We'll see you in a couple minutes in the finals. You're taking on Purdue Northwest in that best of 3. But until that point, we're going to go to a break. We'll be back after.
We are here at the MEC Fall Championship. It's Kendo Slice, and I am talking with my friend from Cleveland State University. He is Fode, the Valorant team. If I remember right, it was the 3rd team all MEC, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, the question is, what does esports mean to you?
Esports to me is really a communal thing.
Yeah.
At Cleveland State, especially this semester, our Valorant team has become like very integrated on campus.
Yes.
Even with like the other teams, like some of the Smash Bros players or some of the Overwatch players, like we'll find them in like the gym or something, and we'll all play basketball. And it's been a great semester of just like a community, really. On top of just like what esports is in general as like a competition.
I like that. Of course, with esports in the collegiate realm, we are talking about scholastics a little bit. So there is a learning process here. And I have to ask, if over the last 3 months or so in this semester, is there something that stands out that you've learned, whether it be about your team, whether it be about yourself, maybe in the classroom even?
Yeah, in the past 3 months, I feel like I've learned a ton within the game, especially. I feel like I've truly improved a lot, as well as the team. Like last semester, we were like leagues better than we were the semester before, and this semester it's the same thing. We're all improving. We've got a few new players that have come in, and even like next year, there's a few new recruits that might even level that up more. But like playing more with higher level players and some high level coaches has just improved us tremendously.
How does that translate to LAN environment? Because opportunities like this one don't come along every day. Have you enjoyed your time with LAN?
The LAN has been great. The first LAN I ever played was a few weeks ago. We had Baldwin Wallace come in and play against us at our facility. And so coming from that into this and seeing like the entire setup with all these teams, it's just been really cool to like get that experience playing against people that like you can see like just across the stage and then talk to them after.
So I have to ask, everybody likes their greatest of all time moments. Do you have a greatest of all time, but we're going to scope it in the last 3 months or so, in this fall semester? Maybe a clippable offense you want to talk about?
Yeah, I definitely have one. So there was a time we were playing against ONU, who, as we know, is one of the, if not the, I think they're currently like top seeded team in MEC. And we were playing on Lotus, which at the time we thought we were really good at, and we were down, I think it was 12-7 or something like that. So we were looking at a probable loss. We took a timeout, and we came back and made it 13-11. We still lost, but like we had a huge comeback. And during that, there was one round, like a very key round, where I got a 1v5 ace against this team with multiple Radiant players. It felt amazing.
That feels really good. Almost as good as whatever's going on over in the corner. Of course, we go back to that whole LAN environment idea. We have been constantly hearing everything throughout our interview times. What are you looking forward to as far as in the future scope for esports? It could be at going into next semester. It could be just about anything under the sun.
Well, actually, I'm set to finish my master's by the next semester. So I was looking into maybe this is kind of the end of esports for me. I'm not sure. Like go into the job world and maybe I'll just play for fun. But actually, I recently got an offer for a PhD position, and I'm highly considering it. So I might be on for 3 more years to keep playing some esports and see where I can go with it.
Love it. Love it. Seeing the opportunity to give it back even more. I've really enjoyed talking to everybody from Cleveland State because the team aspect has been fantastic. Like y'all are awesome together. At least that's what I've gathered just from the interview. So thank you so much, folks, for the time, and thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
Yeah, rock on.
Hello, welcome on into the MEC Clash Grand Finals here. It feels like it has gone by way too fast. There's been chaos on the Rift. It's been reigning supreme. My name's Travis D. I'm joined here with MEC. We are getting into the Grand Finals, and it's Purdue Northwest versus Grandview.
You can tell we're in Grand Finals energy. We're both wearing collars today.
Yeah.
You normally wear a collar, but you have a blazer. I normally don't have a collar, but I've got a little collar action here.
A little
today.
spiffiness.
I was thinking about putting a tie just around this, but not actually tying it, furthering the point here. But I decided to leave the ties alone and watch a really good best of 3 here, where we already know that there's going to be a little bit of a fun play going on.
Yeah, let's see the rosters here. This is the biggest thing. So here we go. We're looking at it. This is not the order they're in, but this is what they would normally play in their positions, right? So going through everything, this is the normal roster. You even see like Toponer is in here, but Toponer is not inside of the roster on the day for Purdue Northwest. These are the standard rosters coming in from them. I feel like the reason why we kind of have to do this is because these teams have been kind of shifting around their roster to kind of meet the other, and it's been a chaotic storm each time. And I honestly have been completely here for it.
Yeah, I've been so here for it. We haven't seen Prank or Proctor switch lanes yet. I'm interested to see if they do today. But other than that, everyone else has moved around.
Well, remember, Proctor did actually switch. He switched yesterday in their game against Ohio Northern, who they just beat, where they swapped him down to support. So, you know, they could do a little bit of swapping. Yeah.
Jinqua was playing support.
Jinqua played support against Purdue Northwest yesterday. And then the game after that,
There
Proctor said, I'm going to be support.
Too many games.
Yeah.
like
Because remember, Castle also subbed out, and they brought in their other sub who came in and played inside the jungle for him. And Castle didn't play in the final game against Ohio.
With the Shinzao.
Yeah. And so we are in this interesting situation where Purdue Northwest, they've taken the coach and subbed the coach in to play with them for Purdue Northwest. And Grandview has been like, yeah, you know what? Everything, let's just throw it all out the kitchen sink. What sounds like something we can have a lot of fun with here on the Rift? And you know what? That's what I'm here for. I'm here for the players to have fun, and it seems like they have taken that in the heart.
Big fun energy today. That's what we're looking for. We saw your Senna Silas last game, which was awesome to see, and we saw Mike Gallia. Everything that we wanted to see.
Did they win, Mecca?
No, they did not. Not at all. Not at all.
Just want to make sure people are aware of that very decisive point.
So, for what it's worth now, Cuz has the highest kill game in the MEC and whatever last game was as an off-roll player. So, takes your wins with your losses. Averages out to be a pretty good place to be.
Good weekend for Ohio Northern, but that's neither here nor there. We're getting to Grandview and Purdue Northwest, and you know, a little bit of some interesting dialogue that I had here. I talked to Purdue Northwest coach who is playing for them right now, right? And he said that as long as he's playing, if Castle's going to be mid lane, he shall also be mid lane. So I'm kind of like, all right, give me. They're like, all right, fisticuffs time. Let's go, you and me, Castle.
They've already subbed Castle out though for Ryo the Great. What if they sub Castle out? What is Ketter gonna do?
Sub himself out too, dude. What do you mean?
who's the sub for Purdue Northwest?
Random bystander inside the crowd. It's your time to make your CLOL debut.
They're gonna pull my my prior co-caster from last match and put him in.
Just grab Reed and just be like, here you go. Hey, if you win this game, Reed, you get a full ride scholarship. How's that sound?
For 3 days. We won't give you more than 3 days.
That would be pretty amazing to be able to see, but hey, here we go. We're getting ready for the draft with all the chaos that could possibly ensue, and we're getting an idea of where everybody is going to be inside of the map, and we do see Keter and Castle are going to be inside that mid lane, so we were talking about it earlier about how they were going to be, but you see GVU, they've got quite a bit of mid-ups with Proctor inside of the jungle, and you can't get away from Prank.
No, it looks like they're trying to match up the best that they can. To a degree, right? So Keter and Castle wanted the matchup. They've got the matchup. Prank and Proctor, both the top laners in the same place. That's about where this ends.
The comparison ends there.
Hey, 40% ain't bad. We'll take those.
I do wonder, because we actually are seeing a lot of bans getting targeted towards Pluto. Pluto's like the one person who is not switching around besides AD carry.
Yeah,
I've noticed.
AD carry the whole time. He's been on the Varus twice. He's been on Lucian once, at least on the on-stream game. So we've seen 2 Varus. We've seen a win and a loss.
They might be pinching down Pluto, though. Look at this. They're pinch down those 2, and then the Yasuo, and then a possible Senna.
That's
pretty
a
big
lot
to
of-
take away.
That's a lot of ADs. We
Yeah.
saw Pluto play up against the Senna last time, and again, Senna is one of these really important picks when you're playing off roles, because this is a champion a lot of roles know how to play.
Yeah.
Well, by a lot of roles, I mean both bot lane roles. And
Yes,
So that
yes.
it's more convenient to play a Senna if you're in either one of those places.
Yeah, but it's also just like it opens up the door to so many unique possibilities. And then the Nico as well. I think this makes a lot of sense. Very strong champion at the current moment in time. Very good at being able to start up fights. First pick is Obar for Due Northwest, so I wonder what the first option will be for themselves. What do they want to keep their eyes on? Lee Sin is available. You know, we could have Lee Sin possibly be a contested pick here for Castle or Keter.
We could see it. I'd be interesting to see if it's Lee Sin towards a jungle or towards a lane if we saw Lee Sin. The Rengar being banned, it's a solid ban. We saw some interesting Rengar shenanigans happen yesterday. This is a good choice to ban the Rengar. Karma was a 3-way flex. They said it was going to be a 3-way flex yesterday. It ended up being in the top lane.
Yeah, so they go ahead, they grab themselves Karma. It makes perfect sense. If you leave it open, just go ahead and take it. I do like the fact that Rengar's gone, just because there's not going to be any shenanigans that could possibly happen with Bledsoe and Doubtful yet again, so they've gotten that taken care of, but Karma gives you quite a few bit of options, so I feel like GVU, they grabbed the Ivern. Okay.
Ivern Kha'Zix, for everyone wondering, if you were, not as good as Ivern Rengar. Just want to state that up ahead. Because a lot of the times Rengar and Kha'Zix kind of function in the same bit, both jumpy assassins.
But
doesn't work.
Grabbing Ivern. So for me, when I see Ivern, I'm expecting a melee range or an AD mid laner to actually come out. Usually with Ivern, I don't usually like seeing another mage paired together with it. That's a Zoe lock-in.
Huge. That's awesome. So Klexo and Doubtful were the Ivern Rengar duo yesterday, and they had talked about the fact that Ivern was a flex pick up until the Rengar pick. That they were talking about putting in mid. This could be an Ivern going towards mid.
Could be. It's not as good in the mid lane though, because you want to have somebody that you can support in the jungle role. Usually that's the Rengar, who they actually have opted to ban. So I do wonder, like, is there an AD assassin? Like, do you want to just take the Kha'Zix and possibly do Kha'Zix in the jungle with Ivern?
We saw Graves last game from Nightstar, and Graves could go kind of hard here with the Ivern.
This is Strip Proctor that's playing in the jungle.
Proctor is playing in the jungle, and Graves is a pick that a lot of top laners know how to play, because we had that weird meta for a year with Graves.
What about Briar? Would Briar jungle actually work out really well here? Because Strip Proctor did play at top earlier.
I don't know if he wants to go back to.
It wasn't a bad game. It was a bad game for him, but jungle is what Briar's meant to be, right?
That's what I've been told. Silas pick here would be pretty normal into Zoe, actually. You can jump on Zoe pretty quickly, get a lot of damage down, and run away before she hits the paddle star on you. And Udyr went through. We didn't talk about that.
Yeah, we don't have to.
Yeah. So I assume that means that Karma's going support if there's an Udyr and a Zoe here. But it could be an Udyr jungle, which would be a little weird right now. Udyr jungle is not as strong as Udyr top is.
Oh, well.
It's Udyr jungle.
Hold yourself on that.
Jace
holding can go into the bot side if you do decide you want to go that route. It has been something. It's not as popular, but Jace actually can still go in the bot side, and we don't know exactly where this is going until we hit the field. So with this, that's a Jhin, so that makes me believe Jhin Karma, and then it's going to be that Udyr in the jungle more than likely, as you were talking about.
Yeah, it's not as strong as it used to be. It's not as strong as it was in the Hecarim Udyr meta, where you bought Dead Man's Plate and Turbo Chem Tank and ran at people and pressed E. That's going to be an Ivern jungle. I like the Malphite top. Very base pick into Jace. You have lethality. I have a mountain.
Yeah, no, it's it's interesting how things have changed here. It's
Oh, no.
they could do a couple weird things. Okay, so they're doing
So it's Karma top.
Kletso, Zoe. So
wait.
All right. So here's the
Sorry.
thing.
Whoa.
Yeah. You wanna gather your train of thought? I have an
Yeah.
idea with this. I have an idea of what is going on here.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Doubtful is probably going to be the farming member of
Are
the
you sure?
bot lane. No, I'm never sure when we see this stuff.
Because here's the thing. All right, let me lay it out for you real quick. Because I have a thing of mine where sometimes I get in a mood and I go, "Where does it support?" And I just take random characters and I'm like,
Can it
"Yeah,
support?"
yeah." Every time there's a new release character, I usually play it support just to kind of get an idea.
I do the same thing in jungle. I do the same thing in jungle, so I understand.
Yeah, so it's like I just want to see how it will feel. That's why I was like hyped up on Talia, because I actually think Talia support as a role, if you know how to play the champion, that you can go for. Jhin is an interesting one, because if you actually are doing this, Jhin with any mage is actually pretty interesting. You get actually a lot of cost early on inside of your build, because lethality is pretty cheap. So Rated Dirk gives you basically like half a full completed items lethality, right? Like, it's actually pretty bonkers. It's a big spike. So first back you get Serrated Dirk, you're doing a decent amount of damage, and then it's reliant on the Zoe actually popping people. So I'm actually leaning more towards the Zoe carry, because Zoe does need more gold to be more effective inside of the laning phase. Because I've played the Zoe support angle too, and let me tell you, that sucks. Don't do it. It's just not. It's not. You don't get that satisfaction of deleting somebody. So
yeah, the Jhin also helps out a lot with the new support items with the Blood Song. So you get the Sheen proc and you get to push a lot more damage out if you are playing the Jhin with the World Atlas. There's been no buy yet.
Yeah, there we go. I do have a PhD in Draft Insanity from Nazis University. Thank you. It is my favorite of the two regions. That's what I'll be playing from when the MMO eventually drops.
Oh,
but
I'm so ready for League MMO.
Here we go. We're going into the grand
Unrelated
final.
point.
Purdue Northwest, Grand View. We are going into this matchup, and the chaos on the Rift here. Grandview somehow coming out with a more standard composition, with a more standardized game plan, where Purdue Northwest, they had one, but then they decided to flip all the pieces around and build a puzzle their own way.
Yeah, I think that the Winking and Keter, the Karma and the Jace, I think that was a last minute swap. I think this was probably supposed to be a Jace top and a Karma mid, but the Malphite pick, they moved it into the other place to help Karma push a little bit harder.
Yeah,
I have a feeling of that, because Malphite's a really big counter as a Jace.
Sure. Yeah. It's also like a question mark of how good is Shinqual at it. I usually think people look at Malphite and they go, you're a rock. Just throw it and just get there.
Malphite mana control is very difficult.
Yes, exactly my point. The mana control is so tempting to throw those delicious cheese wheels.
75% of his mana is gone with 1 Q.
Yep.
75% of his mana is left. Sorry, 25% of his mana is gone.
Sometimes I like switching things up. Like the Q mats is very fun on the Malphite, but of course, like if I'm into like a Jats or something, slap people up with like the E mats where it just slows their attack speed to a snail's crawl is just very satisfying.
Odd that Malphite also went the cloth armor first item
against Karma.
Yeah,
I was thinking about that.
An AP champion.
Well, are you ready for Triforce Karma?
No, please no. Please no. All right,
flashing forward, gets the bubble. Good block coming in from Pluto, but this is the danger. You can dodge one skill shot, but you get rooted up by another. Pluto does survive and weather out the storm, but there's going to be more attacks that will come out here. As you can already see, Doubtful looking for an angle with that fourth shot ready to go. Kletso now being taken advantage of, but the Sleepy Trouble bubble will be able to be at their dismay.
You talked about before how terrible Zoe support was. It's looking like Zoe support. Thoughts?
Yeah, it's looking more like it. It's looking more like it. So Sleepy Trouble bubble, So the idea behind it is Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Your base damage is actually okay for a little bit, but you fall off of a cliff so very fast in comparison that you do become like the Sleepy Trouble Bubble just becomes your one thing of utility that you have. Level 6 you'll be fine as well because you have some very unique trade patterns that not a lot of supports can deal with. So there's the couple like good things that come out of Zoe's support, right? The bad stuff, like I said, your itemization, the money, everything like that you need is big as well. But right now, Strip Proctor, I don't know if this is a dive you can take. Prank is here.
It doesn't look like a dive. He's going to not hit the root collar, so got to walk away now. Drowsy.
Yeah, he's going to go Night first. They're stun him, lock him up. There's the root, and that is the basic idea from it. Good kickball from Nightstar. They should be able to root him on over. Pluto, though, gets flashed upon. Doubtful finishes off the kill, and another paddling happens. Nightstar this time, the victim of such. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble will be caught. They'll lay in the 4th shot. Wake Nightstar up. What a rude awakening it is. Grandview completely routed bot side.
Completely routed, and they got it back now. Doubtful and Klexo have so much more push and so much more damage this early than them.
Oh, Keter going for the 1v1. Remember, this is a matchup that they have decided they're matching each other. And look who's come to interrupt it.
Cringe jungle roll. Let them
Better
1v1.
mid wins. Better mid
Let them
wins.
1v1.
Better mid wins. That's all you type in chat if you're Keter right there. You just immediately just like, hey, yo, Castle.
Mid-diff.
Mid-diff. You just got mid-diffs, buddy.
That's a mid-diff right there. No support items still for Klexo. I don't think Klexo is backed at all yet, though. So my assumption is we see the support item on Klexo first back.
Okay, Klexo is going to get abused for this. And
yeah,
there you go.
back.
Pluto gets the kill.
So forced back.
Yeah, forced back. That is, yet again, another problem with the Zoe, right? You are immobile. Very easy to jump onto.
Okay. Zoe bought an amp tome for a minute. I was going to have to start asking questions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Going to have to ask some questions about what Jinquil is doing up here at this current moment in time. And it's called waiting for Strip Proctor to come in and gank your lane, which is a great thing as a top laner to do. Jinquil showing extreme mastery of the top lane by calling the jungler up, get the trigger seed. Prank is here to be able to tussle as well. But it will immediately turn into a 1v2 scenario. Back into the mid lane we go. Keter's going to be able to hit Castle around. They have the Kingslayer to be able to get him a lot of that healing. Klexo coming in to try and resuscitate, and the Sparkles is to their dismay. Prank now going turtle stance, tries to pop in the Phoenix, but it will be quietly taken down. Strip Proctor finding another kill on the top side of the map. There's just trades all over the place. Winking comes back. Yeah, goodbye. That's your ult.
That's it.
Boop.
That's it. A lot went on right there. I don't think I've ever seen a root collar from Ivern actually get a kill. Like, I've seen it do a lot to help get kills, but I don't think I've ever actually seen it do enough damage to finish off a kill.
Well,
now
it's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen a Karma start off a play by getting killed off in a gank, and then the Karma coming back and getting killed against their opposition, making it an even trade. That's a new one for me too.
A whole list of new things for us here.
Yeah, no, it's very, very weird. As technically, I think they actually get a little bit of a lead since Castle did go down as well in the mid lane. 2 assists that go over to the Jace is really nice. Because of all the action that happened and the fact that Strip Proctor can't really do anything about the grubs, Udyr can just go up there, clear those out very easily. That's 3 full grubs going over to the side of Purdue Northwest.
They're going to keep pushing on that, and it's going to make them push a lot harder on the tower. It helps out the Karma kind of not being as good late game as she is early game, especially into a Malphite. Though into a Malphite, she'll be good for the rest of the game. That is a Negatron cloak purchased for... Sorry, no magic mantle purchased for Malphite, though. That's the first start of the MR you'll see getting bought for Malphite. Probably turns into the magic resist boots.
I mean, yeah, you got to kind of push those in with the merc treads as well, like you were just talking about. Castle in a rough position here, as remember, this is a Udyr who spec a little bit more. They have that haunting guise, so they do a little bit more damage as they're going towards that Leandres right off the get-go. And check this out, Strip Proctor inside the jungle trying to see if they can make some friends Will they be able to do such? They will make their friends, but at what cost? You can call Daisy over for the party, but there is no Ivern to be found. As now Kletso coming back down into the bot lane. Doubtful's getting punished as they keep getting left behind, but guess what? Prank is in the wings. That will be enough to force Grandview to disembark away from this matchup.
Yeah, we'll keep seeing Keter kind of just eating the fruits of his jungler's labor here. We saw the first kill over to Castle go over to Prank.
Okay. They don't have the dash from Pluto, so they will be fine on that. Prank is inside the jungle. Shirt Proctor shouldn't be able to fight this out. It was stolen away, and you get stunned up, and Prank leaves. And that is all that she wrote. He'll get some fruit. It'll be really tasty. Nom nom. Great. It's suffering all across the map right now for GVU in a lot of different ways. Look at Malphite. Malphite's stuck underneath their own tower.
Yeah. This is a big Udyr gaming moment right here, is that Udyr is able to walk in, steal your buff, walk away, and take no damage. That is the Udyr experience right now.
It's also like you're going into Ivern, right? So Ivern really can't contest it, and none of the lanes were in a situation to actually help them. Like usually when you're playing Ivern in that case and scenario, right? You're kind of counting on your team to be able to move over to help you out, but unfortunately, Shirt Proctor is yelling out to the team like, guys, there's a Udyr. Hello, there's a homeless man dressed up as a bear inside of my jungle, please. No response.
No response at all.
Oh. Well, hold on. Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Nightstar is 6, so to be able to have that cleansing effect to be able to get Pluto out of going to sleep. And you can already see it coming into effect. Good stuff. Good hands from Nightstar to immediately know to check that Sleepy Trouble Bubble.
And we see that now it starts to be this like really big CS gap in the top lane. It's a 31 CS gap. Malphite though, he kind of
Keter getting out of the way. Unfortunately, did get baited in. The root hits, and it makes it to where Jinkwall goes immediately into melee range, which forces him under the tower, and he's like, oh no, did not want to be here. So Flash is gone. Kletso comes back over, says, I'll take a little paddling over here. Castle with the Kingslayer trying to be aggressive indicator. Shirt Proctor's being forced to stay around as this is all happening just to make sure that Castle doesn't get destroyed in the 1v3.
Yes, this is the thing I was going to say before, is that while Malphite is down in CS, it kind of doesn't matter. You're going to build Frozen Heart at one point in this game to deal with the AD. You're going to build whatever AP item you're going first. So Spirit Passage, it could be Canic Brewkern. But you're going to build something to help with that. And all you care about is your ultimate.
Yeah, right now you're caring about the fact that Kletso's losing all their HP bar, though. Another kickball to the face. There is going to be no way to be able to stop this from being able to shoot out. Nightstar will take in a heaping amount of damage, but look at Daisy. They'll do the tanking for the team. Gets almost the last hit onto Doubtful, but it will be a successful dive avoided. Kletso, you do need to be a little bit cautious. They got themselves a heal. You need to go ahead and use that. They're waiting to see if they can use it with the Sparkle. There it is, but the Ignite is there. Sleepy Trouble Bubble as well. And a little bit of that greed equals feed that I've been talking about so many times. Doubtful now in a rough spot. The Flash Trigger Seed to try and lay out the damage onto Doubtful, and Strip Proctor will finish things off.
And it looks like it's a solo, which is even better for the Ivern. Get forced more and more ahead. Ivern's on a low economy. One of those supports that goes jungle. It's just like Rel, that you're not going to really build these high expense jungle items. You're going to build Knight's Vow. You're going to build actually you won't build Knight's Vow on Ivern, but you'll build Moonstone, you'll build Staff of Flowing Water, you'll build a bunch of these other items that are really low cost.
Kletso with the Sparkles able to lay in a good amount of the work for themselves. Castle goes ahead and yoinks the ultimate from the Jace. Don't get to see it too often. And here comes Jinkwall with a vengeance. They have that unstoppable force ready. Prank in the midst of two is going to try and run wild. They're going to keep going in. Will they finish off things? They go with the ultimate. Jinkwall gets the kill on the Prank.
That's all that matters right there, is the Jinkwall ultimate. The R button on Malphite is the only button that matters. Unless you're going AP Malphite, then the Q button matters a lot. I guess the E button matters a little.
I like all the buttons of Malphite.
All the buttons on Malphite are good. But the ultimate, very important.
The main attraction. By the way, while this all happened, Prank did get all the little grubs up top. So
Yeah, that means Winking has even more push against this
Yes.
Malphite, in which already had a lot of push. There's so much chip damage that goes right onto this Malphite.
But look at who's coming around for the gank. But before we can talk about that, we got to go down to the bot side. Doubtful in a rough scenario as the solution's going to keep putting down the hurt. Pluto finds themselves the kill, and now we go over to the top lane. Daisy's been called in. It's a 1v3. The Karma, though, is coming out on top in the trade. It's going to take the kill out onto Jinqual, and is going to look to turn their attention to Daisy and Ivern, but those triggers do too much damage. The flash, try and get out of range. It's not going to be that effective. Let's trying to find a possible trade avenue for the team, trying to see if they could think with portals, but the rest of Grandview, they smell the impending gank coming. Keter was in the area. Do not have the acceleration gate shock blast combo to be able to rely on. And now Castle's been able to join into the fray. They go ahead and jump in. The chain connects, but they go to sleep immediately after. And while this all happens, Jin able to respawn, goes into the midwave, will catch us out as Castle now trading with Frank yet again. There's two storms coming in. They're looking like a Venn diagram of what you don't want to do inside this game. Kletso now thinking with the portals in the wrong way. They pop through one, they die through the other. Easy kills coming out. GVU say, Purdue Northwest, you can play your hand. We're just going to outplay you on it. But Keter gets the kill onto Strict Proctor off the overchase. This is not looking too great. The curtain call is just out of range. A sad story for Jin enjoyers there. That could have been the pickup, the trade for Purdue Northwest. But instead, Grandview is on top of things.
I feel like we have to start mentally preparing for the Flame Horizon happening top lane. Not that either top laner has been ineffective. Winking extremely effective in the 1v1 in the lane and continuing to push it. Jinqual has been very effective everywhere but top lane, making sure that engage happens, solo killing the Jace basically without the Ivern. Once the Ivern is gone, they're kind of both doing their jobs, but Flame Horizon's still a Flame Horizon.
I mean, the Flame Horizon, yeah, like you said, is still the same thing. Teleport's going to come into the bot side. That's going to be the Jace joining in to help out Frank in this scenario. No dragon has been secured just yet, by the way. No first dragon has been claimed. We are 15 minutes into the game. This is not a normal thing that we get to see every day inside of League of Legends. But like you were talking about, it is a bit of a problem because once you start to take away the fact that all the parts come together to make a greater whole, this part that's up here in the top lane, you know, is not doing too hot, and they are suffering against Winking. They need some gold, some brevity breathed into them, and the only way they're going to get that is if one of these laners that they keep going off to help goes over and assists them. Jinqual is like, I hate top lane. This lane sucks.
Well, we saw Jinqual play a carry in top lane yesterday on the Akali, and it looked really, really good. So, I mean, Malphite's basically a carry.
Okay,
That's what we're known for.
Kletso, you gotta stop this. You gotta stop that. You gotta stop using your ults and thinking that it's a free out. This is one of the most telegraphed abilities in the game. But fire out the curtain call. It's just gonna be there for the utility of pushing them off, getting a little bit of that damage onto him. But Kletso getting caught out of position quite a few times now. He's not having a great time when it comes down to that showing. Keter now spot out an award will force them to go away, and with Rift Herald secured by Purdue Northwest, Dragon 16 and a half minutes. It has been claimed.
It only took 16 and a half minutes.
When does it spawn again?
5 minutes into the game. 4.5 minutes, somewhere in the 4 to 5 minute category.
All right. I can hear you counting on your hands. Okay, we're good.
we already determined I should not do math on stream today.
Oh man! Jinqual. Who's gonna meet him for the fist bump?
Nope. No one. Brutal.
Nobody. There was nobody around.
Doesn't matter. You could do it anywhere on the map.
No, they just didn't see it. They just didn't see it.
They just didn't see it.
They just didn't see it.
AP Udyr, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier.
Massive fan of AP Udyr. Leandri's on it.
LS also likes that build. Fun fact.
There's a lot of people that like that build.
Winking is going to get jumped on. This is what Jinqual was waiting for. This is why he was trying to get the fist bump. Go ahead, give him the fist bump again. Castle will surely meet you this time. But that's what we were kind of expecting to see. You need to have Malphite plus Ets, and that Ets needs to be cast.
that may be the most Malphite back I've ever seen. Malphite backs, buys 3 cloth armors, runs out of fountain.
Yeah, runs out of fountain. Oh boy, a new wave to catch. You know,
Trying to prevent the flame horizon. It's important for Malphite, at least for the mental state of it all.
Peter is over here. Open things up. Playing like an old school Jhin here. Starting off the fight with the curtain call. Doesn't do any damage inside of it. Just peels away some of the shields that are there. Sleepy Trouble Bubble comes through. Paddlestar has been blocked by Strip Proctors. They take a heaping amount of damage as a result. And it's all good. They're going to be able to shield, heal, and peel a bit more of that damage back. For Due Northwest, I mean, it's kind of on them to try and find a possible pick, but it's very hard into this Milio matchup.
Yeah, Milio's going to just kick him away. We watched Milio do a lot of awesome stuff last night against Julian's Zach. We're seeing it do a lot of really good stuff on Disengage and Peel today.
So the Mantra ability stolen by Castle, trying to make something happen over here in the 1v1. It is just a battle of tethering. There's a lot of heals, actually, inside of this. Castle has that Kingslayer, so they could resuscitate a little bit of that HP, especially now that Ivern's in the area. But back into the mid lane, we go ahead and see Pluto taking a good amount of hurt. The 4th shot comes in, lays in. One more shot was all it took. That's a shutdown going over. And Nightstar now caught in a bad position. Unfortunately for them, all they got is a Crucible, and they're not going to be able to withstand the might of the fist that comes from Prank. They're going to be able to get another charge off. That is going to be 2 towers, 2 kills in the mid lane, and Grandview got a little bit of sweating on the brow.
I came to the MEC clash in Illinois, and all I got was this death.
Oh, ow! Sleepy Trouble Bubble into Mantra Q actually was very painful to deal with. Now it's going to be the Unstoppable Force. 1-2, they clumped up perfectly for it. Castle was able to steal the Udyr ult. That's a big one. Check out Keter looking to try and finish off the kill into Jhin Qual. They won't be able to do such. And check it out. Castle's just like, you know what? I can do your ult just as good, if not better. It's a double kill, and Castle is the ray of hope for GVU inside this game.
Pluto's not having a bad game by any means for what it's worth, right? Like, Pluto's just kind of quietly doing his job in the bot lane. He's died a couple times, but he's doing more damage than Doubtful is. He's kind of just doing fine. And even though Jinquil started down so much, we've gotten to the point of the game where all that matters is Malphite ult. And this is an insane stat to give, but Karma does not have a Malphite ult. Malphite does have a Malphite ult.
Wow, I never knew this.
It's
groundbreaking, truly.
It's important information for all the viewers to know. On a realistic term, Malphite ult is one of the greatest pieces of engage you can have in League of Legends. It's like Malphite ult and Maokai ult, and that's a lot of the engage that you really, really want in League of Legends. So the ability to have a Malphite ult on your team, that's a huge, huge benefit for Grandview when they want to start engaging towards the later bits of this game.
And it does become very hard to actually open this up. Curtain Call was yoinked away, and Castle goes unstoppable, and they're going to lay out a siege of their own. The split pushing continuing to go out. Prank's here to cover inside the mid lane. The dive going in. Daisy coming in as the Phantom 6 member of GVU. As you can see, Kidder coming in from the top side of the map. They teleported in for the play, but that is Castle with the Kingslayer going in, getting so much HP, so much value. They get the big Malphite ultimate. Pluto skirting around the team fight, but look at Prank unhinged, unleashed inside of the fight to their own mechanic. Wing King fights off Jhin Qual. It is one member still standing. Doubtful just respawned. Pluto wants to smoke, but he's going to find himself getting dropped from the tower with the assist. Wing King gets the shield, the tether to come out as well. Nightstar barely able to dodge a game of supports, and it started with a curtain call, and it's going to end with one. One shot is all you gotta hit. Oh no, Doubtful. We all saw that.
Who wins a famous serial killer or a guy with kickball? This guy with kickball. Excellent job. Only in League of Legends, everybody.
That was a wild fight where no objective was taken.
Yeah, no one did anything with that fight. There's 2 objectives up and no one was able to do anything.
Yeah, that was a game of League of Legends. That's what we call these.
That was a fight of League of Legends right there.
The fight of League of Legends, yes.
That was a portion of a game. of League of Legends. Everyone's up again. We're going to do the whole fight again in a minute here. There's 2 objectives up, and Udyr wants to start taking. Prank is taking the dragon already.
Yeah, Udyr, this is going to be a very long game at this rate because second dragon just got taken at 23 minutes.
And it's a chem-tech trick. So what's the soul? That's the important question we need to start asking here.
The Inferno blazes. That's the question you need to ask.
It's the Infernal Dragon. So it means that there's going to be a lot more damage just kind of around. And those cinders you can see start popping up on the map. It looks like little flames on the ground. It means that there's some ability haste and movement speed to be gotten.
It's going to find itself in a tricky spot, but it's immediately turned on its head. Strip Proctor cannot deal with the heat that's being cranked out by Prank, but check out Castle over into the back line, going for the assassination play into the back. They're going to be able to find the kill onto the Zoe. They're still duking it out. That Kingmaker's getting so much work done, keeping Castle alive throughout the fight, but can they stay there? They're going to have to go golden. Nightstar's already used the Crucible. They've used all their healing, the bonfire, everything, but it's not enough for Castle to stay alive inside the fight. Now it's going to be the curtain call. Doubtful, can you redeem yourself? While Nightstar gets handled on the back end of the fight. He does. Final shot hits its mark. Ace goes at the Purdue Northwest. They only have 1 cannon minion. They got some grublings. They're going to go ahead and push in for this and grab themselves an inhib.
You said this game was going to take a while. They're pushing on to the Nexus towers now. They're not going to go any further than taking this mid inhib, but they should basically be able to turn around and start on this Baron instantly.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, here's the thing, right? They got mid inhibitor. That was off of a good play that was very, very scrambled, too, right? There is still a bit of hope for them, but you can't take trades like that, Pluto. Pluto immediately getting their own foot in their mouth as they jump in there. Immediately trying to give out a challenge, but immediately CC'd, Sleeping Trouble Bubble, Tethers, Mantra Qs. It's not a good place to be.
And they have to use their flash, which at 25 minutes you may not think is like the most useful item, but in a team fight, the second you get into a team fight, Udyr starts running on you, Karma tries to tether you, Zoe tries to sleep you. Flash is a huge help on getting away from a lot of that, and Pluto just doesn't have that as a tool for the rest of the next couple of minutes, specifically for a Baron fight or a Dragon fight.
So, looking for it yet again, Pluto. Just like, please come back, Nightstar. I miss you. And as Nightstar is the one with the Crucible, they do have the ability to cleanse out that Castle. Trading with Keeter. Castle's having a fantastic game for themselves, but unfortunately for them. There's a big situation now where they're finding themselves in a place where Purdue kind of control the pace of the map.
Yeah, Purdue has controlled the pace of the map, but it doesn't mean that it's over for either team. All right, it's really even across the board. It's a 700 gold lead for Grandview, but oh wait, no, it's not. I can't read. It's a 3,000 gold lead for Purdue Northwest.
Yeah, it's a decent lead, right, at this current moment in time, right? It's good for you. They have complete control over the Baron Pit, though, so they can start this up whenever. Jinquil's trying to actually split. Jinquil's pretty weak still at this current moment in time. They've gotten more gold. That has been very, very good for them, but this Baron at half HP, right? Prank can kind of just sit on it and keep doing this. Gets the Coaling going out, winking, tanking every single bit of it. Absolutely yummy damage, says Wind King. They're going to have to watch out as they're going to continue dancing around them at this point. Malphite did not leave bot lane. So now you're in a situation where a possible 4v5 situation is going to happen. TP from the Malphite in the midst of them all. It's going to have to use that unstoppable force either offensively or defensively. Thankfully, they got a good amount of HP and they're able to guide them out. But Purdue Northwest, that teleport was just used for them to run away, it seems, as Frank, without any care in the world, with reckless abandon in their heart, they're looking to go forward and slap somebody across the face.
I wouldn't be surprised to see here that the Malphite would have gone in on this, but they're going to turn around. Purdue Northwest, they push the entirety of Grandview back. Grandview's already backing. Purdue Northwest is going right back to the Baron.
Yeah, they're going straight back to it. It's very, very easy call for them to actually just say, all right, let's go back in. There was nothing wrong with it. We can just make this happen yet again. Cool beans. I don't know how you stop this. If you are Grandview, you're kind of looking for a steal opportunity. You do have the ultimate from the Malphite still, but Daisy is not available, so you do not have that Phantom 6 member. That is a vital resource to try and establish this take. But here comes Castle. They stole the Udyr ult.
Jinquil needs to get an insanely good ult here in order to win this fight, right? Every time Purdue Northwest tries to start the Baron. Grandview's going to come and try and pull him off. But there's not going to be anything actually happens.
Sleepy Trouble Bubble did hit on the Strip Project. Got the Malphite onto 3 members. The fight is divided. They will regain themselves as it was a fight on 2 angles. Malphite hit a nice ult, but nobody was in position to follow it up. Paddlestar comes in. Doubtful finishes him off. The 4th shot was loaded and cocked. And now the Curtain Call will lay in a good amount of hurt. Everybody else is going to be able to dash out of harm's way. Curtain Call not going to be able to finish off anybody else inside of the fight. And it's just Purdue Northwest. Yet again, they take out 1 member and they say, all right, you know what? We might not be able to take Baron right now. We don't want to risk the 50-50. We're just going to take our win over to the Dragon.
Yeah, and they can take the Dragon really easily. They've got Zoe playing bodyguard over towards mid lane. And Ketter's pushing out the bottom lane. So it'll be a secure Dragon. That'll be the 3rd Dragon of the game, taking up 30 minutes-ish. And we're going to probably go back to do that same Baron dance.
Yeah, it's back to the same old, same old. It's nothing new. I don't think Purdue Northwest needs to reinvent the wheel. The wheel is working as intended. It is spinning. It is forcing Grandview into fights that they do not want to take. And they're in these rough situations where Grandview is kind of like, do we go? Do we engage? You know, Jinquil can hit a nice ultimate, but what does it matter if this low-range composition with this Lucian and Silas, if they can't get into where the Malphite ult hits?
Well, we'll see what Prank can do here. He's got the Kana Grukerin, which means he's going to be a little less susceptible to the damage of a lot of the different champs that are going on over on the Grandview side. They've got to do a lot to get in here for Grandview to get a winning fight going on. They haven't been able to get one for a really long time. They need to put the unstoppable force from the Malphite in on the carries in the backline. That's the huge benefit of the unstoppable force. It lets you be a little bit of an assassin for a minute.
And Jinquil is getting assassinated right now.
Yeah,
you have to actually go in there, use the Crucible and the Unstoppable Force just to get out of harm's way. That is how damning the amount of damage that can be put out onto a single target is right now from Purdue Northwest. And a lot of it is Prank just warming up, board slapping you across the face. But they have so much follow-up to one Sleepy Trouble Bubble or one Paddle Star that is becoming so difficult for them to deal with. Yet again, the Baron's being started up. Castle is in a great position for a flank, but Pluto needs to be very careful because a lot of resources from Nightstar are down.
Pluto needs to be really, really careful. He's just gotten the flashback up, but there's still a lot of things that can kill him. CC and Castle's going to get caught right now from winking.
Yeah, Castle got revealed somehow. I'm not entirely sure on what revealed him, but now he's going to go golden. He is just going to go down. That is your most important member of the team right there. Gone off of the map. Not available for the next fight. Baron might be in even more deeper reality. They've got to figure out a way to get some sort of push. The minion wave is really in a nice place in bot side, but they don't really have anybody who can just split, right? You don't have anybody who can have that lane dominance, and with this TP from winking, this is just going to be Baron for Purdue Northwest.
Yeah, I mean, the actual person you want split pushing right now is Castle, who's a little bit dead. You don't want the Malphite to split push. He's going to be your big tanky frontline. He's going to be the one that has to do the engages. You want him with you. Speaking of big engages,
over the Unstoppable Force, they get onto Kaiser, good ultimate onto him, but they stay alive throughout it all, just on a sliver of HP, and now Jinquil, Night, Wing King finishes them off inside of the fight. The Curtain Call coming in to be able to push back Pluto as they get that trigger seed, giving them that little bit of shielding to stay alive, but they were able to stop the Baron. Here we go, round 2, Electric Boogaloo. Silas has TP'd back into the Baron pit.
This is around like 7 on the Baron. We have yet to have a Baron taken.
Remember when I said this is going to be a long game? Look at how long it's been since I've said that.
It's been many minutes.
Yes, it has been. Neither team has like an insane win condition is the problem, right? Like neither team has like a true advantage. Purdue really wants this composition of Grandview to walk into them. So they have to actually use objectives to start fights, because they actually don't have a way to start a fight without sending Prank in there, but that's dangerous because the short range composition could use that as a moment to counterpunch. And if your carries go down, you can find yourself in a really bad spot. Silas is really disgustingly strong. Lucian's in a very good place at the current moment in time. Malphite ults have been hitting multiple key members So you want to play this defensively from Purdue, but because of that, you can't actually push the advantage that you have at the moment. So you have to bait fights around neutral objectives like the Dragon and Baron to make Grandview come to you, and then you beat up one member of Grandview, and then you're just like, Grandview is just trying to buy time until another member comes in. It's just the cycle that has been rinse and repeat here.
It's a hope and prayer kind of moment here for Grandview. They want to make sure that they can get something done. They want to get Jinqual right into the back line, make sure that Keter and Doubtful, Plexo don't really survive much of anything, but they're very they want to survive. Is this Grandview going to be trying to take the Baron on their own?
This is probably your best shot to do it, because this does force a issue for Purdue to actually have to run into you, and Purdue were not expecting this call. So here you go. They're going to go ahead and use the curtain call. Jinqual's going to tank it all up. They're taking this very slowly, though. Castle was not there. It was looking actually for a flank angle to jump onto a key member. They've turned off a Baron now. Castle still in the back line. Stole Zoe ult, which does not give him any favors inside of the ensuing fight. Malphite ult onto 2 key members. Doubtful has the shields from the Karma the Matcher. E comes in clutch. A shutdown goes over. Kletso peels off Jinqual. And now the rest of the members of Grandview, they peeled off of the Baron. They tried to go for a sneaky assassination play on the back line, but Purdue Northwest, they are so good at being able to answer back. They are going to be able to get inhibitor, and they should be able to just end the game.
Yeah, I think that's the game right there. Strict Proctor's the only one left. 25 seconds on the next member, but I highly doubt that Strict Proctor or Strict Proctor plus Daisy will be able to deal with this team.
No, they went to sleep. Sleepy Jumble Bubble hits. Purdue Northwest.
First game?
Probably the weirdest game 1 of a best of 3 I've been able to cast. Oh, the quad bump. Unfortunately, Doubtful got left out on that one. But Grandview gets to go back to the drawing board, figure out what went wrong inside of that. I think it's pretty easy to kind of come to grasp of what went wrong inside of the game. But Purdue, good stuff. Taking a composition that they knew their win conditions. They played to them. They played that slow and steady pace and just played to the cons.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you're looking at this from a Purdue side, you executed exactly what you wanted your comp to be. There wasn't a huge thing. You had a little bit of a weird bot lane with the Zoe support and the Jhin. But you know what? You took a comp, you executed it.
Yeah.
On the side for Grandview, though, I have a suggestion.
Oh.
Give Jinqual a carry.
Oh. Spicy.
We've seen his Akali. We've seen his entire illustrious mid lane career. Give him a carry.
Now, is it a carry top lane, though?
I'd assume that it's probably carry top lane. I think that they'll probably jump around again, if I'm being honest. Jinqual has been playing support as well. That was his other off role. So we'll see if he jumps down to support. I would be surprised to see Jinqual probably playing either of the other 2 roles, the jungler or the AD. Just doesn't feel right.
Yeah. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and throw it over to a short break. Before we do, if you're watching here inside the Twitch chat, make sure you go ahead and use the ! top 5 inside of the chat. You can find out a lot that goes into running the esports events like MEC Clash and whatnot. And one of the most important aspects of it is setting the scope of the event, like setting your goals and whatnot. They go into great detail of it, so make sure you hit ! top 5. Go ahead, check out the link, check out the resource. We're going to take ourselves a short little break, and when we come back, we'll be going into game number 2 of this best of 3 grand final. So make sure you do not touch that browser.
We're here at the MEC Fall Championship. It's Kendo Slice alongside Lime, a player for the Cleveland State University Valorant squad. And the question of the day, it has been, what does esports mean to you?
Esports it's probably, let's break it down differently. Valorant in general means a lot to me.
Yeah.
During the COVID shutdown, Valorant released,
it frankly changed my life. You know, like I was just like some low time Overwatch player, not playing very well in Overwatch. Came to Valorant, I was really bad, probably the worst I've ever been in any game. Started grinding and we got good, and now I'm here playing on a college team, and it means a lot to me. You know.
I really appreciate the reframe. Just taking a step back. Hey, let's scope this.
Yeah.
I want you to understand. It's changed my life. Thank you. Thank you for
truly,
that.
truly.
I do appreciate that. So, is there, being that we're talking about collegiate esports, maybe something that you've learned over the last 3 months, this semester, maybe about yourself, maybe about team,
Simply
maybe in
put,
game?
just keeping my ego in check. You know, that's always been an issue. Well, I'm probably keeping my ego in check for sure.
Okay, I didn't
I'm a very
ask.
confident player.
I don't often ask for people to elaborate, but do you mind elaborating a little
You
bit
know,
on
early
that?
in the season, we were definitely stomping a good amount, or more like I was stomping, and since my ego was out of control a bit, team was lacking behind, so I decided to take a step back, relax, and just focus on my team instead of myself.
I love that. It's a very unusual answer, which I asked for the elaboration just due to that.
Yeah.
Because the attitude of one person changes the attitude of the team a lot of the time. And
Truly.
If not saying that the ego can be a bad thing or is a bad thing or a good thing. I think it's a little bit of both.
Yeah, it's good to an extent, you know, to have an ego. You want to have an ego over the enemy team, so then you can have full confidence. But you know, if it affects your team, then it's an issue.
Yeah, and being able to see how that works in the team scope. I thank you. That answer, beautiful. LAN environment. We're getting a taste of the LAN environment right now. People yelling at microphones. You got crazy crowds at times. You have the pit.
Yeah.
There are people all over. There's more consoles than there are sometimes seats to fill.
Truly.
So, how's the LAN environment felt for you? Do you enjoy stuff like this?
I love LAN, yeah. I just love screaming and getting loud. I really enjoy talking. So this interview process in general has just been amazing. This LAN in general has been amazing. I love screaming at people. I love just seeing my team have fun, and I love having fun with my team, simply put.
So do you have a favorite esports moment from this semester that you'd like to share? Like maybe a clippable offense? I don't know.
Every time I try to get an ace for my team, I have multiple players on my team stopping me from getting an ace every single time. And today it happened once. On the last round of the first map against Cornell, I was almost getting an ace, and my team said, don't let him get it. And I simply did not get the ace. But, like, I'm pretty sure it's happened once every game of season. Like, it's pretty bad. It's like an addiction for them.
The big problem with our notes is we're really gonna have to take some because we've been told some things.
Oh, some things.
We've been told
like
some,
what?
so-
I'm not. Listen. There's not many things that can ever put any kind of fear into me, right? So how about you just let me know that I'm a brave boy. You know, I can handle whatever you got to dish out to me, Logan.
The teams have determined that they would like to have a fearless draft. So all of the champions picked and banned from the teams in the prior match will be no longer available in the second match. So for
No more
example,
karma!
No karma. Well, it's no karma for Purdue Northwest.
That's not how fearless works.
I thought it was for that team couldn't pick the same champ.
I always went with the assumption.
Oh, it's
that
anyone.
can
We have been
play
told
it.
it's anyone.
Yeah,
They've-
yeah.
okay.
Like.
So no karma, no Udyr.
Yep.
So basically, everything that got played last game, no mas.
Yes. So the way Fearless works, if you're new to it, just as Logan just talked about, it's a concept that you've seen actually inside of LPL where it first started off. And then it came over here to NA. We see the NACL has adopted that format as well. So once you pick a character, it is no longer available throughout the entirety of the series. So this goes into in a game 3, the champion pool dwindles even more so. We already saw interesting picks to start off game 1. So it's actually a weird world where you might see more of the some of the yeah, you might see a Corki Azir in game number 3, and it's just like, oh wow, we really went down the barrel because you guys are just playing like Jace and Silas and whatnot. So both teams apparently agreed to this. This isn't an official rule set. This is something that the teams came together and they said, we shake on this. So I really like the fact that we have both these teams. The MEC community is so good. They're so great at being able to chill. A lot of these people are friends with each other, but I like the fact that they were both able to kind of come together and be like, yeah, no, let's spice it up.
So here's the question now. With our set banned out from the last game, what's the next man up in terms of champions that we haven't seen that could be weird? We didn't see a Xin Zhao last game.
Yeah, the face of the MEC, yeah.
We didn't see a Zac last game.
True.
Those are two champions that have been a little prevalent in the last day or so.
Yeah. There's also like characters that are very prevalent, like the Darius, the Corki, the Gwen. These are all characters that are very important inside of it. No Varus, because Varus was banned. So Varus is actually still there. Lee Sin is still available. There is a lot of different picks. A lot of the junglers are available. A lot of the predominant like primary picks that we would see the players play outside of this event.
Yeah, I was gonna say like Azir, Orianna, Corki, all available.
It's a weird day.
Kaisa available.
Corki's available.
Corki available. Basically all the tank top laners are available except for Malphite.
That's a big one actually, because Malphite actually is like a huge like dono wall to a lot of different top laners out there, like the Jace, like you were talking about, where we saw it switch over into the mid lane. Actually Malphite being gone actually opens you up to like having a lot of aggressive picks that don't get dono walled. It's really good.
There's no good MR version of Malphite either, which is an interesting thing.
Mundo.
Mundo just has health.
Maokai
could be it. Maokai does a lot
Galio.
of poke. It actually, you're definitely right. It's Galio with Kanik Rukern is just Malphite. But for AP.
Yeah, so let's get an
it's
idea
Jinquil
of what they're
jungle.
gonna do.
It's Jinquil jungle.
Jinquil jungle. Okay, so Jinquil has now played support, top, mid, jungle at the event. I think the only role we haven't seen Jinquil play so far at the event has been actually the AD carry role. They're trying to keep themselves away from that. Pluto is telling them to back away every time Jinquil
Pluto's role
brings it up. Pluto just hisses at him like, I never get to play this. Stop it. But Nightstar still down there into the bot lane. Castle's going to stay mid. Strip Proctor in the top side against Wing King. Looks like everybody from Purdue Northwest is staying in the same spot.
Yeah, it just looks like over on Grandview that Jinquil and Strict Proctor swapped. Strict Proctor did not have a particularly fun game in the last one. So
Ivern, yeah.
And neither did Jinquil, so I wouldn't. This makes sense. This tracks.
The thing that's interesting, since they're so flexible to it, this Fearless Draft actually has more possibilities than any other competitive league ever has. just because of the fact that all the players are so down to switch with each other. Like, if this was a best of 5 series, we would actually have some very unique scenarios in which the players would just switch around to different roles to accommodate their fearless draft. So I actually really like the idea of, like, if this was to ever go the full distance, how fun it would be. But with a best of 3, you still have a lot of variety that can come out. And I do like the fact that they have turned around and changed some things around. I think Purdue Northwest might still ban out 80 carries from Pluto. You can take away the Varus. You can still take away the Caitlyn. And then Pluto's kind of like, all right, I can't play Lucian. What fun characters can I play?
Yeah, I mean, we saw him pull that pool down last game as well. So the Caitlyn and the Varus went. I expect to see him again. I mean, we're looking at the first 4 bans are roughly the same. I think there was Nico ban in the last match as well. So
yes,
we're looking roughly the same. I think that Maokai is new, but I could be wrong.
I think it's a good ban to throw out. I'm pretty sure it was banned, but it is something that's just good to ban away. As you do get the Caitlyn taken away yet again, the question becomes, Pluto, what are you looking to play? There's no Jhin available for you, and there is no Lucian available for you.
No Jhin, no Lucian.
Zoe's off the table too, since it got played support.
Just in case. There's a lot
Tristana.
of ADs left. Tristana is a flex. That's a mid lane or a support, mid lane or a bot lane pick. There's been played a lot more mid lane recently. I don't believe that Karma can be picked.
Cannot be picked. But
All
this
right.
is someone else that can be. That's a Nocturne locked in for Frank, and then a Talia as well.
All right. I'm cooking here to start. Give me lane Nocturne. Please. I love lane Nocturne.
Isn't it Vedius who's like very
Vedius
big
was
into
a
mid lane Nocturne?
Mid Nocturne one trick for a really long time.
Yeah.
Lilia coming in from Jinhua. And then the Cassante, which is probably going to be a top Cassante for Strict Proctor. We saw him play it earlier today.
It's pretty standard, very stable for you to be able to carry throughout the matchup, have a good lane. Makes a lot of sense. The Lilia does have a little bit of flexibility too if they really want to. If they do want to flex the Tristana down there into the bot side, remember the bot lane pool is getting pinched pretty hard at this moment.
Yeah.
If I'm GVU, I would actually probably just pinch it even harder, but there is a chance that this Talia actually gets flexed down into the bottom lane, which is something that you have to worry about.
Yeah, as a support.
Yeah, you could there's a cheese lane that you can do with it with the Talia Pantheon. That's a pretty disgusting lane if you want to go for something that's like cheesy in your face. I could see Kletso Doubtful saying they want to do that. And that was a well-documented case from last year, so who knows?
So we talked about this last night on the broadcast, so I'm gonna reiterate this point. Klexo and Doubtful have played together for like 15 years. They've been playing together for a really long time. They're like childhood friends who grew up playing together. So expect to see interesting things in the bot lane here.
Yeah. It's
look at the AD pool. Look at it. It's non-existent anymore. Senna gone, Draven gone, Ashe gone, Varus gone, Caitlyn gone. There's not many, and Tristana gone. There's not many ADs left.
Yeah, that's
Callista's actually up though.
Yeah, Callista's still up. That's why I'm kind of like, I wonder if it is a Talia pivot down into the bot side, because you do have that option, especially with the fact that you have a Gwen locked in for your team. So it could be something very intriguing to see. And there it is. I told you it was happening. I told you, I'm a prophet. Look at me, worship if you dare. Don't look for too long. You'll be blinded by the light. I'm a prophet, baby. I told you.
I was very confused about the music coming through, and then
That's Pantheon's theme. It's Pantheon's theme.
It came to us from the heavens. There's the
one
chord.
man drop later. Yeah.
Wow. Look, it's such a normal team composition from Grandview University.
And there's the TF. So you have a TF that's going to get in. Remember what I was saying? It's the Talia Pantheon bot lane is what it is. So you have the TF, you have your mid lane that's free to be able to pick. It makes sense because you can actually, more than likely you're playing the AP variant of Twisted Fate in this option. You're probably not playing the AD into Corki. So your wave clearing, it can match. And you can actually roam at the same level as Corki once Cork package is involved into the match. So I actually really like the TF and it works really well. The synergy with Nocturne is obscene.
Yeah, huge Panic Ruker game for Strict Proctor. It should be the first item, not just because you're playing against the Gwen, playing against what probably should be an APTF, and the Talia. That's a lot of AP damage on one team. You don't want to think twice about buying that Panic Ruker in first.
Here's the thing. This is the most important thing for me. Okay,
The
you
most
are
important.
new here inside the MEC, right?
I am.
You didn't get to watch a lot of the games last year, right?
No, I didn't watch
Okay,
any games
cool.
last year.
Didn't watch
So,
any games.
any
I had
games.
something I begged. I was down bad for atrociously. I wanted me a little piece of Pantheon. I was told by many teams I would get a Pantheon, and I never got it. And here we are inside the MEC Clash in Grand Finals. Kletso doing me a solid. Give that man a fist bump if I could. That is exactly what I need. And you know what? It's spicy as well inside the matchup.
It is a little spicy, and the Talia helps out a lot in this bot lane on a just purely matchup basis, because Tristana and Rakan both want to jump around a lot, and Talia does not want them to jump a lot.
Yeah, and if you get hit, the way this lane works is with that empowered W where you're able to jump onto somebody. You hold somebody down for so long when you're able to actually proc that. You can actually set up Talia combo perfectly off the back of it. So you can chunk people like stupidly easy off of a click to hit stun, right? Like,
yeah, the point and click stuns from
Yeah.
Pantheon are insane.
I love me some Pantheon. I've actually I said it actually on MEC Pod actually. Shout outs to that. Definitely a project I'm not heavily involved into.
Well, hey, shout out to MEC Pod, a project I am legitimately not involved in, so now Travis doesn't have to feel bad about it.
Yeah, thank you.
Gotcha,
Shout out to
gotcha.
that. Thank you. Hashtag shameless plug.
It's not shameless for me.
Exactly. There's no shame. But I said on there that my favorite character that I've been asking for so long that I think is actually really strong is Pantheon. And this is the reason why you can pick Pantheon. It's because you can just do this. Bro, you used your flash. Jinqual getting immediately punished for messing up their flash. Even if they had it, it wouldn't have saved them there. And now Prank is just going to tango with Nightstar like, get out of here. Get out of here. You're going to just keep laying into her. He didn't have the empowered W, so he hasn't actually able to get the kill onto Nightstar. If he had empowered W there, absolutely. But this does mean that Jinquil loses out on quite a bit. Probably just a forced vertical clear.
I mean, it's just going to be a poke fest in the middle lane to start. Keter and Castle. I mean, Corki E, one of the highest level 1 damage abilities in the game. And, well, we saw that TF went for the cards first, the pick a card, any card. So we'll see that push forward as he'll use the blue card to gain the mana, the red card to do some AoE damage, and the gold card when they want to engage.
Got a lot of tools at your disposal. Strip Proctor, good trade actually, forcing Winking into the tower. This is a hard lane for Strip Proctor inside of it. Just dealing with Gwen is very much so annoying. Like, you can just chop people down very easily already, and then Cassante is just going to struggle in terms of this. You should see a lot of Winking actually just dashing forward in front of the minion wave to chop him down a bit.
I mean, yeah, Gwen, first couple of levels, really good. Really, really good. And Cassante he's good the first couple of levels, but he is not. Gwen's going to do snip, snip right in your face, and that's going to suck for you good.
Yeah. The problem right now for Keter that they're realizing at this current moment in time is, so you're able to match the wave clear as Winking is looking to force Jinquil off of the Krugs here, and we'll be successful at doing such.
Ooh,
but
that's
this
a kill.
actually, yeah, that's a kill. That's an auto to finish things off. That is so unfortunate. And Winking snips down Jinquil. Jinquil actually suffering while Kletso goes into Rome onto Castle. That is a good kill picked up by Kletso. But the problem that is coming out, this is an ADTF. I just realized that.
That's what is this null magic mantle being used for this early? What is going on with that?
Corki trades. I want to deal with the Corki trade. Like, so this is the point I was going to get at, is if you yellow card Corki and Corki like Valkyries into you, it actually doesn't do anything to benefit you because there's it doesn't stop the E. It doesn't stop that rapid fire, that little machine gun that's coming out. So it's actually a little bit weird. You just want to match the wave clear, but since he's going AD, never mind. You want to trade with him as much as you can. It's just it'll be very hard to do such. But Keeter, thank you for giving me my first ADTF game of the MEC. While we go into the gank into the mid lane, good stun into Fear Castle should be gone. Keeter gets a kill, returned back onto themselves.
Note that the way that Castle had to approach that, he had to run away, so the E was pointing in the wrong direction when the gold card hit, and then the fear from Prank pushed him right back into the Twisted Fate, so it was able to really secure that kill with only needing to take one tower shot. Oh, Winking, so much damage.
It's so much damage. By the way, the Pantheon does have the support item. That makes perfect sense. That's how you want to play this. Winking's just going to solo Strict at this moment in time, but the Ghost is there. That's enough to make Winking think about it. Again, they don't have the Ghost for themselves. Strict, I don't know if you walk back up to this. That's actually very dangerous living. Jinkle's here, but they're going to just keep going over. Winking should just go for a trade back. 1-for-1 trade possibly to happen. Good bit. The Conqueror has been prot. They're snipping through the team fight here. Winking in this 1v2 scenario is putting in some work. Level 5 has been secured. It doesn't matter. You don't need level 6 when Prank is here. The HP bars are here for some fun dining. Prank's going to be able to get this kill. There's an assist grab, but Strict Proctor on the back end actually bonks Winking across the face. Kletso is here. They have the Q. It's charged up, and it is an execute. Strict Proctor goes down.
They just keep forcing it. 80 Twisted Fate busted right now.
Yeah. Well, right now it's also just going to be a quick kill. Good rotation over. Grandview had to match eventually, but this does mean the wave will be shoved into their tower.
I'm just going to keep forcing this lane in the bottom lane. So Talia is one of these champions that plays in mid lane and in jungle, and so you can be a little bit more self-sufficient on the Talia. You don't have to push really hard. You have pretty good wave clear using your unraveled, the E on the ground to make sure that, you just push the wave forward, use the Qs as needed, and you can kind of just sit back. Those hit. I don't know what the game's talking about, because those hit, but that's cool.
Well, something else that's very cool is Pantheon's just waiting in the bot side for something to happen. Good push yet again. Strict Proctor doing a really good job utilizing the turret as an additional ability for themselves. But a preemptive rocket jump away from Kletso, who came in from the river. Very good to see. You can see Keeter over here just trying to fend off the 1v2 advances from GBU in the mid lane.
Gonna keep pushing. They're moving a dragon right now. You're just. Okay,
you mean we're not gonna have 16 minutes until first dragon?
It's not gonna be 16 minutes until the first dragon.
That's crazy.
That's interesting.
Never before seen in the grand finals.
Never mind. They're walking away from it.
Okay, well.
16 minutes still on the cards.
Still on the card. I set a new record for grand finals in the MEC Clash.
It's been a record-setting weekend already, so we'll see how many records it can go. Winking's already starting to hit on Strict Proctor right here, and
oh, yeah, time to go all out. Take Winking away from the wave as they go all out. They're going to try and thread the needle, but Strict Proctor takes so much damage here. Good trade to come about, but they miss out on one last ability, and Winking takes full advantage. Great stuff, and they're currently, as things are going out, Purdue Northwest have built themselves up a nice gold lead at this current moment in time, a nice 2K lead for themselves.
It's a big lead.
This lane hurts bot lane too. Like, everything is kind of getting hurt.
This is a big lead really early, especially when a lot of those kills and assists are on Gwen. It means that Gwen is just able to continue to push up this form early. And with Gwen kind of just existing in top lane, the itemization now when you're going armor MR needs to be a little bit more calculated.
Here we go. Here's the dive. TF comes in. The lights get turned out. They go for the dive. It's a 1-for-1 under the tower. Keeter going in for the trade against Pluto. Pluto, for some reason, didn't get CC'd inside of the Weaver's wall. They're probably question pinging that one. It looked like it should have given a little moment of CC, but Pluto was able to be completely undeterred and continue to assault TF. A little overzealous on the dive.
A little overzealous, but the real big carries right now are still, well, carrying. Winking's top lane. It looks like he's trying to get another solo kill onto Strict Proctor. And they have barely started.
For the build, I noticed that we have a T-Mat on the Nocturne.
Yep.
Do you think we're going to get like the Profane Hydra build or something like that?
It's Stridebreaker.
Stridebreaker
is now a Tiamat item. So it's going to be Stridebreaker, which is the very normal Nocturne build.
I asked that because we have not seen Stridebreaker ever on the Nocturne inside the MEC.
Really?
Yes.
You mean this year or just in general?
I'm talking about, well, I mean, last year we had Stridebreaker.
Okay.
Sure, but
yeah,
but
so
I'm saying
Stridebreaker,
just this year.
Stridebreaker's has been in a weird position. A lot of champions that went Stridebreaker just kind of have better options now, but Experimental Hexplate and Stridebreaker are very much Nocturne items. You want to make sure you use your ult, and you want to make sure they don't get away, and those two items help you do that to a very high degree. So. And the Tiamat helps your clear a lot. I mean, Nocturne already has really good clear. The passive means you do the spinning breakdance thing. You guys can't see my camera, but I'm doing like the hand motions with it.
Okay. Well, you can do the hand motions for a package delivery at this moment in time. Kletso is not appreciating anything about it. Goes down. Great rotation by Castle to solidify a kill. While this all happening, Nocturne will go ahead and go up to their little grub hub up in the top side and do some good eating of their own.
I think that's going to be 6 grubs for Purdue Northwest really early in this game.
Yeah.
That's 5 of them already, so we've got the little minions now.
Keter?
This is
Keter. What's going on with Keter? Keter's teleporting. This is all right. They TP'd down the bot lane. They were looking away, and now they go with the Wilting Lullaby. They're going to go for the tower dive situation to come out. Nightstar getting out clean, and the Lilia gets dropped. The minion auto actually finishes off the kill on the Rakan, and now it's Grand Starfall coming in. The man drop from Kletso. As they jump in, they get the CC present onto Pluto, but the bomb will tick away, and Pluto will be able to cleanse away the pain.
And you, not specifically you, were concerned about TF teleporting while the Corki just free hit on him.
I had a very good reason to be worried about that. That was weird. It looked like he DC'd for a moment. I was like, somebody check his computer.
And then he started TPing.
Hey, man. That was the most AI-like play I've seen from a player at that moment in time. Just completely looking away, just like, all right, guys, start the fight. Do I TP? Do I TP? Nightstar comes back in the lane. The big thing about this too is now Grandview, they're disjointed on their recall timers now. As Pluto is just trying to bat to get their items, but Talia's so good at being able to disrupt that. Wing King's up here in the top side. Keter's came in with the gold card. That ghost won't stop you from being stunned. Wing King still trying to do what they can. Strip Proctor's here. They're going to go all out. They jump immediately onto Keter. But now you've got a Gwen coming back into the fold. Is able to snip through 2 members. It's a 2-for-1 deal. Wing King getting some tremendous value out of this Gwen in this game.
Yeah, Riftmaker should be the first item here. It's going to be Riftmaker or Leandries. Either of them will be very good. Nocturne Paranoia right into the mid lane.
Yeah, Castle is going to get feared out, but they should make it under the tower. Good flash. Just make sure. Keter's going to wrap around. No Valkyrie available. Good call, though. Yet again, Castle saying, okay, I kind of detect that there's something to follow up. Backs away instead of trying to stay underneath the tower.
All right, now they start to back in the top lane. So it's going to be mutual backs across the surface, but Riftmaker in for Gwen means that she's going to be a lot tankier in these fights now. She gets a lot more Omni-Vamp once she hits it. She's in the fights definitely over the 10-stack starter for Gwen, for the Riftmaker. And that's a Stridebreaker in for Nocturne. So a lot of the Corki running away will happen less now. The Stridebreaker active means that you're going to not really have the same kind of move speed now.
It's out. Castle now has Nightstar in the mid lane. Rotations are happening about. First dragon was grabbed earlier than in the previous game. Second dragon now available, and you can already see Prank is eyeing it. So back to a little bit more normalcy in terms of the dragon takes coming about. As you can see, yet again, Rift-tailed will be spawning here soon. So this is really good timing from Prank to be down here inside the dragon pit.
I mean, they're going to go on top of this dragon and see if they can get it. Frank's already gotten it, and now there's a little bit of a fight going on.
Yeah, and they're very split up. Check this out. Pluto's going to have to use their rocket jump just to get into the action. Good charm to happen on top of Doubtful. 1-for-1 trade. The bomb delivered. Keter not appreciating the explosion as a result, but 1-for-1. The bad news is that was your jungler going all out into the top lane, though. Strip Proctor laying in a challenge of their own. Strip Proctor, though, has a bit more defense to be able to deal with it. So Gwen's going to say, all right, cool, use your ultimate. We'll fight again another day. Don't worry, I got your number.
It's a tomorrow problem, that fight.
Yeah, the problem is now that Strip Proctor has used the ultimate, Winking can just kind of run him down. Like, what is Strip Proctor going to do in this situation, right? Winking's just going to keep trading onto him. Winking's just sitting here like, you know what? I'm an AD carry player. I usually play bot lane. This is great for me to be able to play Gwen like this. You see the Pantheon ult used in the bot side, and now it's time to turn the lights out. Doubtful's over here onto the side. They did the rotation, and Winking gets the kill.
That's a very dead Cassante. And we saw a really important Cassante earlier today from Strict Proctor, right? We saw it in the game Grand View against ONU. So we know Strict Proctor can play the champ. It's just, it's brutal out here against Winking.
Yeah, truly is. As the teleport coming down into the bot side, they do not know. They're about to find out very quickly. Doubtful on the flank, looking for a possible angle. They know not to use the Weaver's Wall. Both Nightstar and Pluto can get away from it, so they don't want to go for it. Eater's here. They've got that red card if they so choose. They do not have RFC just yet. They rushed to Wit's End.
Castle's got
there is a package down here into the bot lane. Doubtful is going to get chunked. Eater is up next. And what a textbook move from the Castle going down into the bot lane as they get that kill. But on the flip side of things, yet again, Jinqual falling victim. Not appreciating their stay in the jungle. They went from top lane, went to jungle. They're like, what role is this? What role do I like here?
So all in all, it's 2 kills and 2 deaths in a tower for a death and a Rift Herald. I'd say that's in the ballpark of even. Like the Rift Herald will mean a tower, so I mean, it's not ridiculously favored in either way. I mean, the 2 kills obviously favors Grandview a little bit, but now that it's 2 towers, that's a very Grandview favor trade. Oh,
yeah, it is.
That's brutal for Nightstar.
Yeah, Nightstar in a rough scenario. You can see Destiny call, but they try to jump immediately onto the TF. Doubtful with that seismic shove was so important, saving the life of Keter from being put into a tremendous danger. Now the paranoia coming in. You see that we get 1 kill out. The all-out finishes off the TF. The seismic shove is there, but Strip Proctor does go unstoppable for that brief moment. And now they need to walk their way back into the mid lane. They got Pluto, they got Castle, they got Strip Proctor. Their 3 big carries are right there, ready to be able to defend. But now we got Rift Herald summoned into the mid lane, and it looks like Prank's going to be the one to drive it. He said, I don't ever get to drive this thing, and immediately spawns in a whole family of grublings.
Oh, he's Tokyo drifting. He is drifting down to Winking now.
Yeah,
How
deja
far can he
vu.
get? Oh,
I've been in this way before. Dying on the streets.
Oh,
I'm telling you, dude. Listen to Initial D. He had the Initial D soundtrack playing. Can confirm.
In my head, I love Initial D. I have a keychain of Initial D on my keys, but it's the Tokyo Drift soundtrack there.
You think that's the Tokyo Drift? I don't know. Every time it's something racing related like that, I'm like, it's got to be Initial D. It's just ingrained into my mind. Tokyo Drift can come in once family is brought up. So it will be Winking, going back, doing a little bit of trading. 2 towers there, though, grabbed quickly for Purdue Northwest. Gold lead has stayed at about that 2K differential.
Yeah, I mean, Purdue Northwest hasn't done a huge amount with their gold lead. This is part of the problem. They've gotten a lot of kills, but they haven't done a lot with it. Now, this Gwen will be brutal to face as the game continues to go on. This Nocturne has yet to die, will continue to be an absolute nuisance for the rest of the team. But now you're the expert in this bot lane. How useful is this bot lane going to be as we get further and further into the game?
So the useful part of it is both the characters are like Pantheon actually is pretty good already as a support, so it's actually not bad. You don't actually take a decent chunk out of your build by playing Pantheon support, so it's good in that degree. And at the late game, you are a point-and-click stun. But the big thing is to actually set up a lot of plays that are in your favor. And Purdue has the ability to do that with this entire composition that is just them controlling and dictating when they hit go. Jinqual almost dying. Just going to type in all chat. Not even close, baby. Dragon secured. But look for those Weaver's walls into the Grand Skyfall where the Pantheon ults in. You look for the Paranoia plus Destiny call-in. They have so many buttons that are able to go into, and they're going to center those around Wind King probably in a lot of these trades. As yet again, Nightstar unfortunately gets a little stuffed there. They got a little too zesty for it. They tried to go in for the flash engage onto Doubtful.
Caught by just the edge of the E on the ground there from Talia. Brutal.
Oh, and here, this is what I was talking about. Weaver's Wall, they just go in, they use the Nocturne ult to turn off the lights. The terrain has been shifted in something that's completely unfamiliar territory. And now, look at Nightstar over here into the backline of the fight. They're going to try and lay in a little bit of hurt. The all-out is available for Strip Proctor if they want to carry somebody away. Prank in a little bit too deep, and they're not going to be able to keep their head above the water. The Tristana did pass. Strip Proctor is actually the hero inside this. This is the raid boss. Doubtful is going to absolutely go down. They're just looking for a trade here on the Nightstar. Gletzo gets a kill of their own. Strip Proctor can continue this onward. They can go all out if they want to, but it would be a waste of the ultimate ability. Strip Proctor will get that kill yet again, while Wind King during this entire scenario was just splitting top lane.
Yeah, so this is the thing, is these fights look really close, and obviously Purdue Northwest lost a couple of players more than Grandview did, but the big carry in the top lane has just been eating up towers. Hasn't had to do anything in a team fight yet.
Yeah, no, you don't have to as Wind King, I feel like. I think it takes 2 members to deal with you.
I think it easily takes 2 members. The amount
and it depends on which 2 as well.
Yeah, so there's a Nashor's Tooth coming in next for Wind King, which means that not only is the heal a lot, but now you've gotten the attack speed to help make up for the fact that there's a Frozen Heart from the Cassante. So you deal a lot of damage now if you're Wind King.
I feel like it has to be the Cassante plus Corki, right? Like the Cassante's not weak either is the problem.
No.
So like they've gotten actually a big influx of gold off that last fight, and they're actually pretty big inside this. So the big problem is this composition does not deal with tanks very well. Besides the Gwen, the Gwen is your tank buster.
Yeah.
So
well, fortunately, there's not many tanks on the other team. The one tank on the other team is Cassante.
Unfortunately for them, though, the one tank on the other team is also just straight up unkillable.
Yeah, it is Cassante. You do have a positive and negative there on the Cassante front.
Yeah, you get we play Cassante, but what you get is you have to deal with the Cassante, right? Like it's very difficult. But these squishies, when you get to do this, when you just go in with that Paranoia laying in the hurt, TP coming in from the mid lane, going to be a little bit far off onto the side. Doubtful's going to get caught out by the Cassante, pushed into the wall, but check out Wind King trying to zoom into the fight. They're going to be able to get the kill onto Jinqual, but here's the all out. They take Wind King out of the fight, but Strip Proctor's taking way too much damage as a result. The burn finishes off the Pantheon, and yet again, the last bits of the fight, Castle's able to pick up the last bit of stragglers inside the mid lane. Purdue Northwest, they have 3 members up in comparison to the 2, but Grandview's actually going to be able to get a tower for their effort.
Yeah, the Purdue Northwest players are just really out of position now. Well, out of position to defend against the mid turret. We actually see Wind King trying to push in this tier 2 on the bottom side of the map, and they'll get it. Like, Gwen is really good at taking towers, especially with these little grubs. That's another tier 2 tower that this Gwen has taken. That's, I think, 3 towers total that the Gwen has taken already this game. Gwen is very fed. This Gwen deals a lot of damage. You saw that even with the Frozen Heart and the Koenig Rukern, which are 2 huge anti-Gwen items, Gwen was tearing through Cassante.
Yeah, Gwen kind of... It's just so difficult to actually deal with a Gwen inside of these, like, these side lanes, inside of the fights now. It's such a strong champion, and it's why I keep saying it's like hidden OP, because people for some reason are reluctant to play it. And I think inside the MEC especially, right? Like in the champ pools that a lot of people have, this is like the strongest top laner you can pick into a lot of people, because a lot of people don't have the counter matchups for the Gwen, right? It's kind of like the case of why Udyr was so good, right? People didn't know how to counter Udyr, and then all of a sudden they were like, wait a second, Darius can trade pretty well, and we've seen less Udyr start to pop up because of the threat of the Darius. So it has been a bit of a interesting scenario as the Weaver's Wall comes out. This is just to cut him off from this package is available. It's going to go away because they did use it a bit early. So this does mean that the side of Grandview will kind of get to pick and choose. Winking's here on a flank. Nightstar is going to have to play a bit of body checking here. The charm comes out, the package as well. Everybody's dogpiling on the Wind King. They don't have anybody there. The Great Starfall, it is stolen away. The dragon secured by Purdue Northwest. That is Infernal Soul, but at what cost? What did it cost you? It might have just costed you everything, as Kletzer, the only member still standing, will fall. Grandview with the ace.
Yeah, so it means that they'll push a lot into this tier 2. They probably go Baron right here. Yeah, this is going to be a Baron call really quickly, and this gold lead is deteriorating so fast. The Baron, the Dragon Soul worth a couple thousand gold, especially when you've gotten all 4 of the dragons. The enemy team didn't have any, but Winking went in on that fight, and there was no follow-up. It was just Winking in the middle, kind of sitting. And then the follow-up game.
Yeah, well, here's the weird thing, right? They were a bit disjointed, right? Purdue Northwest, they knew they wanted to separate Grandview from the Dragon Pit with the Weaver's Wall, right? So they used Weaver's Wall, but they used it entirely too early. They're not even, like, properly on the Dragon, and they're not doing it at that current moment in time. They actually don't melt Dragon like that. It's because they don't have a Marksman. That is the big weakness of this composition. You are relatively close range. Your Marksman is a TF in the mid lane. And you're kind of in this situation where you're not melting the objective as the Weaver's Wall is coming in, or you haven't even started it. And then Winking had this idea of, like, I can get this really nice flank. They see a great angle for a possible flank. But the problem is Grandview just jump onto him. They peel him off immediately. Now, this is the answer from Purdue Northwest. They have this Infernal Soul. They need to make use out of it, but Castle goes legendary. Castle gets dropped. They're going to use that Wilting Lullaby onto the bot lane from Purdue Northwest. Doubtful taking a good amount of hurt. Kletzo marches forward confidently, but Pluto is going to find the kill. Now, Winking, Raid Boss has appeared, and they're just going to thread the needle throughout the fight. 2 members still alive from the side of Grandview versus Wind King. That Nocturne is not going to be there for this fight. They're going to have Winking just continuously trying to kite out the blows, but it's a 1v2. The CC and the damage is just there, and you cannot cut through all that meat.
Cassante, what a champion. That's all I have to say on this play. Just what a champion is Cassante. A tank, he is your guy. An assassin, he's basically your guy. A bruiser, basically your guy.
I really thought you were going to just go Cassante, what a wonderful name, or something like that, but apparently Purdue thinks so as well, because they're just going to jump and they're going to pounce onto him. Say, how dare you took out Wind King? We must avenge our fallen comrade. There's a shutdown going over. Quick kill for Doubtful. And you know what? Taking the Cassante off is big.
Yeah, they need to push. They need to use the next 35-ish seconds to make sure that they get at least a tower here. It is imperative that with Cassante is not split pushing, that they get a lot of this pressure.
Oh, hold on. Gold card is going to connect. They're going to lay in the hurt. Yet again, separated fight, but good blast cone to get out. And through this tricky movement, they get a tower, which is very surprising because remember, they still had the Baron buff on the Rakan, so it is hard to push into that traditionally. That was a risky way of dancing around the tower to secure it, but Purdue somehow make it work.
They need to get a lot more off of this. They needed. It felt like they needed to push towards an inhib tower. They've got all 3, all the tier 1s and tier 2s down against the Grandview side, but it feels like they're still going to struggle as we get later and later in the game. As is Cassante and the Corki continue to get more and more powerful.
This Corki's already too strong for me.
This Corki is really strong. It's a 4-item Corki.
Yeah, I think Castle is in the driver's seat in this game. It's really Castle, Strip, Proctor really are the big ones, while Pluto can kind of skirt around the fight. They haven't had a moment to really pop off inside the fight. just because of the fact that they have a gold card that they keep getting hit by. They have Kletzo who keeps hitting them. They're not actually able to put out a huge amount of damage just because of the pure reason that these two champions exist, and they're just like, all right, yeah, I guess I don't move inside the fights. I don't put out any DPS because I'm constantly stunned up. They do need to shift some of those attentions over to Castle if they can, just because I feel like Castle is even more so of a threat inside these fights. But it's yet again a hard ask.
Yeah, they need to get a pick. That's the way that the Purdue Northwest comp wants to win here, is they need to get a pick on someone. This is not a pick.
Oh, well, I mean, They're going for the Weaver's Wall. They got the Pantheon ult, the Paranoia. Everybody comes running on in. You said it wasn't a pick. It's looking like one hell of a pick to me. K'Sante joining into the fight late, but check out Jinkwall into this fight. They finish off Doubtful. The K'Sante chopped down to half HP. They're going to be able to get a huge amount of damage onto him. The all-out Pluto goes into the bat line. He's going to be able to lay into her, but still falls victim as they are going to be pushed out. And that is the fight that Purdue Northwest, they needed that fight to be able to get him a little bit of momentum. Now Kletzo looking to possibly 1v1 here. This is actually a very tricky scenario to go inside of, but with Infernal Soul, do a good amount of damage. Kletzo will just retreat back. The rest of the team had the back. No objectives are up just yet, but with Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, that's got to be what the next fight is. That's Elder Dragon.
So the big thing I want to talk about here is that you may think that that was a really even trade for Purdue Northwest against Grandview, but realistically, you killed two carries over on the Grandview side, and Purdue Northwest lost the TF and the Talia, which are both carries, but a very different type of carry. For the side of Purdue Northwest, Winking didn't die. That's the huge gold bounty. That's a huge piece of your damage and a huge piece of your split push. And once those two carries on Grandview died, you were left with a...
Oh, here we go. Winking is in a really bad way. There is also the package available. Winking caught out of position, but they will use that Riftmaker to their delight. TF is teleporting in through the mid lane. You're going to be able to get a nice knock-up. Kletzo taking a good amount of hurt. They have the bomb ticking away on top of him. Keter over here onto the side is going to be able to get the gold card onto Urson Sailor as Castle finds the kill onto Keter. Keter now gone away from the fight. You can see Baron rearing its head. It's getting ready to spawn over on the opposite side of the map. Pluto has started up the Elder Dragon. Winking does not have teleport. It will not be up for this next bit of the fight. And you can see Strip Fotters going into two members, make it three as they're trying to do whatever they can to deter the rest of the team. Winking stopped their back. They said they need to go in, but check out what happens as a result. Kletzo using the ultimate to be able to get into the fight. Jinkwall is not in the pit whatsoever. There is no smite here, and Elder Dragon is acting as if I'm an extra member of the team, as it's just free firing, free breathing inside of the map. Strip Proctor dropped down very low. They're gonna go back into it. Elder Dragon has been secured by Grandview, and with that, Elder Dragon gets the execute onto two more members. Grandview, 32 minutes into the game, get a ace.
That should be the game. Like, I legitimately think that we're coming really close to that being the game. They're going to go grab the Baron now, which is a huge play for them. They've got enough people up that it's worthwhile to do. And once they've got the Baron plus the Elder, the wave push is ridiculous. Just have K'Sante go to one lane, everyone else to another. It's impossible to kill the K'Sante.
Yeah, but no dragons on the part of Grandview. So they do have that at least to their benefit. You know, Purdue have that soul. They have been able to secure all 4 dragons for themselves. They had to figure out a way to play to their conditions. That was a sloppy fight for them, and I think the major part of it is Winking getting caught out at the very beginning there. It caught them off tempo, and they didn't know exactly how they wanted to move Winking around inside that fight, and it has cost them big. This should be at least the last inner tower in the top side gone, and this could be an inhibitor gone as well, depending on the timer.
So there's the last tier 2 in the game. The question is, what can they do with the push? That's a shove back already onto the K'Sante, but it does a little bit of damage.
Yeah, I mean,
they need to do more damage right now.
Yeah, well, right now Prank needs to get away from all this damage. It's going to have the Paranoia, the Wilting Lullaby. They are getting burned down, and that will finish them off as they get brought down into the threshold. Prank getting caught out of position. Purdue Northwest is getting completely routed. This is going to be the game as the all-out goes in. Strip Proctor, though, does get cut down. Pluto's actually very low on the fight. The burn just enough. Frank has had, I mean, they have had such a quiet game. Jinqual has been so quiet on this game. Had a suffering time inside the jungle. At one point in time, I believe they were 0-6. But with Elder Dragon, it can turn things around. We're going into a game number 3 here between Grandview and Purdue.
Not only is it a game 3, it's a game 3 fearless draft. So we don't get to see any of these champs again. We don't get to see any of the champs from the first game again. We're on a totally new set of champions. We're down 20.
Yeah, go ahead and start singing A Whole New World, because that's where we're at right now.
Champion.
Yeah, everybody is switching around. They're going to have different champions. And really, Purdue, they're going to be kicking themselves because they're going to be like, all right, you know what? We had that game, and then we just got a little sloppy, and that does tend to happen when you got people playing in different roles that they don't normally play in.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. Winking, though, had an insanely good game in top lane. Insanely good game from the Gwen. It could not carry everything. Right before we go to a break, we got one more thing we got to tell you about, and then we'll go to a break. We all not depressed. We'll all figure out what's going on.
We're all depressed.
We're all to figure out what's going on. But before we do, Smash fans, get ready for the Midwest Esports Invitational coming to you September, February 24th and 25th here in the Chicago area. Join us for 2 days of fun and competition featuring doubles and singles tournaments on Saturday and Swiss on Sunday. Scan the QR code or visit us on start.gg/MEI to register. Your registration gets you into all 3 events with a $1,000 prize pool for each tournament, and you get access to the entire venue, which includes a free play area, PC workshops, ability to watch high-level collegiate Smash, crew battles, and much more. We will see you guys at the Midwest Esports Invitational, and we'll see you guys right back for Game 3 after a quick break.
We are here live at the MEC Fall Championship. It's Kendo Slice, and I am with Cleveland State University's Sully. Sully, the question that we've been asking everybody, what does esports mean to you?
Well, esports to me is just like the ability to play with other players and compete with people and try to overall improve at the game. It's about not so much as winning, because when you win it feels great, but it's about learning the game and playing the game at a high level and having fun at the competitions. That's what it's all about to me.
Having fun and the competition. Love that. First off, I do want to ask, over the last 3 months or so, we're talking Scholastic Esports.
Yeah.
Has there anything that the last 3 months has enabled you to learn?
For esports specifically, well, playing with my teammates, because before this I played at a 2-year school, and so it's 2-year school. We had a lot more fun with it. Like, we didn't really do as well, but kind of just went in there and played some weird comps and just had fun. And now playing with all these other CSU guys, they just made me better, because playing with like better people and surrounding myself with better people just helps me learn. So I can kind of take things from everybody and take all their different play styles and mesh it into one. So
I love it. It really does happen everywhere, folks, whether it be esports or as well as real life. We all grow each other, and seeing that in the team dynamic is fantastic. We're at LAN.
Yep.
It's another opportunity to get not only that team dynamic, but to look across the stage and be like, hey.
And take from them, too.
Yeah. You're taking positives from them. You know, you're getting them shook. I heard you all did fantastic earlier in a match. The LAN process. What's it been like for you? Have you enjoyed your experiences with LANs?
Yeah, so especially we didn't have school yesterday because our school observed Veterans Day, so it's like a 3-day weekend. We get to travel. It's like a vacation. We get to stay in a hotel. Last night we played some cards, different card games in our dorm room all together, in our hotel room all together. So it's like a big vacation, which is awesome. And then on top of that, we get to come here and play some Valorant, and that's the cherry on top.
I love it. And you throw on top of it, there's more to come.
That's right.
Favorite esports moment, but we're shaping it.
Okay.
It's from the last 3 months. It's going to be from this semester, and excuse me there.
This semester. Actually, today was probably the best moment, because we played earlier. I got an ace. That was pretty awesome. And then the game before that, I did pretty well, and I got a triple spray transfer, which I'm pretty proud of. which I can't wait to go watch that tonight later. And so probably today. Today's probably been my favorite.
Hey, there you go. And this is just the beginning. It's not just the peak. Finally, we're looking forward toward the future. What does the future look like for you in esports going into the next semester? Anything coming up that you're excited about?
Well, I mean, this is our first semester as a team because me and Lime, we're new to this team. So we're looking forward to being able to practice more over winter break. And we're looking at this semester, we're looking at this as kind of like a practice run, like a dry run.
Yes.
And then next semester, we're getting for real. We're getting real. So next semester, we're planning on doing a lot better. I'm happy with our results this semester, especially just forming. But now that we've been together for a year, it's gonna be over.
It's gonna be good. That's what I'm talking about, folks. I really appreciate Sully. Once again, more interviews to come.
Hello, welcome on back to the MEC Clash Grand Finals final game of the series as well. Purdue Northwest, Grandview University, Chaos Incarnate. The fields of justice are in flames right now, and it's because both these teams have been storming it down, burning it down, and it has been a fun watch. My name is Travis. I'm joined here with Mecca. Logan, are you ready for our final game?
I muted myself. I'm very.
are you unmuted now? Are you sure you're good?
I'm unmuted. I'm truly a very professional individual
Super
here on the broadcast. So what I was saying is, number one, where have you been all day? Because we've been having great games all day. Number two, this is the third game of a best of three. It's also a fearless draft. So if you don't know what that means, it means all the champions that have been picked in the past two games are no longer viable in this game. So the League of Legends pool is like 164 champions. We're down to 144 champions. So you may see some interesting picks come out this game. Not that we haven't already seen interesting picks come out, but
yeah, we were actually having a talk with surprise, there's a production crew that works on all this. If you're there at the LAN at the current moment in time, you're probably already seeing them. Give them a wave, say hello to them. They like talking to people sometimes. Who knows? But they have they even said, all right, the cheesy stuff is out of the way, right? And I'm just sitting here thinking, like, the cheese. There's so much cheese in League of Legends. There's actually a lot of different things that we could possibly go for, because they have been going for a more, like, we've seen a little bit of the standard with a mix of the cheese getting thrown in there. Has been like the kind of go-to for GVU. Well, I look over at Purdue Northwest and it's pure Gouda over there. Like, they are just absolutely just like, yo. We need to set things up. We need to be as cheesy as possible. They've done the Pantheon and Talia bot lane. They have done the a Jin Zoe bot lane. Their bot lane has been doing something spicy. The only problem is they're starting to taste test, and they're like, ooh, that's a little bit too much. So they might need to dial back just 1 degree down, you know.
So here's the question that we need to ask going into this game. What is gonna... I would like each of us to make a prediction of a champion that will be picked in this next match. I'm gonna finish my point either way. Yours can be Yorick. That's a reasonable answer. Would you like to explain? Would you
like
to
Yorick or Fizz? I just want Yorick or Fizz.
I can give you Yorick or Fizz.
Okay, I like either one. I like Yorick a lot. I think it's fun watching actually. So fun fact, if you're really interested in playing Yorick right now, lethality build's really good on him. Where you're able to actually go serrated Dirk. It's just a low econ item. You can go serrated Dirk, go into full lethality with the Profane Hydra. It's actually pretty insane. Pretty good build. Highly recommended if you haven't tried it yet. Very good. Go ahead and check that out. Fizz, on the other hand, I love Fizz. Fizz is like my most played character that I get to play in a lot of different scenarios. I don't get to play him too terribly often, but there's like some moments where I become a psychopath and I refuse to... I'll play Phil like I normally do, but I refuse to play anything but Fizz. So I'll do Fizz jungle, I'll do Fizz top, I'll do Fizz mid, I'll do Fizz bot lane. I don't care where I'm playing Fizz.
You're playing Fizz.
I love that character because it's a character that is so anti-fun for the other person to play against that it's so great. And you know what? If you're in game number 3, mental is low. The gas tank is low inside of a best of 3. Why not dish them out with that final KO blow from a Fizz, you know? Chum in the water. You know what? You turn their mental into that chum. It's so easy.
So I had 2, and then I instantly forgot both of them, which is... I was really ready for it, too. It was a fun pick. It was... Oh, okay. Sorry. I remember one of them. So one of them sounds really obvious. Lee Sin. I've been talking about it the whole time. It's just not going to be it's not going to be a jungle Lee Sin. It's going to be a lane Lee Sin because... You know, it has to be a little spicy. Mid-Sin. And then I'm pulling this out of nowhere. I have no real reason behind this, but I'm thinking Zillion. I'm thinking the Zillion will get into a bot lane somewhere.
Hold on. Spicy tank. Top lane. Top lane Zillion.
Top lane Zillion.
Top lane Zillion.
Well, I'm gonna assume. I'm gonna make some assumptions here, and I'm basing off a set of assumptions. My assumption is that Strict Proctor will be playing in the top lane. Yes. That Strict Proctor will not be cooking to the same degree as Winking, who is he's playing against. So
Strict Proctor, Zillion top.
Strict Proctor, Zillion top. I'm ready for it. Show me.
You can't kill it. It's got great utility. You can run PTA. If they play a bruiser into you, you can actually just Mats E. You have a 99% slow. If they play like something like Set, for an example, Set's life is miserable. And you actually just auto him down with these stupid little cogs that you throw at him. It's so fun just watching them. You can go like all your you can just go like full tank itemization. You could throw in like one like attack speed item if you really want to. But you can literally just go like full tank. You can't die. Nobody's going to be able to catch up to you. You can slow people down. You bring multiple forms of utility. You have a free revive that you can bring onto your teammates. It's free.
Yeah. We need to bring it up again. Jinqual has yet again switched positions. He is now playing support.
Back to support. Night Star's jungle.
Notes for Jinqual. He played Rakan today. He was good at it, but Rakan will not be allowed. He also played a Rel last night and was very good at the Rel.
Yep.
So that could be an easy pick for Jinqual really early in this draft, and they can flex between jungle and support.
Yeah. I feel like if you're putting Nightstar inside the jungle, though, I'm expecting a carry pick to actually come out of the jungle role. Yeah, that's where my mind is at.
We saw him play a Graves earlier today, and he was pretty good on the Graves. Yeah. Graves is a pick that is up.
Expect either Graves or actually Kindred from Nightstar, I think. Is a good way to actually go about it. Bans have shifted around, by the way. The Maokai now banned by Purdue Northwest. They're leaving the Varus open, but they might just be the ones wanting to take it.
Yeah, I mean, Pluto hasn't had access to his Varus for a bit today. Definitely not the last 2 games.
Oh, they banned it.
No one gets Varus.
That's funny. That's funny. It makes sense.
No one is allowed to have Varus. No one. Quaze, that would make sense. We haven't seen it yet. That's a meta pick.
Yeah.
So maybe do we see a little less Bree, a little more crackering this game? Choosing the crackers?
Maybe. We're seeing that the champion pool, as you're going down into it, you could still mince around the way into the bot lane if you really want to. So it has some functionality there if you want, but it's mostly mid lane. You don't really see it go anywhere else. And the Ezreal Alistar, I'm a big fan of this.
Oh, this is Draven.
That's a Draven Poppy.
Oh, I'm in. So, okay, I'm gonna bring it up. I do not expect this to happen, but I'm gonna bring it up. Last season, Alistar got a lot of buffs, and he was okay top lane for a little bit. I don't expect to see it. This seems like a great Alistar support situation, but
Vladimir,
they've cooked a little on both sides. So,
but this is a castle Vladimir. I don't think this is a top lane value of Vladimir.
You don't think it's a?
I don't think this is a Strict Proctor Vladimir. It could still be. It's better in the top lane because it's a longer lane, and Vladimir tends to do all right in it. The very first time I ever grinded out ranked, I was a Vladimir one trick.
I can't play the champ, man. I'm so bad at it.
I played like, what was it, 80 games of Vladimir and had like an 80% win rate. I was just like, dude, why is nobody else playing this character? It's cracked. I got to gold and was just like, all right, I'm done. I don't want to play anymore. I was like, I'm done playing Vladimir. I'm never touching this again. Take me back to support. Well, we're going into our next phase here, and I do think it's interesting. There is a Ashe and a Kalista that was banned away, so they are not convinced.
This AD pool is non-existent.
They think Draven's mid, I think.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm here for it.
If you're planning on playing Vladimir, right? Draven's actually a bit annoying to trade with, dude. Just because the axes you're wanting to do those like sustained trades is pretty annoying to deal with. And Ornn lock-in as well. This goes over to Strict Proctor. This is a standard pick for Strict. This is what I'm expecting. The Malzahar to be complete anti-fun. I'm here for it. This is a cornerstone of my champion pool. Yeah. My production's in my ear talking to me about like this Malzahar into Vladimir matchup. Like, I don't play Malzahar. Come on, man. I'm Mr. Anti-Fun.
Okay. All right. So it should be Aurelia into the Ornn and Malzahar into the Vladimir wherever they go. Hwei support Poppy jungle Draven bot lane. And then the Grandview side is just a pretty standard composition that I don't. Okay.
Yeah, Nightstar won exactly the right I thought they were going to do with the Kindred.
So okay, I need to make a note on the Purdue Northwest side. Doubtful has been the actual farming carry for the last couple games. So do not freak out that it looks like Draven is the support this game.
Yeah,
it should be Doubtful actually doing the farming, and Hwei will be the support.
You're telling me that Draven support can't work?
I don't think so.
I am actually surprised that the Poppy is not support just because of Alistar being down there. I am very surprised about that.
You think that you want Draven jungle? I can tell you that does not work.
No, I'm just surprised that they decided to go the route that they decided they wanted to go, right? Like what the champions they hit the ending rotation.
Decided to go the route.
I was very much so convinced that they were going to do the Poppy as like, all right, stop the Alistar from being able to go in and hit up our Draven. It made a lot of sense to me. You can't stop the Ezreal, right? Because it's a blink.
Yeah.
It's so you wouldn't stop that, but the Alistar is something that you can hard stop and you can hard press that. So it's a little surprising to me, but the Poppy's really good in this composition. It's actually good into Kindred as well because you can ult Kindred out and you can
the
move
Ornn.
Kindred around. It's good into the Ornn. Like, the Poppy's actually really insanely good. It's got some really good value to it.
There's a lot of damage over on the Purdue Northwest side. Like even Poppy, who's supposed to be your main tank. Poppy, you build one damage on. You build one little Sundered Sky in there with the rest of it, and you're dealing some damage. You used to be able to build Divine Sunder into just all bruiser items, and you were really tanky on Poppy, and you dealt a lot of damage. So,
Yeah. Yeah, you're doing so much work inside of it. Last game, a lot of eyes are going to be on these marksmen. These mid laners, they're going to kind of handshake each other, by the way. So keep an eye on that. This is very much so, like, Malzahar should be able to just constantly have push whenever they want to. Castle will be miserable inside this lane. As somebody who has played both sides in a matchup, it is one that Malzahar, I would rather be the Malzahar inside of, because your windows for opportunity are a lot less in comparison to what the Malzahar has. And also keep your eyes for ganks, actually, because something I like looking at is the amount of gank assist that is on laner sides here. And I'm telling you right now, Purdue Northwest has that in spades in comparison to Grandview, who the Kindred really appreciate somebody to get things going. They're really looking at either the bot lane or the top side. Mid lane's not the easiest place to gank.
No, it's not. There's not really great CC until you get hit level 6, and then you can ult on the Malzahar. But I don't think you're really aiming to just ult the Vlad in the middle of the lane and hope for the Kindred to come in. And also, Vlad is just tricky to gank to begin with.
Yeah, but in a short lane, it's not as bad. Like I said, in like a longer lane, like top lane, it's usually better. I prefer playing Vladimir up into the top side when I did play him back in the day. Playing him mid, I've played him mid before, but it's like, because it's a shorter lane, it's very peculiar depending on the matchup that you're in. Just because you're easily abused, gank patterns are very easy to do. You can't just like hug the top side and utilize your Vlad pool to actually keep those trade pools in those trade patterns in your way. So, and it's also one of those characters that a lot of people also look at and go, yeah, you know what? I like I like me some Vladimir. Like, a lot of people have been singing the praises of like, people should be playing more Vladimir, but hasn't had too much success whenever it has been picked up as a character inside of the tier 2, tier 3 League of Legends in North America.
Looking just it's going to be a slow start to this game. I think for both teams, both actually kind of want to do a lot, but Vlad's going to go in and continuously get trades like this. A little surprised that Malzahar didn't go tier to start, went the Sapphire Crystal instead, for the extra straight mana. I'll help build into the Lost Chapter.
Yeah, it's weird that Castle actually chose the Ghost just to get one empowered Q, but it was just to get control over the wave. So they valued the summoner spell, saying, you know what? This is worth it just to be able to get control. But nice headbutt pulverize coming in onto Kletso. But the counter gank happens. Prank was in the vicinity. And if only Prank wasn't there, that would have been so good for the bot lane of Grandview.
Yeah, runes on Poppy are really important in this game. You saw that Poppy used the flash really early. That's important to note because Poppy is running Hex Flash.
Nightstar is going to take a good trade here. Prank is here in the vicinity, and Nightstar will go down. That's the second kill for Prank, but a trade back over into Pluto means this Ezreal now has double buffs, and that is a nightmare for Purdue Northwest. As now look at Pluto. They're going to go ahead and jump onto the Hwei. They're going to lay in more hurt, catch some axes. The buff transfer has been completed. That is a cash out onto Doubtful. They haven't had much time to build up too much money. That's a nice little cash out regardless. And now the teleport from Pluto to get right back into the lane. Make sure they don't miss out on these minions. Doubtful is going to run for the hills as Jinqual is just trying to chase him down. Winking? Wants to carry. It wants to go for this play here. This is tricky. Good flash to dodge out on the charge from the Ornn. It is a duel of inches over there in the top side of the map. Doubtful was not able to back, by the way, because of the pressure Jinqual is outputting.
Yeah, I mean, Jinqual is just... he's standing there menacingly. Like, what more do you need to talk about? He's a giant cow that wants to run at you.
The wave is in a terrible spot here. Doubtful actually hugging the tower. Really good stuff to make sure that he can't get jumped onto too aptly. Nightstar tanks the aggro. Nets up Your Sincerely, taking a good amount of the hurt themselves. Kletso wants one more kill. And they get it. They're getting a little bit zesty for it. And that zest will be their downfall. Nightstar gets their second kill down here in the bot lane.
Yeah, and it means that this bot lane, this Ezreal bot lane, is just going to be even more accelerated. You want it to be really good late game. You expect the Draven to be this lane bully early game. Huge amount of damage on the Draven. You want to get ahead with the cash outs, and Draven dying isn't helping that.
Yeah. This game is already 3-4. 7 kills have already happened before you even gotten to the 7-minute mark. Both these teams wanting to scrap. Check out Poppy on the wraparound into the mid lane. Castle taking a good amount of damage as a result. This forces out the Ghost again. It's a low CD summoner. That's why I call it very broken. You have the option to take it. I always take it when I play AD carry for this very reason.
Yeah, see, I can't get behind Ghost on AD carry. Just doesn't work for me.
I like it. I like it. I like running people down. It's my favorite shtick to go for. Prank in a rough scenario is going to charge into Castle. That's going to be the Hemoplague laid out. Keter will go down as a result. Castle securing a kill. Good turnabout to make that play happen. The Call the Forge guy going in, and Winking with the fancy footwork. They do not have a ward, so they cannot jump actually onto Strip Proctor, and they don't want to go into this bush blind, and they find the kill. They waste enough time, though, for Nightstar to join the fray, and now Winking will be hunted. They tried to trade back, but no tower shot to assist. Means it will be nothing else to come. It's 3 kills over to the Kindred. As we go back down to the bot side, Kletso being caught out of position as Pluto lays in a good amount of hurt. Doubtful is going to get jumped onto. The headbutt pulverized hit. Doubtful taking a good amount of damage. As a result, the Ignite is there. They are burning away, and they will be incinerated. Prank coming in. Calvary has arrived, but Jinqual is doing such an expert job of keeping them at bay. Prank will get 1 kill onto Jinqual. Pluto's going to try and jump into the tower, but right on the outside, they dance, they skirt the edge. A shutdown goes over as Kletso almost falls.
Poppy is doing so much work in this bottom lane with the 2 kills early, the 2 kills just now. The junglers are the real carries this game to start, and who would have thought with a Poppy?
I mean, I've always thought it. I think Poppy's a great character. And check out what Keter's done. They've done a little bit of a lane swap at this current moment in time. Vladimir is very, very difficult at this current moment after getting that 1 kill. You want to pay some respect to it because of the fact that they are ahead on the item curve to you. You got yourself a lost chapter on the Malzahar. You're behind on the curve a little bit. You have some push power, but this Vladimir has actually done a pretty good job of making sure to make things annoying for him. As we do see the dragon start up, Jinqual caught inside of the pit. That headbutt completely halted by the steadfast presence. Doubtful coming in, looking to cash out on some Ats throws. As you see Keter laying in the hurt all alone here as the Nethergraph has already been used. Castle in the midst of them all, laying in more damage. Castle gets the kill on the Keter, while on the side a cash out happens. Pluto falls victim to Draven, and yet again, these top laners continue to trade amongst themselves.
Can we get a Kindred mark check? We're 8 minutes into the game, and Kindred has been part of a lot of fights here. So we're on 3 marks already. 4 is the first big break point. So it's the first break point is 4, and then plus 3 after that. So important to keep track of that. Kindred gets way more powerful every single time she gets a kill or takedown on one of those marked targets, and even a mark on the marked creatures. You see Kindred trying to invade other jungles because of that, but the Poppy does not have any of those issues, and there is the Sundered Sky for Poppy. She's trying to do damage.
This is your very first Sundered Sky that you've been able to call out, despite you talking about, you know, how hype it is to actually, well, not how hype, but how it should be the item you're getting. It's kind of funny that this is the first time we're getting to see it, Logan.
Yeah, it's. Oh, I think we saw it on a Lee Sin, as well, but it was like a 3rd item or something like that. But yeah, no, it's a really good item. It's a little nerfed since the very beginning of Season 14, but it's still very good. So we'll see it going here to start this game off. It means that just Poppy's going to heal even more off of her hits onto other champions. Not that Poppy wasn't tanky enough already, because she certainly is tanky.
Oh, yeah, your W gives you so many stats to begin with, too, right? It's good to see. I like the fact that the Bramble was picked up after the Bomby Cinder, by the way, by Strip Proctor, knowing that the Blade of the Ruin King is going to be the option from Wind King. So, these 2 teams still fighting each other here, and man, I'm looking over at this Draven. 3, 2, and 4. The Ezreal's also doing pretty good for themselves. 2, 3, 4. Not as impressive of a spread, but they're going to be hitting their item spike pretty heavily as well in the near future. So there's a lot of different breakpoints that we're kind of keeping our eyes on what exactly is going to come where.
Yeah, the Draven's getting a little bit more fed, and that's the Hubris starting, which is a canonically Draven item. Draven, obviously, big Hubris enjoyer in terms of the word, not the item, but also does like the lethality from the item.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the best of both worlds, as Hannah Montana would say.
Yeah.
But
really
right now, Nightstar getting
Look
hit
at
on
the
up.
damage from Prank.
It's pretty ridiculous. They will get hit up, knocked up. Shutdown goes over. Call the Forge God going wide, and now they're going to go ahead and play on the Vanguard's edge. Stun connects onto the Ornn. They're trying to run into the bush, put up a little bit of a pillar to try and defend, but yet again, Prank here with that steadfast presence, making sure that the teammate stays safe, and Prank, the major carry on the team while all this is happening in the bot side. This lane is so aggressive. They're not able to deal with it. Jinqual goes down yet again. That's another cash out to the Draven.
They made use of this lane really early to prevent the Draven from doing much, and since that point that the Poppy came down and got 2 kills on him, it has not looked like the same lane. Doubtful has been excellent on this Draven.
Indeed. You gotta admire the performance. It's very interesting. I wonder, we always talk about how they have been playing it. Oh, there's a smite. All right, they got 1 grub. They want to be able to get a little bit more. Doubtful caught out in a really bad situation, as Doubtful's going to continue throwing these axes. Gets the cash out. Oh my goodness, Jinqual is not going to be able to recover easily from that.
No, it's brutal right now. Doubtful is just getting so much money handed right to him. He's up 20 CS. He's got a 400 gold bounty. He's got 5 kills of his own. He just keeps getting money fed right into him.
Keep chugging it along. Why not? Continuously making sure to take advantage of this, and Doubtful just
also making
so
sure
much farm. He's getting his axes. He's got to get his adoration stats. He hasn't been able to have a major cash out. I feel like it's all been like little itty bitty adoration
he gets
cashes.
So many kills that he's not getting the same amount of cash out. Like you're not. The big thing is like every time you get a kill, you get a cash out. So if he keeps killing, he doesn't get massive cash outs, but a lot of small cash outs.
What a counter strategy! What a counter strategy!
Just give
hey guys,
Draven kills.
It's okay if you went OT and then he didn't get a big cash out. It's fine. But like you said, it is cumulative. So eventually it does pile up to be in the same amount as well. So giving gold is just never a good idea.
Yeah, don't give Draven kills. Actually, let me rephrase that. Don't give the enemy team kills.
Brave
Just at all.
strategy. Brave
At all.
strategy.
If you think you may be killed as a player as a champion in League of Legends, just don't.
Just don't do it. I am curious too. I haven't gotten a chance to play Vlad with the new items, so it looks like they are going that Leandri's build, right? Or they might be
It may
going
be
for the
Rift
Rift Maker. So Rift Maker is standard. I see Haunting Guys in my mind immediately just computes that just from back in the day. But Malignant's picked up by the Malzahar as well. In a very interesting start for both sides here is maybe another dive scenario.
Oh my! The Malzahar is winning this lane hard against the Vladimir right now, but look at Prank in the bot lane.
Yeah, Prank's going into the bot lane. You're getting knocked up, CC'd. You don't have any hope of being able to get out. The Whirling Death will finish you off. Doubtful, unstoppable. Prank is going to just watch art be made. Kletso gets themselves a kill onto the Alistar. The supportal combat is in their favor, and that is first brick before 14 minutes. Going over to Purdue Northwest bot lane.
That's so much money into the Draven. This Draven is so ridiculously fed at this point.
Oh, Stripbrother. And for a possible solo kill predicament, all the Forge God does not hit the intended target. Purdue Northwest, they'll get themselves a second dragon, and this is probably the most decisive start we've seen from a team.
What can they do? Like, what can Grandview do against this? Your hopes are that Kindred can kind of appear in these late game team fights and put the ult down, but you're getting overkilled at every possible opportunity, and you will continue to get overkilled. And what do you do about Poppy? Kindred wants to run around. Poppy says, no, you're not running around.
I mean, dude, the Poppy is such a good pick into this entire competition.
Mhm.
Like, we were talking about it earlier on. I'm a big fan of Poppy into Kindred just to begin with, but also the Alistar was the big one that I immediately was like, oh, it's going to happen bot lane. But
oh my,
they have made this so good, and now at this moment in time, you've got a Draven with 2 lethality items, and you've got your serrated Dirk. You are sitting on so much lethality, and nobody has any countermeasures. Doubtful is dominating inside of the matchup, and Kletso is playing this way like they are an expert on it. It shouldn't surprise us too much. They do normally play mid lane. Whirling Death doesn't find its mark. Draven might be able to get it on the rebound. No, does not hit the Vladimir on the rebound. But look at it yet again. Nightstar, you're caught in a bad way. It's a predicament. The Nether Grass, give him the big suck. Header gets the kill onto Nightstar, and Wind King just splitting relentlessly against them. This is Purdue Northwest just playing their game to a T.
They're just pushing over and over and over and over again. They're getting kills at every single opportunity and trying to trade with the enemy at every single opportunity and winning them.
Yeah, well, right now, Wind King is
a little less winning.
Yeah, a little less winning. He's trying to go for the 1v3 outplay moment. Unfortunately, Wind King, you are not him this game, as everybody else bounces him around.
Winking for Rift Herald is what I'm seeing.
Yeah, that's the trade for sure.
That's worth.
Don't let Wind King hear you say that.
I think Winking would tell you that that's worthwhile, right? Like, Winking is 1-1-1. The carries are towards the middle side of the map here, and I'm very much including Poppy in that right now. So,
Okay. Like carry.
Yeah.
Not gonna be able to get anything there. Nightstar is getting jumped onto by Prank. This could be a big moment, actually. Prank has a 500 gold bounty for themselves. This will be a big catch out if they can do it. Keeper's Verdict going in. Hits the target as intended. Castle can't finish off the Poppy as Keter was there to be able to grasp him. Jinqual comes around the corner and doesn't get anything either. Lamb's Respite and the Whirling Death right on the end, right as Sanctuary dissipates in front of Nightstar. It is Whirling Death that finishes them off. Now Doubtful over here onto the side. They're going to get jumped onto by the outside, but a quick flash gets them over the wall. And now Wind King going in, dashing around for their own hijinks as Kletso comes around. 2 big kills as they make sure to hit their Painting King incantations. Wind King just able to stay alive through all of this. It is insane.
Poppy has the ability to do the funniest thing by pushing the Rift Herald into the tier 3 tower.
I mean, yeah. But, what does happen? 1-for-1 trade. Kletso is the sole remainer. Wind King's like, I want to kill, please. Let me have something. Let me eat.
There's a gold bounty on everyone but Winking.
Yeah,
on
Winking's
Purdue
not.
Northwest.
Winking's died twice in the past 3 minutes. Okay, and
Tank
they're ahead in gold.
Australia.
They're ahead in gold, but
Oh my
they
God.
are not able to get too much. Look at the Draven
Look at the bot
Ezreal.
lane. Oh my lord. Or the Hui Alistar.
I mean, sure, yeah, that's impressive. Yeah, that's like a 2K differential between the two
2K
of them.
differential and
Yeah, but that's a
almost
4K difference. That's not almost. That's right there
is
at
a
a
4K,
4K.
yeah.
That is 4K. That's just in favor of Draven. That is an entire item up that you got to deal with.
And the way Draven's building, he's building these lethality items. It may be more than an item up. It's like an item and a half on these 2,600 gold items.
I mean, yeah.
It's huge. That buys you a serrated Dirk.
Yeah. One of the most broken items in the game, while Prank is getting jumped
He's
upon.
still alive.
Will 5 members be enough to get him? They want this gold bounty, something fierce. They finally do. Castle's the one that's able to get it as well. Goes into the pool, dodges out in the way. Ultimate, but Doubtful on the side is legendary. Finds himself the kill, but does drop as a response. The Vanguard's Edge. Winking is full HP joining into the fight. They're going to be able to find the stun onto 2, and that is a triple kill going over to Winking. And they said, who did you say was not him? I have arrived, says Winking.
Brutal that the Draven and the Poppy die there. Like, yes, they got the ace in the end. They lost 2 people, but the 2 people they lost were. That's brutal to lose the Draven.
Is it brutal?
He hasn't gotten a kill in a little bit. Actually, I guess
He got a kill in the start of that
then.
fight.
Yeah, he got a kill right then, so he doesn't lose that many stacks.
he
He just
doesn't
they lose the
lose
bounties
anything.
that was on them, and that's like
He still got 10k up. Look at it. It's 20 minutes in. Like you say brutal, and I'm like, oh, they're giving some mercy over at this moment in time.
Brutal in the terms of, oh, everything's even, so it sucks that your carries have gone. But yeah, in scope of game.
In scope of game, the only thing
way...
brutal is the brutality that's being shown here by Purdue Northwest. They are absolutely doing a massive job here.
I don't know if there's a way that Purdue Northwest lose this right now.
Okay, there always is.
I know, like,
time for another round of shadow bans.
Yeah, big team fights, right? They need to stay away from. They don't have an Ornn or an Alistar, but
yeah,
if they continue to just pick out people one by one, which they have succeeded at in the first 20 and a half minutes of this game, they could look for a Baron right now if they really want to. They have so much damage on this team.
I mean, it is the way as it should be for me. Inside of it, like, you should be inside of a situation with this kind of a composition when you got this early lead on the Poppy. You should be able to dictate the pace, right? You have these carries that are very favorable in their matchups. The Draven got ahead. This is ideally how you want to play at the comp. The question is, how do you close out the state of this game? And it looks like GVU doesn't want to make it easy for them. As a big Keeper's Verdict, they knock out one key target. That's the Alistar. That's your big tank, your CC inside of the fight. The Vanguard's Edge over onto the side. They're going to go ahead and use that Nethergrass to be able to lay in a good amount of hurt onto the Kindred. But check out Castle into the backline trying to get the kill. Finds Doubtful. And they're able to find another member here as now Jinqual has rejoined the fight at full HP, unchained, unshackled. They are laying in so much havoc into the fight. Prank going ahead and using that dash to be able to get it back into the fight as Hui is laying in so much damage. Support, by the way, they are coming in and making things work. Hui finally falls victim, and Grandview limp away from the fight.
They limp away, but it was even trades across the board. This is the best fight that Grandview is going to get right now. An even trade across the board with 2 members that barely live. That's what it feels like is going to be your best possibility. Nightstar's trying to go grab this. Maybe
yeah,
not an even fight.
Well, so they should be able to burn this down. Yeah, I was about to say, as long as you get away, like, Kindred actually wins that if you're able to, like, get in on the Malzahar like that. So Guido was not expecting that. So there was actually a chance for him to actually burst him down. He had to just get one more hit.
Are you just going to start Baron?
Why not? You've got Aurelia, Draven, Poppy.
Yep, they're doing it. They're just running it.
Why? Yeah, why not?
Them doing this Baron makes it so hard for Grandview to be able to do really anything in the rest of this game.
Yeah, Malzahar just TPs into the mid lane. Is 1v2ing while this all happens. Jinqual is trying to find a stun onto him, but cannot get in the range on the Keter. Now everybody else has cleared out Baron. They're going to push in. Dragon Soul point is up. So it's 2 minutes until we have Dragon Soul. and that's Purdue Northwest favorite as well. The timer has been ticking down for quite a bit of time, and it's been ticking in the favor of Purdue Northwest.
Yeah, that 1K goal lead, that 10K goal lead is now up to 12K. It just continues to grow. It's at a little bit slower pace than it was before, but hey, gold lead is a gold lead.
Yes. Asshole. They got to figure out a way to deal with this. They don't have any wave clear is another problem, right? Like, it's like Vladimir gives you a little bit, but he's very close range. He's not a very safe wave clear artist as other people are. And this Hue, who's a support, is just like, all right, now I clear the waves now that we're in the 20-minute mark. You've gotten your gold. You've gotten your fun.
Legitimately a wave clear artist.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Kindred doesn't have the same kind of wave clear that a lot of other AD carries do. The Ezreal definitely does not. Needs a couple shots. Really good at poking out enemy champions, but not great at massive clearing the waves. That's why you see a lot of Ezreals use the ultimate to just force the waves down, so that way you can queue them quickly. But Malzahar is incredibly good at clearing waves. Aurelia, incredibly good at clearing waves. Draven, a little less, but that's okay, because Draven's doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, Draven is a
Shirelia's
lot of
procced.
damage. Yeah, Shirelia's spot. It's going to be the call sign to go for this tower. One last fight, possibly for a Grandview at this current moment in time as they lay it into her. But check out Prank. Prank got shot down solo. Lamb's Respite actually keeps him alive for a little bit longer. And now Prank actually gets to survive for so incredibly long. Jinqual goes down as they dive in too big. Prank survives because of the Lamb's Respite. And now Wind King just going in, dashing around into the back end of the fight. Doubtful at full HP will spin those axes right round. And guess what? They're on the doorstep. Your MEC Clash champions right here in front of you. Purdue Northwest come out on top.
Oh, are we going to see the elusive 5-man fist bump? We have 4.
Well, Wind King's dead, so yeah, it's just going to be the 4, unfortunately for them. There's going to be one thumbs up off screen that will come about. But GG, great game, great series from Purdue Northwest. The Fearless draft adaptation wasn't something I was prepped for today, but I'm so glad we got to see it just because this series was very, very spicy, zesty, and games 1 and 2 were incredible. Game 3 was just very authoritative of Purdue.
I'm not sure I could have asked for more from a best of 3. We had interesting champion picks the whole time. We had 3 maps. We had Fearless draft, so we continued to get new champion. What more could I have asked for? What more? What would have been a better end to the MEC Spring Clash than a best of 3 Fearless draft?
Well, not the end of the MEC Spring Clash, but the MEC Clash. Yeah, so it's just I don't want to put Spring in there because I don't want people thinking this is the end of the MEC season. You guys still need to play. By the way, I just want to make sure you guys are aware of that. You got to get another game series next weekend, okay?
I'm just reading the bit at the bottom of the screen, man. I just read what's in front of me.
I get it. You said it, and I was just like, not the end of the spring season.
No, it's not the end of the spring season.
But I do like it. I love the fact that we got to see Purdue come in here with a great game, great series. Purdue are your champions of the MEC Clash. So we're going to get set up with an interview with them and get everything set up from their end here. But Ayo, if you are interested, make sure if you're out here chilling, vibing, having a good time, make sure you guys go ahead and check out some of the stuff that we've got going on here. So when it comes down to running the production, there's a lot of last minute issues that are bound to pop up. You saw it all throughout the weekend. It has gone through over and over and over again. So all you need to do is, if you're interested in it, learning about what we have to be able to handle it, what it takes, top 5 powering esports events. It's an article that Unified read, sharing some of their experience on how best to be able to handle those sudden errors that you have. For example, Friday, they showed up at the venue and the internet wasn't working too well, and they had to figure out exactly how to get that going so that way we could have this production here for you during this weekend. So they had to take those moments to go through it. You can turn around, take that experience that Unified has showed to be able to make it a successful time. But with that being said, we're going to go take that short break. When we come back, we'll be talking to our MEC Clash champions in Purdue Northwest. So make sure you do not touch that browsers. We will be right back. Hello, welcome on back to the
Wrong way.
MEC Clash. We're ready to get into everything here. Why do we have Purdue Northwest Castle? Wait, hold on. What happened? Is there a jersey exchange happening here? Castle, explain.
Yeah. You know, neither of us have a jersey, but you know, we're changing. I'll just take a shirt. I gotcha. Oh, PNW Castle. Hey.
All right, word.
There you go. You've gone back to your team here. All right, first and foremost, let's go ahead and get into it. It's a championship. It's great. We're going to have a lot of questions in regards to that. First and foremost, Skeeter, you and me talked earlier on today in DMs. You said wherever Castle was going to be mid, you were also going to be mid. Was there like some sort of gauntlet thrown between the two of you?
We talked about it. We wanted to play against each other.
What was the bet that? What was on the line here? What was the
Pride.
bet?
Pride.
Pride and honor.
Okay.
Pride and honor. Okay, well, I kind of threw the honor out the window, but
yeah, you played Miles hard, so his honor went out.
oh well, yeah, I accept it. I had to.
Castle, where was the Lee Sin at? Where was the Lee Sin? I was waiting for the Lee Sin mid just to, come in and kick him in the face. Where was that at?
I thought about it. I just don't think it's playable mid.
Okay, I'd be down for Lee versus Rumble. Hey.
So,
you got me with that one. Come on.
These are the things you say ahead of time, so that way you know going into the draft.
Yeah, that's fair.
So we have this bit of time. Castle, you're now no longer the new kid on the block from GVU coming into this matchup. You're going against Keter. How has been the event for both of you guys? Because you guys have both had a very storied time here inside the events. GVU and Purdue Northwest had a phenomenal game series just all across. Was it a good time for both of you guys, or was there a bit of back and forth between your two teams? And was it something that you guys were just expecting, the finals to just be you two?
I mean, finals being us was kind of expected, yeah. And coming into the event, we heard their entire team wasn't going to be here, so we kind of saw it as like a for fun thing. That's kind of where all the role swaps and stuff came about. And Marquez and I are friends like long before this. We go back, so once I saw he was playing, I knew we had to play against each other and lane against each other. And yeah, the event, the games and everything are fun. A lot of yelling back and forth in the middle of the game. Always high energy. Really fun playing against Frank. Really fun playing against Marquez.
All right.
So you guys all decided as a group ahead of the game to play Fearless Draft. What was the hardest problem that you guys had playing this Fearless Draft?
You want to go first, or you want me to?
I couldn't pick Corky a second time.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I would have told him to ban it if it was open. You ready to get that one again? I guess for me, it felt really hard to come up with like really coherent comps that made sense. Because we decided to go full Fearless, and we would lose 10 champions every game.
Yeah,
that's tough. I don't play that many personally, so.
Yeah. I mean, you guys were cooking the bot lanes a little bit for the first two, like. Pantheon to Lee is a little cooking, man.
Yeah. You know, we all tried to make it fun. GVU talked about it, we talked about it. We wanted to meet each other in the finals, and having the ability to sit here and do it is awesome, you know?
Yeah. You guys even had Ohio Northern was another team that was jumping into y'all's roster swapping shenanigans earlier. Just all right, you guys are gonna switch too? Okay, fine. This question is very specific to Castle, actually, and I want to know because I have to kind of pick your brain on this. Who was the person that complained about what role they were the most? There had to be somebody who was just man, get me out of top lane. Why am I top? I hate this.
Ginkall complained about playing support every game, and then he wanted to. He played Lily a jungle. He went 0-6 for the first 15 minutes, and then he's like, "Okay, I'll go back to support."
I knew this was the answer because he had played 4 roles this tournament. When was the Ginkall AD carry time coming?
Maybe if it was a best of 5, we could have thrown.
Hey, next time, I'm done.
Yeah, next time.
We'll roll swap every game too.
Okay, I like it. All right, well, with this being said, Gator, I gotta ask y'all, as the coach coming in here and getting everything together, this is my last thing I really want to ask about. How was it kind of getting things together? Taponer's, of course, out. You guys had very last minute swap around coming in. Of course, GVU doing something that was, I personally called that as very sportsmanlike, saying, all right, you guys aren't at your full power. Let's have a little bit more fun with this. than what we normally would have. Let's have people play in different positions. How was it for Purdue Northwest, though, kind of prepping, getting themselves ready for the LAN?
So, I mean, we talked about it. Felix not being here, I was like, oh, maybe I should go support, and I felt bad for Winning King if I did that personally, so... the easiest thing would be like, oh, just throw him jungle, and maybe he'll just play Sedge Maokai every game. And then I started playing jungle against a lot of the junglers, and I gotta be real with you. If I'm able to play, like, Vi, all these other carry jungles into you and beat you, I played the role for 2 days, like, yeah. I'm gonna have to hit the books, I gotta be real with you guys.
So,
the flame.
So next time you play in, you're gonna play jungle versus castle, and you're gonna gap castle, is what you're saying right now.
Yeah, sure.
Castle gave you a very go ahead, answer the question, answer the man.
Hopefully, maybe.
All right, well, that's so good to be able to see. How does it feel though that you guys are the MEC class champions, Keeter? I know at Castle, you guys were like, we wanted the win, we wanted the dub, but Keeter, of course, got that championship win. How did it feel for you guys?
So we're definitely happy about it. It does feel bittersweet, just because the fact is that it did feel pretty short. We didn't get to play against Ottawa as well too. If we could have had multiple games against Ottawa and GVU, that's personally something that we would have liked. Because I'm gonna be a little blunt here. Outside of those two teams, it didn't feel like we were challenged that much.
Ooh.
And that was with our main players. So even with me subbing in, which I definitely feel like I'm significantly worse than Doubtful in, if we could still pull it off, outside of GVU for running with us,
Either in the parking lot, watch out. The MEC
I might be getting a surprise package from some of the players, my bad.
But hey, it's good to see. I'm glad to hear it. Castle, thank you for coming in and having this interview as well with Keeter. Glad to be able to see the two of you. Are you guys going to do the fist bump from opposing sides here? The very honorable. There we go. Well, thank you guys for coming in. Congratulations to Purdue Northwest, Keeter. Thank you for subbing in. Thank you to Purdue Northwest for the banger, and Castle and Grandview also for playing your part in 2 over 30-minute bangers that we got inside this series. So y'all take care. Have a safe travel, and have a great rest of your night. Boom. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good to be able to see. I love being able to see that from the squad there. And dude, Purdue Northwest, it's good to be able to talk to him. I'm glad we got GVU there. It's not often that you get both the winner and the loser.
Both sides of it, yeah. And especially because they had some, not a bet, but knowledge going into it that this was going to be a serious match, in that both teams were trying to win, but unserious in roles, picks, etc., etc. So it was good to see that everyone was in high spirits after, regardless of the outcome.
Yeah, it's good to see. I'm happy for it. I'm here for it. It's been a great show. It's been a long show in regards to it. It's short for the players, but for me, it has been so much. There's been so many games, so much to see. MEC comes back onto the remote stages of things. We go back into our regular season play starting up on Friday. We'll go back onto our regular scheduled hours. So make sure that is checked out. Check out Rocket League as well. I believe that happens on Wednesday as well. That will be starting back up on its broadcast. The MEC League of Legends is going to start up on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday back yet again. And I believe we'll be going through that all the way up until we get into the championship, which will be at LAN as well. So that will be very exciting as well. But with that being said, Travis, been joined here with my co-caster Logan. We're done here for today. Y'all all have a great one. Drive safe, be careful, have fun. Don't get too crazy with the Super Bowl that's starting up in 4 minutes. So you guys all have you guys all have a good one. Have a great rest of your night. Peace.